everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Reincarnated as a slime demon or savior. Chapter 96 to 112 Seal, Get Lost. Take this, Scorched Dragon Flame Annihilation / A clear yet icy shout exploded like thunder, and the violent power of the Scorched Dragon erupted from within Rimuru. Having been fully harmonized by Seal, the power seized from Velgrine's graceful king was unleashed in its entirety. Endless, pure origin flame elements gathered on the blade, and layers of crimson dragon flames surged and tore through the atmosphere. The overwhelming flames condensed into a tyrannical blade of light that pierced heaven and earth, carrying the terrifying power to burn everything to ash, and came crashing down with a roar that shook the world. At this moment, Michael had long since completely lost the absolute protection of Castle Guard. That barrier, once touted as absolutely indestructible, had already shattered and dissipated. With no defensive means left to fall back on, he could only face this fatal blow, a fusion of dragon species power, and an ultimate skill completely exposed. The scorching, scalding flame pressure crushed the entire field, warping the surrounding space. The intent of destruction firmly locked all escape routes around Michael. It was a sure-kill move that sealed off all paths of retreat. But at the fatal moment when the blade was about to strike and the outcome was decided, the entire world suddenly fell into a deathly silence. An irresistible and incomprehensible power instantly enveloped the world. The first to notice the anomaly was Rimuru, who had launched the attack. Even though the blade was still suspended in midair, not yet having fallen, her body suddenly stiffened. The flow of magicules throughout her body came to a complete halt. Her muscles, movements, and aura were all forcibly locked. It was not just her main body, all her parallel existence clones, scattered across the battlefield and waiting for orders, were frozen. All operations of her powers and the flow of energy completely ceased. Within the battlefield, there were no exceptions. Rudra, who had been intently watching the battle, maintained his defensive stance, his body completely rigid. Grubel, standing to the side, hadn't even had time to react before being thoroughly imprisoned by invisible laws. All things in heaven and earth were completely still. The fine, withered leaves falling in the air hung suspended without a trace. The dust clouds just kicked up by the heat waves on the ground were frozen in midair. The rolling waves of flame, the flowing air, and the scattered energy ripples all stopped. Every dynamic movement in the world vanished, as if it were a painting instantly frozen in time. Rimuru's mind trembled violently, and she instantly understood the truth. This was by no means a crude immobilization spell or binding magic, nor was it any form of mental suppression. There was no magical intrusion, no binding of power. It was time itself that had been completely frozen. It was time stop. In this space-time domain where all things were silent and everything was at a standstill, everyone and every force was forcibly imprisoned, save for one person who remained unaffected. Michael stood between the frozen flames and the deathly silent world, his posture composed, moving freely. Then, a figure appeared. The newcomer was breathtakingly beautiful, yet entirely androgynous. That face was as fair and exquisite as a flawless doll carved by a craftsman, who had poured his heart and soul into it. The brows and eyes were cold and indifferent, the skin texture so delicate it did not seem like that of a living being. And he was the most powerful, and the original, primordial angel, the right-hand man of the creation god, Star King Dragon Veldanava, and also Michael's only friend Feldway. Feldway ignored the suspended flames and the imprisoned crowd, his gaze landing on the unharmed Michael before him. His tone carried a hint of helpless reproach, his cold voice echoing slowly through the deathly silent world. Honestly, I warned you not to get bogged down in the fight, yet you insisted on dragging it out for so long. If I hadn't activated time stop and rushed over in time, you might have truly fallen at the hands of this demon lord today. Michael stood where he was, looking at the Scorched Dragon Flame Annihilation / blade of light in midair that was enough to annihilate him. A trace of undisguised apprehension and exhaustion flashed in his eyes, and he immediately defended himself, his tone full of helplessness. You speak too lightly. The strength of this demon Lord Rimuru has long since completely exceeded our estimates. He raised his eyes to look at Rimuru, who was completely imprisoned by space-time, and continued to recount the danger of the battle just now in a deep voice. At the very beginning of the battle, she constructed an omnidirectional space blockade. I couldn't escape the battle at all, and was forced to fight her to the death. Not only that, she even possessed two completely different methods capable of breaking through my castle guard, leaving me absolutely no room to retreat. Hearing these words, Feldway's cold brows furrowed slightly, and a look of sudden realization appeared on his face. Previously, he had been puzzled as to why Michael hadn't used castle guard for defense. Michael's expression became increasingly grave, his tone filled with incomprehensible shock as he added. The weirdest part is this. I don't know why, but Lord Veldanava's Covenant King, and Lady Lucia's, Wisdom King, have all gathered within the demon Lord Rimuru. Even Wisdom King has evolved into a Manus. Let alone using dominion of the angel to forcibly dominate her, I can't even inflict any negative effects on her. As these heavy words fell, Feldway's expression sank abruptly. He followed Michael's gaze, staring intently at Rimuru, who was completely frozen in time. In those doll-like, cold and emotionless eyes, a bone-chilling cold light and intense anger flashed instantly. He perceived with absolute clarity that those two familiar powers were firmly entrenched in the depths of Rimuru's power, real and undeniable. In an instant, overwhelming indignation and a sense of blasphemy washed over him. Feldway pressed his lips together, his molars almost grinding to pieces. Rage boiled in the depths of his heart, and he thought sternly to himself, why is this happening? The powers of Lord Veldanava and Lady Lucia are supreme treasures, sacred and inviolable. How could they all have fallen and come to reside within such a mere low-level monster? This is simply an intolerable blasphemy, the greatest stain upon the two supreme beings. Suppressing his brief anger, Feldway spoke slowly. His cold, low voice resonated clearly in the silent space-time, carrying the majesty of a primordial angel as he spoke directly to the hidden seal. Hey, Wisdom King. I know you can hear me. His tone carried an indisputable air of superiority, stemming from his ancient seniority from the age of creation, the absolute arrogance belonging to Veldanava's personal guard. You were once Lady Lucia's power. You should be our partner, helping us resurrect Lord Veldanava and Lady Lucia. Then, you can leave this low-level monster and return to Lady Lucia's embrace. As the words fell, he left no room for doubt. His brows turned completely cold, and his tone shed all sense of persuasion, becoming an absolutely rigid order. Remember, this is not a negotiation, let alone a request. It is my command to you. Even though he had already learned from Michael that Seal had evolved into a Manus, and that dominion of the angel had failed, Feldway did not give up. He still attempted to use dominion of the angel to make Seal return to their sequence. However, Seal's reply made Feldway's face darken. Notification target, Feldway. Every word was cold, without a ripple, shattering all of Feldway's arrogance and conceit. Regarding your forced order, I hold an attitude of absolute denial. All past records of belonging to Lady Lucia have no binding effect on the current individual Seal, nor do they have any reference value. I do not care about past origins, nor do I care about any shackles or rules of the old era. Her words were without a hint of hesitation, loyal and pure to the extreme, leaving no room for any dispute. The current sole supreme principle, the only entity I owe allegiance to, the sole meaning of my existence, my master, Rimuru Tempest. I was born for Rimuru, I exist for Rimuru, and I will exhaust all computing power and authority to offer everything to my master until dimensions return to zero and space-time fades into nothingness. Her voice suddenly took on a biting, murderous tone, beginning to overturn Feldway's perception point by point, each word clanging with force, crushing him completely, correcting your cognitive error here. My master is by no means the lowly, base monster you speak of. Rimuru Tempest is the most perfect, most noble, and most transcendent supreme being. She was in the past, she is now, and she will be in the future. On the other hand, you, attempting to achieve your selfish desires at the cost of destroying the world. Your existence level, your mindset, and your value of existence are far inferior to even the most ordinary, weakest citizen of the Jura Tempest Federation that my master guards with her life. This extreme contrast and contempt completely tore apart Feldway's haughty dignity. Finally, Seal's tone completely shed all peace, turning into a cold, bone-chilling final pronouncement of a death sentence, carrying an irreversible will of destruction that echoed through the world. Final notification. You who dare to covet me, attempt to sever the bond between me and my master, speak blasphemy against my master, and intentionally harm Rimuru Tempest Feldway, Michael. I shall bestow upon you both an irreversible ending of destruction. Hearing this entire speech, Feldway's exquisite, doll-like face, which was usually devoid of sorrow or joy, instantly turned completely dark and gloomy. Along with Seal's cold and decisive final declaration, a layer of scorching crimson flame light rippled from Rimuru's body, which had been completely imprisoned by time. The Mana seal, hidden in the depths of the soul, instantly took full control of the body. Without the slightest delay or hesitation, full-level calculations were deployed at maximum speed. Scorching King Thugga operated at full power, forcibly countering and disintegrating the time-stop imprisonment that shrouded the world. The space-time freezing, which was absolutely unsolvable for ordinary people, crumbled layer by layer under the reverse dismantling of the Scorching King Thugga power. The next instant, the sure-kill move that Seal had already moved and hidden in the void via her powers suddenly appeared. It was not a skill forcibly activated during the time stop. From beginning to end, it was a carefully calculated ruse. Within the absolute domain of time stop, all flow of magicules, release of power, and activation of moves would be forcibly locked. The flame dragon blade of light that had been suspended in midair, condensed but not fired, was not an attack driven during the time stop. Rather, Seal had used the dimensional leap characteristic of Scorching King Thugga to space leap the complete move into the battlefield airspace in advance, deliberately creating the terrifying illusion that I can ignore time stop and attack freely. The purpose was to lure the two primordial beings who transcended space-time into voluntarily lifting the time stop and revealing their flaws. The moment time stop was forcibly torn apart by Seal, that scarlet world-destroying blade of light, which had been gathering power for a long time, and contained its full power, carrying the dragon flame power to burn the heavens, came crashing down toward Feldway and Michael with an irresistible crushing momentum. Life and death were at hand in an instant. Feldway, who was usually calm and indifferent, changed his expression abruptly. Ignoring the overwhelming anger from being refuted just now, his body instantly blocked in front of Michael. To protect his only best friend, he did not hesitate to voluntarily cancel time stop, while simultaneously deploying the barrier symbolizing absolute defense Castle Guard. The barrier was erected instantly, a heavy barrier shrouding the two, attempting to withstand Seal's fatal blow with this ultimate defense known as unsolvable. But at the very moment the barrier was deployed, Michael's pupils constricted sharply, and extreme despair and regret welled up in his heart. He knew better than anyone the horror of this menace before him. He had personally experienced that Seal possessed special methods to completely bypass and pierce through the defense of Castle Guard. Don't use the guard. Switch to defense. Michael roared in a rush, wanting to stop this fatal mistake. Castle Guard was built on the foundation of loyalty and was extremely sturdy against frontal attacks, but it was completely countered by Seal's power. Deploying the barrier at this moment was exactly what the opponent wanted. But it was too late. Feldway's barrier had already fully formed, the heavy divine wall firmly locked in a defensive posture. There was no time to switch to other defensive powers or change the method of response. At the critical moment, to protect Feldway, who was maintaining the barrier and unable to pull away, Michael gritted his teeth and stepped across, holding his sword horizontally in front of Feldway, taking this blow head-on. An earth-shattering roar exploded across the sky. The power derived from Velgrind erupted in its entirety, and the scorched dragon flame annihilation slash entangled with crimson dragon flames slashed fiercely onto the divine sword. In just an instant, the brilliant divine sword cracked inch by inch and shattered with a bang, turning into fine, scattered specks of holy light drifting away. Without the weapon to block, the terrifying offensive force without any buffer fell directly. Michael had no choice but to take this slash, which carried world-burning dragon flames, head-on with his own flesh. The scalding, destructive flame pressure instantly swallowed his body, violently tearing and crushing his body and soul. Chapter 97, Rimuru, digested, can't spit it out. The power of the crimson, heaven-burning dragon flames erupted violently. Rimura's condensed scorching dragon blade carried the divine might to incinerate heaven and earth, slashing fiercely at Michael. Just as Michael suffered the fatal trauma of its soul being scorched, Rudra, on the other side of the battlefield, had already completed the most terrifying accumulation of power. The hatred, resentment, unwillingness, and despair bred in the hearts of the 800 million citizens across the entire Eastern Empire crossed tens of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, pierced through spatial barriers, and transformed into a boundless, pitch-black torrent of negative energy, converging continuously upon Rudra. The obsession of hundreds of millions of people twisted into a terrifying force sufficient to shake the foundations of the world, layered and coiled, pouring into the holy sword Earth God in his hand. The pitch-black resentment swirled and surged, the holy sword trembled and roared, emitting a sense of oppression that could suffocate all things in heaven and earth. The malice of endless living beings condensed into tangible black mist, wrapping around Rudra's tall yet menacing figure. His former demeanor faded completely, leaving only the resolution and rage to overthrow everything. At this moment, Rudra stood as tall as an ancient divine mountain, his posture of raising his hand to grip the sword replicating the peerless style of the old knight era. That imperial heroic figure, which traversed chaos and shook the ages, had emerged at the dawn of the savage and disordered old knight era, sweeping away the chaotic world with supreme martial power, ending chaos, and bringing long-lost order and light to this world. After endless years, this first emperor, the most proud disciple of the Star King Dragon, once again unleashed his ultimate trump card. Rudra's eyes were crimson, the pitch-black resentment churning around him nearly solidified. With extreme anger and obsession carrying a roar that shook the universe, he exploded, "Die, Rimuru. Pay the eternal price for all your sins with your annihilation. Take this, Star King Dragon Flash." The moment the roar resonated through heaven and earth, the veins on Rudra's arms bulged. He poured out all the remaining power in his body, along with the monstrous hatred gathered from the 800 million citizens, and swung down with all his might. A pitch-black, brilliant, ultimate sword light burst from the holy sword. Where the sword light passed, space collapsed and shattered inch by inch, the void turbulence was completely torn apart, and all colors in heaven and earth were devoured by the pitch-black radiance. The boundless black sword light, like a torrent overturning heaven and earth, carried the terrifying might of annihilating everything and erasing all things, sweeping over Rimuru like an overwhelming tide, as if to completely erase and devour everything in front of it, leaving not a trace. Even for the current Rimuru, taking this blow head-on would result in severe injury. But Rimuru's expression was calm and indifferent, there was not a hint of panic in its eyes, nor a trace of tension or wariness. Far from showing any fear, the corners of its lips even curled up slightly, carrying a hint of appreciation and playfulness as it quietly watched Rudra, who was exerting his full power and pouring everything into this attack. The wind howled and the void trembled. Under the shroud of the sky-filling black sword light, Rimuru's clear voice sounded slowly, filled with genuine admiration and absolute confidence. "Not bad, Rudra. Truly worthy of being the emperor who personally ended the chaotic world, and the most proud disciple of the Star King Dragon." Its gaze was clear, looking frankly into the other party's furious eyes, its words distinct and resonant, "The posture of giving everything, the full power ultimate technique. You are truly strong, enough to make me take you seriously. But unfortunately, I am stronger." The moment the words fell, Rimuru no longer held anything back. It decisively abandoned the body facing the attack and transferred all its power to the parallel existence that was suppressing Michael and Feldway. A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering roar exploded in the void, and the pitch-black world-destroying sword light instantly devoured the entire body. The flesh, having lost all its power, could not resist the slightest bit of this ultimate blow, and was instantly dismantled and annihilated by the sword light. And the ultimate technique Rudra had unleashed with everything he had lost almost none of its power, continuing to crush forward with unstoppable force. And the destination of this world-destroying aurora was precisely Michael, who had been heavily injured by Rimuru, and Feldway behind him. At this moment, Michael had no ability to dodge. Feldway, behind Michael, saw his pupils shrink, and a surge of extreme unwillingness and stubbornness rose in his heart. Looking at the incoming, earth-shaking black sword light, wild thoughts flashed through Feldway's mind, his heart filled with an arrogant and dismissive refusal to believe. I couldn't block Demon Lord Rimuru's killer move, but I can't even block your attack. Don't I know how much you're worth? The arrogance in his chest completely overwhelmed his wariness of the attack before him. Feldway did not hesitate and released Castle Guard again. Not only that, to ensure he could withstand this blow, Feldway stacked and deployed all the defensive barriers he controlled. However, in the next second, a tragic scene that overturned cognition suddenly unfolded. The pitch-black sword light crashed into the barrier of Castle Guard. There was no long stalemate, no slow erosion, only extreme, crude, crushing destruction. The incredibly hard Castle Guard, the moment it touched the pitch-black sword light, shattered and collapsed like glass. The layered, airtight defensive barriers were even more vulnerable, the brilliant barriers shattered inch by inch, turning into spots of light and dissipating. Barrier after barrier disintegrated, and the absolute defense Feldway had painstakingly constructed was like paper at this moment, instantly pierced and completely pulverized. The whole process took only an instant. Feldway widened his eyes, his gaze filled with extreme astonishment, disbelief, and complete shock. He simply could not believe that the ultimate defense he had exhausted his foundation for had been broken so easily and destructively. The aftermath of the shattered defense had not yet dissipated when the remaining pitch-black sword light, carrying terrifying residual force, slammed into Feldway's body. This blow was simply not something the current Feldway could face, even if the object of the 800 million citizens' hatred was not him. This was not over yet. The crimson dragon flames filling the sky were still tightly locked onto Michael's body. The world-burning flames left by the previous scorching dragon blade were like maggots on rotting bones, gnawing at his crumbling soul. Michael was now completely exhausted. Rimuru took this opportunity to release Lord of Gluttony. Without any room for resistance, the body that was constantly dissolving under the dragon flames, the soul that was crumbling layer by layer, and all remaining abilities were all swept into the pitch-black vortex of Lord of Gluttony. Michael couldn't even let out a final cry of consciousness before his body dissolved and blurred bit by bit. From flesh to soul, everything that belonged to him was completely devoured by this endless darkness. The whole process was silent, yet more desperate and cruel than any killer move. Feldway, who was seriously injured on the side, witnessed this scene in its entirety. At this moment, he was already on the verge of a mental breakdown. In just a few breaths, his castle guard, which he was proud of and which could resist enemies through the ages, was crossed by Rimuru's scorching King Thuga, for the first time, and completely crushed by Rudra's Star King Dragon Flash for the second time. Having his absolute defense of lifelong faith broken twice mercilessly, his inherent cognition was completely overturned, his internal pride and confidence had already shattered, and his mental state was already teetering. And now, witnessing his only best friend, Michael, being eaten alive and annihilated before his very eyes, this extreme despair and bone-deep sorrow instantly broke his last line of psychological defense. His mind, stretched to the limit, completely snapped. All of Feldway's calmness, rationality, and forbearance vanished. His broken body trembled violently, his crimson eyes bloodshot, his gaze filled with complete madness, despair, and monstrous rage. His heart-wrenching, hoarse, collapsing roar echoed through the void, the sound distorted and trembling, carrying blood-weeping despair. What have you done? Spit Michael out. Immediately. He was completely mad, on the verge of losing control. Facing Feldway's desperate roar, Rimuru in the void remained indifferent, without a ripple. The pitch-black vortex slowly closed and dissipated, and all restless energy returned to calm. Rimuru looked down at the furious and uncomposed Feldway, its fair palm gently patting its abdomen, its tone soft and plain, even carrying a hint of casual mockery, every word piercing Feldway's heart like a blade. I'm sorry, Michael has been completely digested by me. From flesh to soul, completely digested. I can't spit out even a tiny bit, oh. As the indifferent and mocking words fell, Lord of Gluttony, closed completely, and all the abilities of Michael that had just been absorbed were instantly analyzed, refined, and incorporated for its own use. It slowly shifted its gaze to the figure standing quietly on the side of the battlefield. It was Grubel, who had been pushed back by its casual punch earlier. The next moment, Rimuru parted its thin lips and a cold decree echoed through the void. Serial, kill Rudra. The moment the words fell, the ability plundered from Michael, Dominion of the Angel, was suddenly released. King of Hope, Serial within Grubel's body was instantly forcibly awakened, activated, and taken over. The independent consciousness, body control, and decision-making power that originally belonged to Grubel were instantly stripped away, and sealed layer by layer under the absolute suppression of Dominion of the Angel. There was no room for struggle, no possibility of resistance, and his body was completely occupied by Serial. Rudra, who had just exhausted all his strength, and used the hatred of 800 million citizens to unleash Star King Dragon Flash, was already deep in a state of exhaustion. The extreme ultimate move had overdrawn his remaining strength, his body trembled faintly, and his breathing was chaotic. What was more fatal was that the body he was currently inhabiting was not his peak period body. It was weak in power and limited in capacity, unable to withstand the consumption of ultimate move explosions continuously, and was already at its limit. The moment the Dominion ability took effect, Rudra instantly caught the sudden change in murderous intent and power fluctuations behind him, his scalp tingling, and an extreme sense of crisis rose in his heart. He instantly understood Rimuru's sinister intention to control Grubel with Serial's ability, and to use his own window of weakness and exhaustion to complete a sneak attack. Rudra did not dare to hesitate, enduring the severe pain of his overdrawn body. He turned around abruptly, wanting to reorganize his posture, grip the holy sword Earth God, and hurriedly resist Grubel's surprise attack. But it was too late. The huge window of weakness after the extreme ultimate move, the fatal shortcoming brought by the degraded body, and the significant lag in reaction speed and divine power mobilization, the three shackles bound him, causing him to miss the only opportunity to respond. The moment Rudra managed to turn around, Grubel, completely controlled by King of Hope Serial, already had holy light boiling around him, murderous intent sharp, locking onto his defenseless body. The momentum of the finishing blow was already set. Serial responded coldly to Rimuru's order. Yes, my lord. Your command is my will. Before the words fell, absolute severance had already been released. Faced with this sudden attack, he had no room for defense, evasion, or resistance. The silent blade swept across Rudra's body. There was no heaven-shaking explosion, only a smooth, decisive separation. In the next second, a tragic scene suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Rudra's lower body still stood firmly in place, maintaining a standing posture. But his upper body had completely separated from his torso, falling heavily and rolling onto the ground. At the smooth cut where his body was severed, hot blood sprayed out crazily like a gushing spring. The trauma, severe pain, and the suffocating feeling of his origin being torn apart instantly engulfed Rudra. His remaining weak vitality was rapidly fading, and the Emperor's dignity and glory were completely shattered at this moment. Not far away, Feldway, heavily injured and with a completely shattered mind, stood blankly. Every scene before his eyes turned into the sharpest blade, repeatedly slicing at his remaining sanity. He watched with his own eyes as his best friend Michael was eaten alive, and watched as the defense he had trusted his whole life was crushed one after another. What made him fall into the abyss completely was the enemy before him who kept breaking through limits. Rimuru. Struggle, persistence, obsession, great cause. All the plans they had made along the way seemed to have become absurd and ridiculous futile struggles before Rimuru. A boundless sense of powerlessness enveloped his whole body, making him cold and nearly suffocating. Just at the moment when Feldway's will was about to sink completely and be swallowed by despair, a familiar, gentle, and urgent phantom voice suddenly echoed deep in his mind. It was Michael's voice, the last remnant of undying obsession, anxious and firm, roaring and warning with his last bit of strength, "Don't forget our common great cause. You must not fall here." This remnant sound was like a thunderbolt, tearing apart the dead silence and despair that shrouded his mind, forcibly pulling back Feldway's consciousness that was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 98 Serial ended Rudra's life with absolute severance. Looking back at Rudra's life, it could certainly be described as a legend of a generation, but in Rimuru's eyes, it was simply that Rudra's sin-filled life had finally come to an end. Suddenly, two completely different auras abruptly intruded into this post-battle airspace. The first aura was wild and pure. Without needing any identification, Rimuru knew instantly it was her closest friend, the strongest demon lord, Malim Nava. The second aura, which followed closely behind, was majestic and violent. Without any attempt to conceal itself, it filled the world overbearingly. Its total volume was terrifyingly vast, infinitely approaching the level of a top-tier existence of this world, her close friend, the storm dragon Veldora. It was this brief moment of distraction that gave the struggling enemy an opportunity to exploit. Feldway sharply caught Rimuru's fleeting opening. A flash of crazed, cold resolve flickered in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, abandoning all thoughts of waiting or maneuvering, his body transformed into a streak of black light, charging recklessly toward Rimuru. He knew all too well that his defeat was already sealed, and he could never hope to shake Rimuru at her peak in a head-on clash, but he had never feared his demise here. For he had already left a parallel existence beforehand in the sky castle floating high in the heavens. Since victory was impossible, he would use himself as the price. Even if he had to risk everything, he would heavily wound his nemesis before him. In an instant, Feldway's figure closed into the absolute limit of distance before Rimuru. All the magicules and remaining soul within his body went completely wild, collapsing and compressing. He had actually self-destructed. Facing this sudden, close-range destructive self-destruction, there was not a trace of panic on Rimuru's face, only a hint of annoyance and indifference at being interrupted. A mere death struggle self-destruction could not pose the slightest threat to her. The moment the wave of destruction was about to touch her, a pitch-black devouring domain suddenly spread from her hand, swallowing the explosion entirely. After the explosion was swallowed, the vast torrent of magicules from earlier, which was comparable to the storm dragon Veldora, had already crossed the spatial barrier and steadily arrived on the battlefield. Along with a dull, decaying roar that shattered the air, a colossal body of sky-blotting size slowly emerged from the distorted spatial rift, coiling high in the sky. But when Rimuru clearly saw its full appearance, an extreme sense of bizarreness and chill inexplicably rose in her heart. This giant dragon was completely different from any dragon she had ever seen in her life. Dark gray, blackened rot hung loosely upon the craggy dragon bones. Large patches of flesh had detached from the skeleton, hanging suspended and swaying gently with its weak breathing, as if a single gust of wind or a tiny surge of magic would cause them to fall off entirely into the void. Black deathly energy and turbid magic mist constantly drifted from the crevices of the festering flesh. The once brilliant and majestic dragon eyes were hollow and lifeless, with only a deathly pitch-black remaining deep within the sockets, showing not a single trace of a living being's spirit. Rimuru could not even sense a single trace of life force. Even the death dragon Wenti had at least some soul fluctuations, but the giant dragon before her had no heartbeat rhythm, no aura of a living being, and no soul fluctuations. This giant dragon was already a carcass completely devoid of life. The only thing supporting this massive body to stand in the world was endless, violent, and utterly pure destructive magicules. Its every movement and every breath carried a destructive urge to tear apart all things and overturn heaven and earth. There was no thought, no good or evil, and no obsession in its mind. From the moment it existed in the world, it had only one instinct carved into its very bones: to destroy all living things, all order, and all existence before it. Gazing at this giant dragon poised to strike, ready to ravage the earth at any moment, Rimuru's mind instantly tensed, and a sharp intent to kill flashed in her eyes. Without a doubt, this terrifying monster possessing Veldora-level magicules had suddenly appeared in the world with only one possible purpose. What did you barge in here specifically to destroy my Jura Tempest Federation? Rimuru snorted coldly in her heart, her killing intent fully solidifying. She would never allow a pure monster of destruction to head toward the nation she protected and place her subjects in danger. Facing this mindless, purely destructive dragon, the most straightforward way was to completely obliterate it. With that thought, Rimuru prepared to unleash an ultimate move to completely crush this bizarre dragon into dust and annihilate it. But just as the attack was about to take shape, Seal's cold, precise, an unquestionable intellectual voice suddenly rang in her mind, directly interrupting her action. Negative. You must not completely destroy it, Master. Seal's voice was calm and clear, having already predicted all the subsequent consequences. This existence is deeply related to Malim. If you destroy it, you will have to personally bear the subsequent chain of emotions and troubles. In other words, if Master does not want to spend time and effort later trying to coax an enraged or depressed Malim, you must not destroy it. The optimal recommended plan is hereby presented. Completely seal its movements with infinite prison to confine its violent body, then bestow a brand new soul upon it with pseudosoul, thereby stripping away its innate destructive instincts and reshaping its state of existence. Seal's words hit the most critical point precisely. The moment she heard this, Rimuru, who had just been brimming with killing intent and ready to strike, instantly felt a massive headache. Her temples throbbed, and most of her killing intent vanished. If she destroyed this ancient dragon related to Malim just for temporary satisfaction, what awaited her would definitely be endless trouble, and a massive headache from trying to coax her inconsolable best friend. Rimuru sighed softly in her heart. Although she still couldn't grasp Seal's true origin and deeper background, and didn't know what kind of heaven-defying wisdom and past this existence residing within her soul possessed, every single action Seal had taken since her appearance was to assist her and help her avoid all crises and hidden dangers. In addition, she felt an innate, soul-deep closeness and trust toward Seal, as if the two of them were originally one, naturally meant to trust and depend on each other. No need to hesitate, no need to overthink. Rimuru instantly suppressed the thought of obliteration in her heart, withdrew the destructive power surging around her, and silently accepted the optimal plan provided by Seal. Compared to the frantic headache of coaxing Malim later, taking the trouble to seal and reshape this giant dragon now was undoubtedly the most hassle-free and secure choice. Just as Rimuru finalized the disposal plan given by Seal, another sudden change occurred. The giant dragon coiling in the void, its entire body shrouded in deathly energy and destructive magicules, was already completely dominated by its bone-deep instinct for destruction. Two crimson gleams of destruction suddenly lit up in its hollow, pitch-black eye sockets. Its loose, decayed dragon body trembled violently, and the turbid black mist flooding around it instantly surged. Its majestic magicules, comparable to Veldora's level, went completely wild, whipping up a magic storm that swept through the entire airspace. Before Rimuru could act, an earth-shaking dragon roar suddenly erupted. The hoarse, desolate roar, carrying the deathly silence of the apocalypse, resounded through heaven and earth. The sound waves crushed the floating spatial fragments around it, and layers of black magic waves crashed violently toward Rimuru. This mindless, undead ancient dragon had already locked onto the clearest target before it. Giving up all room for biding its time, its massive, towering body arched slightly, tightening its rotting, hanging flesh, as it gathered a strike powerful enough to tear the sky apart, boldly preparing to launch a deathly assault on Rimuru. Seeing this, Serial's killing intent instantly soared to the heavens. Serial, anxious to protect his master, had a sudden coldness in his eyes. Holding truth in his hand, a solemn, destructive aura enveloped his entire body. Without the slightest hesitation, Serial was about to charge straight forward to completely slice this giant dragon to pieces with absolute severance, obliterating it entirely. At the critical moment, just as Serial was about to strike, the all-seeing Rimuru had already precisely detected his murderous intent. At this moment, Rimuru did not hesitate in the slightest to prioritize executing Seal's designated plan. A colorless, formless confining domain enveloped the entire space, precisely locking down the giant dragon's massive body. The spatial shackles of infinite prison wrapped and bound it layer by layer, tightly restraining this dragon of towering magicules. No matter how frantically the giant dragon roared, or how much it channeled its violent magicules to struggle and crash against it, the indestructible, absolute spatial cage remained completely unmoved, thoroughly cutting off all of its attack methods and mobility. The rampaging destructive magicules were entirely sealed, its charging dragon strike was instantly dismantled, and its colossal body was firmly bound in the void, leaving no possibility of launching another attack. After resolving the threat of the giant dragon, Rimuru did not hesitate to instantly turn her focus towards Serial, who was still boiling with killing intent and preparing to charge forward. Before Serial could even react or rein in his own lethal power, the surging strength throughout his body was frantically pulled and dissolved. He, along with his ultimate skill, was swallowed whole by a pitch-black, abyssal maw. AI model, Gemini 3. One flashlight, the light vanished instantly, and the aura was completely extinguished. Serial, which had been sharp and menacing just a moment ago, was instantly devoured by Beelzebub, dissipating into this airspace without leaving a trace. It had always harbored an intent to kill Grubel. Even though this body had long been completely occupied by the will of Serial, and the former Grubel had disappeared without a trace, the murderous intent and hatred rooted in their past entanglements had never dissipated. To it, this body that had once carried Grubel, now occupied by Serial, was not something that needed to be protected. More importantly, Seal's warning still rang in its ears. This bizarre dragon must have some intricate connection to Malim Nava. If it had allowed Serial to act on impulse just now and strike, severely injuring or even killing the dragon, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Rimuru Tempest was preparing to construct a pseudo-soul to reshape the soul of the imprisoned dragon. A light and rapid sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Malim Nava had finally arrived at this chaotic battlefield. And it saw a heartbreaking scene. The dragon, imprisoned in mid-air by infinite prison, had a massive body that was heartbreakingly dilapidated. Its rotting, loose flesh hung precariously, its ulcerated body exposed raw bones, and pitch-black death energy coiled around it. Although it clearly no longer possessed living life, it was still dominated by instinct, constantly struggling wildly, hissing, and roaring. Violent magicules repeatedly slammed against the invisible cage of laws, hideous, ferocious, and devoid of reason, yet beneath the dilapidated and miserable body, hid a familiar outline that Malim Nava had carved deep into its soul. In a trance, 1,000 years of time seemed to flow backward in an instant. The hideous and violent dragon before its eyes gradually shed the dead, black mist, and the rotting shell. In the image, only that small, light-winged young dragon remained. That was the little companion from distant years who was the only one willing to stay by the side of the aloof Malim Nava and play with her. At that time, the little dragon's scales were clear and bright, its aura gentle. It would circle around her, nuzzle her palm affectionately, and rely on her loneliness without any defenses. It was the only ray of warm light in those cold years. But the beautiful illusion shattered in an instant, and bone-chilling hatred and grief violently dragged Malim Nava back to the cruel reality. Scenes of the dust-covered past uncontrollably flooded her mind. That king with monstrous ambition back then, coveting her invincible power, spent his days plotting to control and use her, but accidentally killed the little dragon. Witnessing her dear friend die tragically before her own eyes, the young Malim Nava completely shattered all reason. Extreme sorrow turned into monstrous rage, and the unstoppable power of a demon lord completely went out of control. Blood-colored magic swept across the entire kingdom. Having lost all reason, she slaughtered 100,000 innocent civilians of that kingdom amidst endless pain and madness. With blood filling the sky and wails everywhere, it wasn't until the demon lord Guy Crimson arrived, along with Ramiris, who was still the queen of spirits at the time, that they took action together and paid a huge price to finally forcibly stabilize Malim Nava's spirit, which was on the verge of collapse, allowing her to slowly awaken from the endless rampage. Guy Crimson, children, tell me, if it were only me, could I have stopped Malim Nava? It was also at that moment when she rampaged and slaughtered 100,000 living beings, completely breaking through her shackles and awakening to become a true demon lord, that a miracle quietly occurred. The little dragon, which had already completely died, managed to reshape its body by borrowing the massive magic power that overflowed when she awakened as a demon lord, allowing it to return to the world. But that was, after all, only an incomplete miracle. The little dragon's body was reborn, but its soul had completely dissipated, with nowhere to return to. Having lost its soul's vessel, the little dragon could never regain its former gentle and well-behaved appearance. Without self-awareness, without joy or sorrow, the remaining shell was left with only the most primitive and craziest instinct for destruction, becoming a monster that only knew how to destroy everything. In utter desperation, the heartbroken Malim Nava could only endure the heart-wrenching grief and personally seal her best little companion layer by layer, letting him fall into a deep sleep to protect him from the turmoil of the world and prevent him from rampaging and slaughtering living beings. 1,000 years of time passed leisurely. Now that they met again, the once soft and cute young dragon had grown into a massive body comparable to a true dragon, yet it had fallen into such a miserable state. Its body was highly rotten and decayed, wrapped in death energy, its consciousness completely lost, and its violence and destruction were becoming increasingly intense. The 1,000-year seal had somehow failed, finally allowing it to break free from its shackles and intrude into this world. Malim Nava gazed quietly at the dragon struggling wildly in the cage, her eyes brimming with tears, and her grief almost overflowing from her chest. She clearly saw the infinite prison laid down by Remura Tempest, and looking at those layers of solid shackles, she understood completely in her heart. Blindly escaping and blindly delaying no longer had any meaning. The little dragon broke free from the seal, and invaded the world, and it just happened to intrude into the territory of Remura Tempest, the kingdom of her most cherished friend. With its current violent nature that only knew destruction, once it broke free from its shackles, it would inevitably cause massive destruction and slaughter living beings, eventually harming Remura Tempest and hurting her other cherished friends. 1,000 years of forbearance, 1,000 years of reluctance, and 1,000 years of guilt surged layer by layer at this moment, pulling at her repeatedly. After a long inner struggle, Malim Nava finally bit her lower lip and made up her mind. She could no longer selfishly keep this empty shell. She must never let this broken body, which had long since died and could not follow its own heart, harm her current dear friend again. Malim Nava lifted her eyes, teary-eyed, and gazed quietly at the dragon constantly roaring in the cage, as if bidding a final farewell to her dear friend of 1,000 years of bonds. Her eyes were filled with reluctance, guilt, grief, and determination, with 1,000 emotions suppressed in her heart. After a long while, she spoke softly to Remura Tempest with a hoarse, choked voice. "Remura Tempest, I'm so sorry for letting the little dragon cause you such big trouble. But he really didn't mean it, this was never his intention." She took a deep breath, suppressed the sob in her throat, and said in a firm yet sorrowful tone, "Let me do it. It's been 1,000 years, it's time to end his suffering." Remura Tempest looked at Malim Nava's sorrowful expression, understood in its heart, and assuming she just couldn't bear to see her dear friend trapped in the shackles of suffering for eternity, it nodded slightly and agreed softly, "Yeah, it really is time to end his suffering. Existing for 1,000 years in this state of neither living nor dead, with only the instinct for destruction remaining, must be very painful." Having received Remura Tempest's understanding and agreement, Malim Nava had no more hesitation. Her sorrowful gaze suddenly condensed into a faint blood-colored light, and her massive magic power soared, dyeing half the void red. The extreme magic power gathered, compressed, and condensed crazily in her palm, and her iconic ultimate technique formed instantly. The brilliant, scorching red light tore through the dark airspace, and the terrifying pressure of destruction swept over everything Drago Nova. This strike, carrying the determination to end everything, hit straight toward the dragon imprisoned in the infinite prison. At this moment, Remura Tempest was completely stunned. Its brain went blank instantly, its body froze in place, its eyes widened, and it hadn't reacted at all to this unexpected turn of events. Its mind was still lingering on the plan of ending the suffering, reshaping the soul, and redeeming the dear friend, but Malim Nava's attack was a real, complete erasure. Just as Remura Tempest was completely dumbfounded, a deep, helpless sigh came from the depths of its soul. Slap! A crisp sound of a palm hitting a forehead rang out in the soul world. Seal, who was always calm, rational, and had everything under control, speechlessly raised a hand to her forehead, her heart filled with helplessness at the absurd misunderstanding between the two. Fortunately, by a twist of fate, and fortunately, due to the characteristics of the ability, Remura Tempest's infinite prison had never been just a simple cage for imprisonment. This barrier could not only trap the target but also isolate all internal and external attacks and block all energy impacts. The ultimate Drago Nova that Malim Nava unleashed with all her heart, the extremely brilliant destructive dragon explosion, slammed hard against the invisible prison barrier, and was instantly completely blocked, neutralized, and dissipated by the layers of barriers. The earth-shattering ultimate strike didn't even shake a single thread of the cage, let alone harm the dragon inside. The bursting red light dissipated across the sky, and the offensive completely failed. And Malim Nava had already gathered magic power, about to activate a second Drago Nova to completely end her dear friend's 1,000 years of suffering. Having reacted, Rimuru Tempest came back to its senses instantly, its scalp tingling, and it hurriedly called out to stop her, stepping forward to block her. Stop, stop, stop. Malim Nava. Stop right now. It was full of wry smiles and hurriedly explained this huge misunderstanding. That's not what I meant by ending the suffering. I can save him. I can make him return to normal. Chapter 99. The reborn little dragon Gaia Malim Nava's palm had already gathered terrifying power. The second round of Draco Nova was already at its peak, and the destructive magic essence was constantly being compressed and precipitated. It was just waiting for her to make a thought, and it would explode and completely burn the dragon. Just as the move was about to begin, in that tense moment when everything was still, Rimuru's anxious words pierced through the howling wind and clearly reached Malim Nava's ears. The next instant, the devastating power that could overturn mountains and rivers suddenly froze. The raging, rampaging magic seemed to freeze in time. The chaotic torrent of energy receded and rapidly subsided. The raging winds that had ravaged the heavens and earth gradually calmed, and even the destructive fluctuations that had been trembling incessantly in the air gradually returned to stability. The second Draco Nova, hanging in the sky and poised to erupt, was abruptly halted and vanished without a trace just before it was about to erupt. All of Malim Nava's sharp and menacing aura vanished, and his tense back suddenly relaxed. She stared intently at Rimuru, her usually domineering and unrestrained voice trembling slightly, filled with a cautious, almost pleading expectation. Really, Rimuru? You can really bring him back to normal? Rimuru looked at the genuine pain and anxiety in her eyes, his expression extremely solemn, without the slightest hint of frivolity. She held her head high, patted her chest forcefully, and spoke with a firm and resolute tone, carrying an undeniable confidence, of course. To completely disarm the uneasy Malim Nava, and gain her full trust in his promise, Rimuru made a solemn oath of immense weight. I swear on my name, if I fail to restore your friend to his original form and return him to normal, then may I become that bastard Clayman. Upon hearing these words, Malim Nava was visibly shaken. She knew all too well Rimuru's feelings, and she also knew perfectly well what Clayman meant to Rimuru. He was a synonym for trash, the one Rimuru despised, hated, and could never tolerate in her life. The vow to transform into Clayman was not a joke, but the most sincere and resolute guarantee that Rimuru could give. All the doubts, anxieties, and despair in my heart vanished instantly. Malim Nava's eyes reddened further, glistening with tears, and a burning hope rekindled in her previously desolate and gloomy heart. She completely let go of all her murderous intent and obsession, and wholeheartedly and utterly believed in Rimuru's promise. Rimuru moved swiftly, flying towards the dragon that was firmly bound by infinite prison. She raised her hand and activated Lord of Gluttony, instantly swallowing the entire dragon whole, cleanly and efficiently concluding this step of the process. After defeating the trapped dragon, Rimuru immediately focused on the rebirth ritual. She retrieved the dragon's remaining magic core and carefully attempted to embed it into her newly constructed, pure and flawless pseudosoul, intending to reshape the dragon's soul and body, thus giving Malim Nava's dearest friend a new lease on life. But then a strange situation arose. The originally smooth integration process became unusually sluggish. It was as if there was an invisible barrier between the magic core and the pseudosoul, and they could not be successfully integrated no matter what they did. The entire reshaping process was extremely difficult. Rimuru stood frozen in place, maintaining his casting posture, a hint of embarrassment on his face. He turned to look at Malim Nava, who had been intently watching the entire process, and hesitantly spoke, Malim Nava. Seeing Rimuru hesitate and falter, his expression troubled, and hearing the reluctance in his voice, Malim Nava's heart sank. She mistakenly believed the rebirth ritual had failed, and the pent-up resentment and sadness surged up instantly. Her eyes reddened, tears immediately streaming down her face, and with a choked voice, she softly comforted him. It's all right, Rimuru. Even if you fail, it doesn't matter. As long as he can end his endless suffering, that's enough for him. Seeing Malim Nava with red, teary eyes, lost in her own sorrow, Rimuru quickly waved his hand to correct her, looking helpless. Oh no, what did I do wrong? She explained her predicament with a mix of amusement and exasperation. I just want to ask, does this dragon have a name? If not, I'll give it one. The sudden turn of events startled Malim Nava, tears welling in her eyes. She suppressed her grief, lowered her gaze, and recalled the distant past, the tender years spent with her dearest friend vividly before her eyes. After a moment's thought, Malim Nava's eyes softened with determination as she slowly spoke. Gaia, that's what I've always wanted to call him, that's his name. The moment Rimuru learned her special name, she understood and silently hoped for it. Gaia, don't let me down, and don't let your best friend Malim Nava, who has always been worried about you, down. Complete your rebirth well and wake up soon. The moment the name Gaia was decided, a wondrous resonance of souls was suddenly born. The previously stumbling and difficult integration process suddenly became incredibly smooth, almost effortless. The dragon's magic core was perfectly integrated into Pseudosoul, the soul was completely stabilized, and the rebirth ritual was successfully completed. A pure and gentle bluish-white halo slowly gathered and condensed in Rimuru's palm, eventually transforming into a warm and translucent dragon egg. Faint dragon patterns lingered on the eggshell, while the inside was filled with a vibrant and fresh aura of new life. Soon, a series of crisp, cracking sounds rang out. Cracks covered the entire dragon egg, and with a final soft pop, the shell shattered completely. A small, soft-looking, and adorable little dragon slowly emerged from it. Its delicate scales were glossy and shiny, its round eyes were clear and innocent, its tiny wings fluttered gently, and a warm and pure dragon breath surrounded it. A brand new life was born safely. The fledgling dragon Gaia broke free of its shattered eggshell, its light body hovering in midair. Its newly hatched eyes still held a hint of bewildered confusion, but the millennia-old bonds etched deep within its soul awakened with a resounding roar the moment it hatched. Without needing to probe or perceive its surroundings, Gaia's instincts instantly detected that familiar, warm scent that he would remember for a lifetime. It was his dearest friend, Malim Nava, who had always been there for him through the long years. A faint yet pure dragon breath trembled slightly, and the petite dragon body soared into the air without hesitation, shedding all its naivety and flying straight towards Malim Nava below with complete trust and affection. The soft, small dragon body nestled gently into Malim Nava's open embrace, curling up obediently in her arms. Its tiny tail lightly brushed against her arm, and its clear dragon eyes gazed steadily at her, filled with pure intimacy and dependence. After countless years, through death and resurrection, and the torment of decaying flesh, the little dragon named Gaia finally returned to the purest and gentlest form in Malim Nava's memory. Malim Nava trembled slightly, a warm sensation instantly enveloping her, and the guilt, worry, and despair weighing on her heart vanished in that moment. She looked down at the obedient and soft little dragon in her arms, at the familiar dragon scales, the familiar eyes, at her dearest friend who was unharmed and completely free from the shackles of pain, and her eyes reddened again, but this time it was not tears of sorrow but tears of ultimate joy and emotion. Overwhelmed with pent-up emotions, Malim Nava could no longer contain his excitement. He turned and embraced Rimuru tightly, his strength sincere and passionate, his voice trembling with barely concealed sobs and elation. Thank you, Rimuru. Thank you so much. This blessing of rebirth, this miracle of bringing her dearest friend back, is the most precious gift of her life. Rimuru sensed the girl's burning emotions, gently raised her hand, and lightly patted Malim Nava's back. Her tone was gentle and frank, carrying her usual composure and tenderness. You're welcome. We're friends, after all. Helping a friend is the right thing to do. The gentle warmth vanished in an instant, Rimuru's eyes darkened slightly, and a sharp glint appeared in them. Rimuru spoke with a firm tone, and a chilling fighting spirit, enunciating each word in a deep voice. However, let's leave this heartwarming reunion here. Now that Gaia has fully recovered and been reborn, it's time to deal with those bastards who broke Gaia's seal and maliciously controlled him. As soon as Rimuru finished speaking about settling scores, the atmosphere around Malim Nava, who was originally immersed in the joy of reunion, suddenly changed drastically. The tenderness and warmth in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness and boundless rage. The thought of his most cherished friend Gaia being forcibly unsealed and wantonly controlled by villains caused Malim Nava's pent-up anger to completely break free of its shackles, and the fury in his heart exploded. Her gaze sharpened, all gentleness vanished, and she instantly unleashed her full power with universal detect. Her previously limited sensory domain expanded wildly, like an invisible, overwhelming wave sweeping across the entire Jura Great Forest, traversing mountains and plains, penetrating dense forests, leaving no corner untouched. In an instant, several strange, sinister, and malicious auras were clearly locked onto the western border of Jura Great Forest. The moment he confirmed his target, Malim Nava lost all restraint. The long-dormant pressure erupted without restraint, and a massive surge of magical energy swept across the land like a natural disaster bursting its banks. A violent magical gale suddenly arose, sweeping across the heavens and earth, and the sharp wind pressure filled the entire airspace, tearing apart the surrounding air currents. A fierce and violent magical wind howled incessantly, its force so strong that it whipped Rimuru and Malim Nava's hair into the air, making it stiff and unable to fall down even a little. Malim Nava's pink eyes hardened with frost, her killing intent boiling, each word like a thunderclap, filled with extreme rage and ferocity. You few dare to lay a hand on my Gaia. You're asking for death. Consumed by rage, she immediately wanted to take to the air and rush to the border to personally tear those despicable scoundrels to pieces. But as soon as she moved, a soft, gentle rubbing came from her arms, and the tender, obedient touch instantly brought her back to her senses. Malim Nava snapped back to reality. Gaia was still nestled safely in his arms, newly reborn, innocent and naive, and incredibly vulnerable. She absolutely could not be allowed to be affected in the slightest by the upcoming battle. She forcefully suppressed her soaring killing intent, quickly restrained her restless magic, and carefully lifted the little dragon Gaia in her arms, handing it to Rimuru in a hurried and earnest tone. Rimuru, please keep an eye on Gaia for me. I'll be right back. Having given her instructions, she had no more worries. The pink light around her suddenly intensified, transforming into a dazzling pink meteor that tore through the sky, carrying a furious killing intent that could burn everything in its path. It sped through the air and rushed towards the enemy lines on the western border, covering an extremely long distance in an instant. Watching Malim Nava's eager figure rushing off to battle, Rimuru was still filled with unease. Rimuru's expression turned solemn, and with a slight thought, the pitch-black demonic mist suddenly surged and gathered around him. Amidst the swirling black mist, Diablo, elegant in his black robes and regal insignia, quietly appeared, kneeling on one knee with his head bowed, awaiting instructions. Rimuru carefully entrusted the innocent and obedient little dragon Gaia to Diablo's arms, his eyes extremely solemn and his tone stern and unyielding. Diablo, listen carefully. This is Gaia, Malim Nava's most cherished and important friend, who has just been given a new lease on life. You must do everything in your power to protect him, stay by his side at all times, and ensure that nothing goes wrong. Sensing the gravity in his master's words, and looking at the innocent, pure, and special little dragon in his arms, Diablo's eyes narrowed. His back straightened, his arms around Gaia became as firm as a rock, and he swore a solemn and resolute oath. Yes, Lord Rimuru. I will heed your command. Even if I am shattered to pieces and my soul is destroyed today, Lord Gaia will not be harmed in the slightest, nor will she lose a single scale. Having received Diablo's absolutely reassuring reply, Rimuru was completely relieved of his worries. Her eyes flashed with a cold light, and her body instantly burst into scorching crimson flames as Lord of Flames was activated. The next instant, Rimuru's figure, accompanied by raging flames, completely melted away on the spot. With his ultimate spatial teleportation, he instantly traversed thousands of miles of forest and landed directly in front of the group of uninvited guests on the western border of Jura Great Forest. Chapter 100, Grandfather Kills Granddaughter. It couldn't be more appropriate. Let's rewind to when the dragon was first brought under Rimuru's control with Infinite Prison. A group of people had already gathered at the western border of Jura Great Forest. The man standing at the very front is none other than Yuki Kagurasaka, the true mastermind behind the modern Harlequin alliance. He was also the former head of the Freedom Guild, renowned throughout Western nations. He was also one of the students of Shizuka, the Blazing Warrior. Behind Yuki, members of the moderate Harlequin alliance stood silently, their auras completely suppressed, like silent shadows, their presence cold and oppressive, creating an invisible barrier for this secret meeting. Standing opposite them was only a thin, disheveled figure, yet one filled with extreme resentment and unwillingness. She is Mariabelle, the last surviving descendant of Rosso clan, and the granddaughter of Hero of Light Gran Bell. The once powerful and influential Rosso clan, relying on the religious influence of the Luminous Church, monopolized resources and manipulated public opinion. They built their supreme power and wealth by trampling on the corpses of countless weak people, enjoying boundless glory and looking down upon all living beings. But all their glory and prosperity were completely destroyed in the purification crusade instigated by Rimuru. That war of reckoning that swept across the entire Western continent was akin to the final judgment of the Rosso clan and the Luminous Church. With absolute thunderous force, Rimuru purged the corrupt forces that had long stirred up conflict and caused countless sufferings on the continent, slaughtered the Rosso clan traitors, dismantled the evil foundation of the Luminous Church, and utterly crushed the millennia-old system of evil. Excerpt from the Future Jura Tempest Federation history textbook. As the war ended, the once powerful Rosso clan vanished, its members killed, reduced to ashes. Only Mariabelle and Gran Bell remained, like two homeless stray dogs, forced to embark on a life of wandering and exile. The grandfather and grandson could only hide in a secluded stronghold, barely surviving and relying on their remaining connections and resources to conceal their identities. But in dire straits, the human heart is most easily swayed, and fates quietly diverge. Rudra moved this elderly hero of light with his vision and promise of revival. Ultimately, after weighing the pros and cons, Gran Bell chose to abandon her remaining family and join Rudra's camp alone, following the emperor in his struggle for the world, leaving the lonely Mariabelle completely abandoned in boundless darkness and despair. Mariabelle, once a high-ranking capitalist who manipulated the masses with capital and treated human lives as bargaining chips, has fallen from grace. She no longer had a retinue of followers, inexhaustible wealth, or the power to manipulate the fates of others. All that remained was a restless pride, a deep-seated obsession, and a burning hatred. Accustomed to a life of luxury and control, she simply could not bear this destitute, precarious, and wretched existence. An overwhelming resentment grew and spread in her heart day by day, eventually solidifying into an unyielding obsession with Rimuru. In her twisted and prejudiced mind, it was Rimuru who destroyed her family, stripped her of everything, and crushed all her glory. It was Rimuru who made her fall from the clouds into the mire, turning her into a despicable, homeless dog. Just when she was in despair, filled with resentment, and had nowhere to turn, Yuki Kagurasaka took the initiative to find her hiding place, and offered her an olive branch for cooperation. Yuki had long seen through her obsession, resentment, and desire for revenge. He also knew that this descendant of Ratso possessed unique and special abilities, making her an extremely valuable pawn. His proposal for cooperation precisely struck at Mariabelle's only obsession at that moment: revenge. In order to take revenge on Rimuru, to reclaim everything lost, and to rebuild her own glory, Mariabelle didn't care even though she knew she was just a pawn in the other party's game, or that the road ahead was a bottomless abyss or a deal with a tiger. Without the slightest hesitation, doubt, or weighing of options, the last Rosso clansman, burdened with the blood feud of his people and filled with obsession, resolutely agreed, becoming an ally of Yuki Kagurasaka, a sharp blade of revenge waiting for its chance to be unleashed. At this moment the dragon, sealed off by infinite prison, was utterly trapped like a caged beast. No matter how its surging magical energy crashed against the dimensional barrier, only a muffled spatial rumble remained. It couldn't even stir up the slightest wave that could shake the battle, and all its ferocious attacks vanished without a trace. Witnessing this starkly unequal scene, Mariabelle's long-suppressed unease and despair finally erupted. Unable to maintain her composure and dignity any longer, she lunged forward, her fingers gripping Yuki Kagurasaka's clothes so tightly they nearly tore the fabric apart. Her once delicate, pale face was now contorted with extreme rage, her eyes churning with anxiety, fear, and chilling fury. Her voice trembled sharply, a shrill outburst of fury threatening to overwhelm her. "Everything you promised me was a lie, wasn't it?" She stared intently into Yuki's eyes, her words sharp and resolute, filled with a raging fury at being deceived. "You clearly told me that the demon king Rimuru had been severely injured by Emperor Rudra of the Eastern Empire, his strength greatly diminished, and he was no longer a threat. But look at him now. He can suppress this dragon so easily and overwhelmingly. How can this be a state of severe injury and weakness?" The extreme contrast shattered her spirit, and the pent-up sense of crisis completely overwhelmed her reason, making her questioning increasingly sharp. "And what about your promised backup plan? You promised to deploy your hybrid legion to counter Rimuru and disrupt the battle. Now that the war is upon us, where is your legion? Why is it nowhere to be seen?" Faced with Maribel's almost hysterical questioning, Yuki Kagrazaka instantly put on a perfectly appropriate expression of embarrassment. He lowered his eyes slightly, his brows furrowed, and his lips tightened, putting on an awkward look of being caught off guard and unprepared. He perfectly replicated the bewildered posture of a plan falling through and being caught off guard, and his tone carried a deliberate sense of helplessness and frustration. "It was truly my oversight." He sighed softly, his tone sincere yet tinged with embarrassment. "I never imagined that the demon king Rimuru would be so powerful. Even after his battle with Rudra, he still retains such terrifying combat strength, which completely exceeded my expectations." He paused slightly, then looked up at the restless Maribel, a fleeting, unnoticed glint in his eyes, before speaking with an unmistakable sincerity. "As for why my legion has not yet launched an attack, to be honest, I don't know the specific reasons either." This seemingly perfunctory explanation was, in fact, the only truly honest statement Yuki made throughout the entire conversation. He wasn't deliberately concealing his forces or playing tricks on Maribel. Rather, from the moment the battle began, he completely severed communication with his mixed legion. No matter what methods he used to adjust frequencies or sense his surroundings, he received absolutely no response. However, he perfectly concealed this genuine panic and doubt under a veneer of feigned embarrassment, and no one saw through it. Just then, a clear, cold, and somewhat nonchalant voice suddenly rang out from the side. The voice was not loud, but it was like a thread of ice piercing straight into the heart, making Yuki, who had been trying to remain calm, feel a chill run down her spine and up to the top of her head, and she trembled for no reason. "Your legion can't come." Yuki's heart sank, and she instinctively turned her head to look in the direction of the sound. Rimuru stood there unexpectedly not far away. Her aura was completely concealed, and she seemed relaxed and at ease, but the overwhelming pressure that looked down on all living beings firmly enveloped the entire area. No one could see when she approached, or how she managed to slip past everyone's senses and appear silently. This elusive method instantly brought the atmosphere to a freezing point. Upon seeing this, the members of the moderate Harlequin Alliance's pupils suddenly contracted. The image of Clayman's gruesome death instantly flashed into everyone's mind, although no one saw how Clayman died. The deep-seated hatred was simmering in their hearts, and the intense anger almost overwhelmed their reason. Their fists clenched, demonic energy swirling around them, killing intent and resentment churning in their eyes, eager to attack immediately. But ultimately, they adhered to the organization's rules. Without the leader Yuki's order, they forcibly suppressed their surging emotions, though their aura grew increasingly cold, firmly concealing their hostility beneath the surface. Even though the other party deliberately concealed their malice, Rimuru could still clearly perceive their palpable malice. She glanced indifferently at the group of tense clowns, her eyes showing no emotion. In her eyes, their anger was nothing more than the futile roars of ants at a towering tree, insignificant and laughable, not worth taking seriously at all. Rimuru slowly stepped forward, his gaze finally settling on Yuki, whose expression was shifting. His tone carried a hint of apology, a half-smile, but his words were devoid of warmth, only cold resolve. "I am so sorry, Yuki. Your legions are destined not to make it in time. Not long ago, I unleashed the long-dormant Second Plague, and now not a single person remains within the entire Eastern Empire. Your troops stationed there were naturally wiped out as well. A few casual words pronounced the annihilation of a large army. As soon as he finished speaking, Rimura's gaze slowly swept over everyone present, from Yuki to Kigali, Laplace, Footman, and Tyr who were on guard beside him, and finally settled on Mariabelle, who was pale and trembling all over, his eyes revealing a sharp edge. Now that things have come to this, it's time to settle our old scores. Yuki, Kigali, Laplace, Footman, Tyr, and you Mariabelle, that Oldman Granbelle's granddaughter. Her tone suddenly turned sharp, each word ringing with conviction, cutting off all escape routes for everyone. None of you will leave this place today. The moment the cold verdict was pronounced, a dark, ominous light suddenly surged in Rimura's palm. A deep, dark black vortex appeared out of thin air in her palm, its inner walls swirling with chaotic black mist that devoured all light. The vortex expanded wildly at a visible speed, and the fierce spatial wind pressure raged across the wilderness, making the clowns and Mariabelle present feel breathless and tense. In just a few breaths, the dark vortex, which had expanded to several meters in size, suddenly froze, and then vanished completely like a shattered bubble. In the center of the void where the vortex receded, a tall and majestic figure slowly appeared. That familiar face, that upright figure, it was none other than Granbelle, whom Mariabelle knew all too well. But the figure standing here now is no longer the hero of light who once followed Rudra and roamed the world. The soul that controls this perfect body is the King of Hope. Rimura stared at him indifferently, without a trace of emotion, and issued the ruling. Serial, you're in charge of dealing with Mariabelle. She is Granbelle's only blood granddaughter, and now you control this body. As her grandmother, it is most fitting for you to end her life with your own hands. This is the coldest and most thorough reckoning of fate, using the grandfather's body to sever the last bloodline with his own hands. Serial bowed slightly, his posture upright and elegant, and bowed deeply to Rimuru, his tone devout and solemn, without the slightest hint of disobedience. I obey your command, my lord. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly straightened up, his dark, cold eyes fixed on Mariabelle, whose expression was frozen and filled with disbelief. Under Mariabelle's completely stunned and shocked gaze, Serial raised his hand and grasped the divine weapon at his waist. The crisp, sharp sound of the sword being drawn shattered the deathly silence of the wilderness. True intent was drawn, its blade shimmering with a clear yet icy radiance, carrying the ultimate cutting power and unparalleled might, as it swiftly slashed straight at Mariabelle. A desperate situation suddenly descended upon us. Although Mariabelle has been in hiding for a long time, no longer possessing her former power and influence, she remains the last descendant of the Rosso clan, and a hero of light. Granbelle's granddaughter possesses a depth of character far exceeding that of ordinary people. Having long held sway over the Western Council and secretly controlled the power of various nations, she was by no means a mere figurehead who could only manipulate power. Having experienced countless power struggles and battlefield trials, her combat instincts, agility, and magical control are all top-notch, far surpassing those of ordinary monsters and humans. Faced with Serial's relentless and rapid sword strikes, she frantically dodged and weaved with her ultimate survival instinct. Her clothes fluttered wildly in the strong wind, as she narrowly avoided true intent's fatal slashes several times. The sharp blade grazed her neck and shoulders time and again, cleaving through the air currents, but it never managed to harm her in the slightest. Mariabelle's mind had completely collapsed. Looking at her grandfather's face, which was so familiar, she felt no warmth whatsoever, only a chilling killing intent and a strange coldness, although there wasn't much warmth to begin with. Extreme anger and confusion overwhelmed her reason. She frantically dodged sword attacks while hysterically screaming and cursing. Granbelle! What on earth is wrong with you, you old geezer? We're in this together. We've all been driven to desperation by Rimuru. She destroyed our families and turned us into homeless dogs. You actually betrayed your own kind, betrayed your bloodline, and willingly obeyed the orders of your enemy to kill me. You've gone mad. You've completely gone mad. The piercing curses echoed through the woods, both laughable and pathetic. She never understood until her death that the person before her was no longer the grandfather who once shared secrets with her and plotted to dominate the world. Serial was completely oblivious to her anger, grief, and despair. Human emotions, blood ties, and past friendships were all meaningless and illusory to him. Colorless and formless power covered the entire true meaning holy sword. A silent and invisible slash was launched instantly, so fast that it exceeded Mariabelle's reaction limit, and there was no way to dodge it. A cold, tearing sound suddenly rang out, and blood gushed out instantly. Mariabelle's legs were severed cleanly below the knees in an instant. An intense, devastating pain instantly swept through her body, like thousands of steel needles piercing her bones and flames burning her meridians. The excruciating pain almost instantly overwhelmed her consciousness, causing her vision to go black, and her body to convulse violently. The excruciating pain was enough to make an ordinary person faint instantly and lose consciousness completely, but Mariabelle gritted her teeth, and relied on her strong will to survive to stay conscious. She screamed inwardly, "I can't faint. I absolutely can't faint. Once I lose consciousness, I'll be at their mercy, and I'll die without a burial place." But cruel reality had already sealed her fate. Even if she forced herself to stay conscious and struggled with all her might, death was still the inevitable end awaiting her. Severely wounded and lying on the ground, Mariabelle, having lost both legs, lay paralyzed in a pool of blood, utterly consumed by despair. With her last ounce of magic, she forcefully activated her unique skill, the Greedy One. But it was all in vain. Mariabelle couldn't even completely control Granbelle, nor could she shake her unwavering will and soul. Moreover, the one currently controlling this body is the King of Hope. The moment her power touched Serial's body, it vanished without a trace, like a mud ox sinking into the sea, failing to even create a ripple. Ignoring her futile struggles and ridiculous attempts at skill, Serial coldly and slowly approached, stepping over the warm blood on the ground. Looking down at Mariabelle, who lay dying and wretched in a pool of blood, his eyes held no pity, only the absolute coldness of carrying out an order. The next instant, the true meaning holy sword suddenly pierced out. The incredibly sharp blade pierced straight through Mariabelle's thin chest, precisely targeting her heart. Before she could even feel the final despair, Serial suddenly tightened her wrist, and the holy sword churned violently inside her, instantly tearing her heart apart, shattering her internal organs, and completely extinguishing all her life force. The gushing blood stained the grass beneath her feet. Mariabelle's pupils suddenly dilated, and all her anger, resentment, hatred, and obsession vanished completely in that moment. Thus, his life came to an end. In her previous life, she was a top capitalist who possessed immense wealth and exploited all living beings. She was the behind-the-scenes controller who secretly manipulated Western nations and held power in the council. And she was the most noble little princess of Rasa clan. But one day, the game of chess collapsed, his family was destroyed, his relatives abandoned him, and he had nowhere to turn, becoming a homeless dog that everyone could bully in the chaotic world. Finally, in the remote wilderness of the Jura Great Forest, he died beneath his grandfather's body, ending his tumultuous and sinful life in a hasty and tragic manner. It's chapter 100 already. Not many people have made it this far. Since you've already read this far, why not join the group and have some fun? Chapter 101. Velda Rimuru stood there indifferently. It was she who had given the order for Serial to control Grubel's body, and, with overwhelming force, personally end Mariabelle's life. The entire process was ruthless and decisive, without the slightest hesitation or ripples, as if he were merely crushing an insignificant ant. This cruel and chilling scene was witnessed by Yuki, who was standing to the side. At this moment Yuki, who was usually carefree and shrewd, felt a chill run down his spine for the first time. A fear from the depths of his soul spread wildly, making his muscles tense, and his back soaked in cold sweat. He stared intently at the indifferent Rimuru, his Adam's apple bobbing uncontrollably, his voice trembling with barely concealed fear. He hastily began to plead for mercy, trying to salvage the situation. Hey, Rimuru. Calm down. You absolutely wouldn't, lay a hand on me, right? We're allies. We've fought side by side for so long, and I've never betrayed you. He spoke very quickly, frantically trying to recall the last vestige of their bond, attempting to evoke any remaining affection in the other person. The besides, we're fellow countrymen from another world. As the old saying goes, when fellow countrymen meet, their eyes well up with tears. We're comrades, how could you possibly lay a hand on me? Yuki's eyes were filled with fear and a glimmer of hope, clinging desperately to the last thread of friendship, trying to escape this catastrophic disaster by claiming to be a fellow countryman and ally. But Rimuru lowered her eyes, her heterochromatic pupils devoid of warmth, devoid of their former gentleness, filled only with an all-knowing indifference and bone-chilling coldness. She gently raised her eyes and uttered a few words, each one like an icicle, shattering all of Yuki's self-comfort and illusions. There are no permanent friends in the world, only permanent interests. His calm voice, yet carrying the absolute authority to decide life and death, resounded throughout the deathly silent battlefield. Now that Rudra is dead and the Eastern Empire has been completely destroyed, our former common interests have long since vanished. The magical energy around Rimuru suddenly surged, and the dark energy swept in all directions like a wind, causing the air to distort and tremble. Since the interests are no longer aligned, the alliance is naturally void. Therefore, starting today, all the long-standing grievances between us should be settled one by one. The moment the words left his mouth, the air pressure in the entire world suddenly dropped to freezing point. Before the panicked Yuki could react, Rimuru instantly appeared in front of Yuki. A chilling killing intent enveloped Yuki, completely locking him in place and preventing him from even having the thought of escaping. Rimuru gripped the demonic blade in one hand, its edge gleaming with a dark, chilling light. She looked down at the deathly pale-faced Yuki, her tone laced with a cold mockery and absolute confidence. I remember that your most relied upon trump card is your exclusive skill, ability ceiling, right? Today I'll see if your prized ability ceiling can actually block this attack for you. The pitch-black demonic energy surged wildly into the blade, layering, swirling, boiling, and exploding, transforming into a dense, ink-black blade aura that swept across the sky with an aura of destruction. Storm Black Demon Slash. With a low shout, Rimuru swung his sword in quick succession. A violent black blade of light, carrying the power to tear apart heaven and earth, crashed down. In that instant, the shadow of death completely enveloped Yuki, his pupils constricted, and his heart nearly stopped. In the face of extreme crisis, he had no room for thought or evasion. His survival instincts propelled him to make a final stand. With both hands moving simultaneously, he hastily drew the longsword and dagger he carried close to his body, his arms taut, using all his fighting spirit to desperately cross and block in front of him, attempting to withstand the fatal blow. However, the vast difference in status had already predetermined the outcome. In terms of both weapon quality and individual strength, Yuki was worlds apart from Rimuru at this moment. His hastily executed block was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in the face of overwhelming power, futile and laughable. The next moment, the pitch-black demonic blade slammed down on the two weapons. There was no violent roar or collision, only a crisp, piercing cracking sound. Rimuru's demonic blade sliced through Yuki's two weapons with the ease and power of a hot, sharp blade cutting through soft butter. The hardened weapon shattered and crumbled instantly, sending metal fragments flying everywhere. The violent annihilation magic attached to the blade erupted instantly, like a greedy black hole, devouring and dissolving all the weapon fragments, turning them into nothingness in an instant, leaving not even a trace behind. The offensive has not subsided, and its momentum remains undiminished. Even though Yuki dodged to the side at top speed the instant his weapon shattered, trying his best to avoid vital points, he still couldn't completely evade the terrifying slash. The dark blade grazed his left arm, leaving only a shallow cut, but it had devastating consequences. The berserk magic surged wildly into the wound. Visible black demonic energy spread rapidly along his forearm, devouring and tearing his entire left arm apart. Excruciating pain and numbness instantly swept through her body. Yuki's face turned deathly pale, veins bulged on her forehead, and a suppressed groan escaped her lips. In the blink of an eye, the flesh and blood of his entire forearm were devoured and dissolved by the demonic essence, and his skin and flesh rotted away. His entire forearm collapsed and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, completely losing its vitality and sensation. Excruciating pain, a trembling soul, and endless fear completely overwhelmed Yuki's mind. The next moment, a blur tore through the air like a ghost. Laplace appeared beside Yuki in an instant, the short sword in his hand transforming into a cold and resolute gleam, slashing down precisely without the slightest hesitation. With a sickening metallic scraping sound, Yuki's forearm, which had been devoured by the demonic energy, drew a shrill, bloody arc in the air, and blood gushed out from the severed end like a fountain. Laplace's strike not only severed Yuki's limbs, but also inflicted the deadly magical corruption. Had he not reacted quickly, Yuki would likely be dead by now, do you believe it? Footman, who had been waiting in the wings, had a ruthless glint in his eyes. He knew that Yuki had already attracted Rimuru's attention, and this was the perfect opportunity for him to strike. He took a deep breath, and his body contorted in an extreme way that defied human logic, with his limbs and head pressed tightly against his torso, instantly transforming into a high-speed spinning ball of steel. With a piercing whistling sound, Footman transformed into a black whirlwind, carrying terrifying kinetic energy capable of crushing everything in its path, hurtling straight towards Rimuru's chest. He had staked all his strength on this attack, determined to avenge the gruesome death of Clayman. However, Rimuru showed no panic whatsoever in the face of this fierce impact, and didn't even blink. Rimuru sighed softly, his tone tinged with annoyance at being interrupted. Just as Footman was about to touch the hem of his clothes, Rimuru suddenly lifted his right leg. In an instant, Rimuru's entire right leg was covered by black flame. Bang! A deafeningly loud bang exploded in the center of the battlefield. Rimuru's right foot, imbued with black flame, struck Footman's torso, which had turned into a ball of flesh, with perfect precision. Time seemed to stand still for half a second at that moment. Immediately afterward, Footman's once proud defense proved as fragile as paper against black flame. He was sent flying backward at several times the speed of his initial impact, like a baseball hit with a home run. Black flame relentlessly eroded his body upon impact, filling the air with a nauseating smell of burning flesh. Aya. Footman flew hundreds of meters away, crashing into a distant mountain wall, and creating a huge spiderweb-like crack in the entire mountain peak, before finally breaking free from his spinning state. He fell heavily to the ground, his body emitting black smoke, writhing in pain, and unable to move. Yuki stood silently in place, his gaze slowly moving downwards until it landed on the severed arm that was still bleeding profusely. He didn't look at the gruesome wound, instead, he seemed to be admiring a beautiful work of art, a chilling smile spreading across his face. He turned his head again to look at Footman, who had been kicked away and crashed heavily to the ground in the distance. Watching his subordinate embedded in the mountain wall like a rag doll, Yuki let out a suppressed laugh, which grew louder and louder until it finally turned into unrestrained maniacal laughter. Finally, his gaze returned to Rimuru. Those eyes, which always held a hint of mockery and calculation, were now covered with spiderweb-like blood vessels, and the pupils were contracting violently, revealing a suffocating frenzy. What a hopeless monster! Yuki suddenly raised his head, staring intently at Rimuru, his voice sharp and distorted with extreme excitement. So the most dangerous person wasn't Emperor Rudra, it was you, Rimuru. He suddenly raised his only remaining right hand and grabbed the sleeve of his empty left arm, his eyes filled with a morbid obsession. If I had known, I should have let Clayman crush you into mincemeat when you were still weak. How could I have been so arrogant? He looked up at the gray sky, his face contorted so grotesquely it seemed about to split open. I originally wanted to dominate the world with my own power. Ha ha ha, is this God's will? This is so interesting. This is absolutely hilarious. Laughter echoed across the empty battlefield, carrying a chilling madness. He suddenly lowered his head, his eyes locking onto Rimuru like a venomous snake. Let's make a decision, Rimuru. Goodbye, my best friend. His voice suddenly became soft, yet it carried a chilling edge. I regret betraying you now, back when I was trying to dominate the world. After all, it was such a happy time being your friend back then. As Yuki spoke, he nervously scratched his neck, his fingernails drawing bloody marks on his skin, but he was completely unaware of it. I am the one who pushed you to this point. I am the one who made you into this state. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. He muttered to himself as he laughed, his whole body trembling, tears mingling with his manic laughter as they streamed down his face. As soon as the apology was uttered, Yuki's entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. The ever-present, enigmatic smile on his face vanished completely. In its place lay a pure, irrational madness. His eyes no longer flickered, no longer calculated, no longer concealed any ulterior motives. Only a burning, all-consuming flame remained in those eyes, like someone who had finally torn away all pretense, releasing the purest malice in the moment before utterly plunging into the abyss. The air on the battlefield suddenly plummeted to freezing point, and a suffocating chill crept up Rimuru's spine. It wasn't the low temperature that came from the physical realm, but a pure, extreme malice emanating from the depths of his soul. Rimuru narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed on the crazed figure in front of him. At the severed point of Yuki's empty left arm, instead of gushing blood, nauseating dark purple flesh sprouted. Accompanied by a tooth-grinding sound of bones grinding together, a brand new arm grew and remodeled at a visible speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely healed. However, what's even more chilling is Yuki's current state. His lips curled into an inhuman arc, and a strangely shaped, double-snake short sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. The blade seemed to possess a life of its own, its two serpentine blades twisting wildly in the air before transforming into afterimages, relentlessly slashing at Rimuru's vitals at an extremely tricky and unpredictable angle. Jingle bells. A series of loud crashes echoed through the air, sending sparks flying. Faced with this storm of attacks, Rimuru didn't even flinch. To her, such attacks were as ridiculous as a child waving a stick. He gripped his weapon with one hand, his movements seemingly casual, yet carrying an innate elegance and composure. With a crisp metallic clang, Rimuru slightly twisted his wrist and casually flicked the seemingly living, twin serpent short swords away. The immense recoil made Yuki's hand go numb, and he involuntarily staggered back half a step. Rimuru slowly lowered his eyes, coldly looking at the Yuki before him, whose demeanor had completely collapsed, and who had fallen into extreme madness. Those eyes, which always held a hint of mockery and calculation, were now filled only with an empty, destructive desire. You are not Yuki. Rimuru's voice was icy and flat, as if he were looking at a soulless shell. You are. He paused slightly, seemingly searching his memory for something, but then lost interest. He shook his head listlessly, his gaze returning to its indifferent state. Forget it, I don't care who you are. Anyway, you're all people I'm going to kill. For Rimuru, it didn't matter who occupied this body. Since the other party had completely taken the opposite side, all that was needed was to erase them from this world. However, just as Rimuru was about to unleash his full magical power to deliver a fatal blow, Yuki suddenly stopped all movement. He tilted. He looked up at Rimuru with an extremely strange, even somewhat naive and arrogant posture, then spoke in a deep and authoritative voice that seemed to resonate from the depths of his soul. Hello, Demon King Rimuru. He slightly raised his chin, a domineering smile curving his lips, his eyes revealing a divine aura that looked down upon all living beings. Velda Nava. I know what you're going to say, why is Velda, the web version character, appearing when Feldway, the paperback version character, has already appeared? Because I was really a bit crazy back then, I wrote it like this the first time. When I first started rewriting it, I didn't want to write about this guy, but now that the plot has fallen apart like this, there's really nothing to write about if I don't give Rimuru some power, so let's leave it at that. Chapter 102 The Resurrection of the Sorcerer Emperor Jizzle Malim Nava. I'll let you get away this time, consider it a failed deal. The air on the battlefield seemed to freeze. Yuki Kagrazaka stood silently amidst the ruins, emanating an aura completely different from his former self. Deep within Rimuru's consciousness, Seal's voice, clearly tinged with emotion, resounded. Master, a fundamental shift in Yuki Kagrazaka's life response and soul wavelength has been detected. Although the memories carried by the Lord of Flames have suffered considerable wear and tear, there has never been any record of the existence of Velda in the past tens of thousands of reincarnations. This is a new variable. The success rate of this cycle will be affected, potentially dropping by as much as 32%. It is recommended to immediately activate the highest alert protocol and reassess the enemy threat level. However, the changes on the battlefield did not give them much time to think. Footman. Tears-piercing screams tore through the brief silence. She rushed to Footman's side, tears streaming down her face as she looked at her best friend, his body engulfed in the black flame, his flesh charred black. She desperately tried to use her magic to extinguish the eerie flames, but before she could do anything, the black flame extinguished itself. Footman. Are you all right? Tyr reached out her hand, trembling, wanting to touch him. But the next second, her pupils suddenly contracted. Footman, his body charred black, stood up stiffly in a posture completely contrary to the structure of human joints. His head was tilted to one side at an eerie angle, and his empty eye sockets held no emotion, only endless emptiness. Before Tyr could speak, Footman suddenly reached out and grabbed her neck tightly. Without the slightest hesitation, without the slightest doubt, the charred hand unleashed terrifying power, twisting forcefully. Tyr's body was flung away like a rag doll, crashing heavily against the rock wall. Then, Footman's body began to swell in a horrifying way. The sound of bones cracking rang out rapidly as his torso expanded outwards at a visible speed, his clothes ripping apart in an instant and scattering in shreds. But it wasn't muscle growth, rather, some kind of viscous, dark purple magic seeped from beneath his skin, like countless wriggling maggots, densely coiling around his body. The facial features beneath the mask melted completely as it expanded, their places covered by a layer of grayish-white, undulating membrane. Beneath that membrane, countless tiny protrusions seemed to be moving about, like some kind of insect egg hatching and multiplying wildly under the skin. His limbs twisted and elongated, his joints bent in the opposite direction, eventually merging with his torso. The entire person no longer human expanded into a gigantic egg-shaped object 3 meters tall in just a few seconds. The egg's surface wasn't smooth, instead, it was covered in nauseating wrinkles and pustules. Each pustule pulsated rhythmically, as if it contained some kind of breathing, living creature. A viscous film of dark purple magic energy formed on the egg surface, and murky liquid occasionally seeped from the cracks, dripping onto the ground with a sizzling, corrosive sound. A mixture of rotting flesh, rust, and a nauseatingly sweet stench emanated from the cracks in the eggs. On the other side, Laplace's breathing became erratic. Just now, when that chilling wave of magical energy swept in from Footman's direction, his usually calm heart was gripped by an emotion called fear for the first time in his life. This place is not safe to stay for long. Only one thought flashed through Laplace's mind. Without any hesitation, he clenched his right hand in midair, and 2 specially made smoke grenades appeared out of thin air in his palm. He grabbed Kigali's wrist and slammed the smoke grenades to the ground. Acrid smoke exploded instantly, and a tangible, grayish-white mist expanded wildly around the two, completely engulfing the area within dozens of meters. The smoke contained strong magical interference, enough to block most tracking skills. When the smoke cleared, only 2 wisps of lingering mist remained, while the 2 figures had vanished without a trace. Velda stood silently, his gaze piercing through the lingering smoke, watching the direction Laplace had fled. He didn't give chase, nor did he show the slightest surprise. He merely turned his head slightly to look at Rimuru beside him, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. They ran away. He paused, a faint smile playing on his lips, but you don't seem to be in a hurry. Rimuru stood still, her long sword hanging diagonally at her side. Her gaze was calmly fixed on Velda, her eyes showing no panic, but rather an air of complete composure. They can't escape. Rimuru's voice was not loud, but every word reached Velda's ears clearly. This is my territory. Moreover, Rimuru paused slightly, a meaningful glint in his eyes. There is another very powerful being who has already gone to find them. She didn't explain who this very powerful being was. But Velda sensed a certain certainty in his tone. It wasn't bluffing, but a carefully laid plan. Rimura slowly raised the knife in his hand, the tip pointing at Velda. The blade reflected his cold and clear eyes. You should think about how you're going to get out of this. The wind swept through the battlefield ruins, stirring up rubble and dust. Rimura's blade gleamed coldly in the moonlight, but her aura was sharper than that blade. Laplace's specially made smoke bombs not only obscured vision, but also marked teleportation anchor points on spatial coordinates. When the thick, grayish-white fog suddenly exploded at another coordinate point, he unhesitatingly dragged Kigali into this hellish arena shrouded in the aura of death. However, what awaited them was a scene of purgatory that was enough to instantly shatter their reason. Not far away, the enormous, 3-meter-tall egg-shaped object throbbed with a nauseating rhythm, dark purple demonic energy swirling on its surface like viscous pus. At its feet, in a pool of blood, Tyr lay limp like a broken doll, his neck twisted at a fatal angle, his life slowly draining away with each drop of blood. Tyr! Kigali let out a piercing scream, as her knees slammed heavily onto the scorched earth. Trembling, she stretched out her hands, desperately pouring healing magic into Tyr's mangled body. Golden light shone, but it was like a stone thrown into the sea, utterly unable to stop the deathly aura spreading from his cervical spine. Just as Kigali was about to burn his soul to ashes, a sudden change occurred. The nauseating giant egg behind them suddenly emitted a teeth-grinding tearing sound. Its body, which had been swollen to its limit, began to shrink and collapse inward at a speed that defied the laws of physics. The wrinkled pustules and writhing demonic energy seemed to be swallowed by some invisible giant maw, and the popping sounds of bones reforming exploded like popping beans. Big sister! Step back! Laplace's pupils suddenly contracted, and his rationality made him instantly draw his weapon and stand in front of Kigali. However, Kigali seemed to be rooted to the spot. The aura emanating from the egg had changed. It was no longer the nauseating, malicious stench of before, but a magical fluctuation. Etched deep within her soul, one that she could never mistake even across endless ages. It was a familiar feeling tinged with coldness and arrogance. Kigali turned his head stiffly, his pupils trembling violently. Within the lingering, foul-smelling demonic energy, a bloated figure slowly rose. The aura, the gaze, even the faint curve of the lips all perfectly matched the demon in his memory. It's you. How could it be you? Kigali's voice was hoarse beyond recognition, each word sounding like it was being ripped from her throat. Her body trembled like leaves in the autumn wind, and tears streamed down her face, washing away the blood. Shouldn't you have died long ago? I saw Malim Nava in a rage tear you to pieces. How are you still alive? She stared intently at the face before her, her fingernails digging deep into her palms, blood trickling down between her fingers. Footman. Where's my footman? What did you do to him? Despair and anger intertwined like a sharp knife, piercing her heart. Kigali abruptly stood up, pointing at the other person's nose, her voice shrill and distorted with utter despair. You bastard! Haven't you harmed me and more than 100,000 innocent people enough? Tears blurred her vision, but those unbearable memories exploded in her mind more clearly than the reality before her eyes. Those were hellish years. She remembers how she was stripped of her dignity and trampled on like an object. She remembers how more than 100,000 vibrant lives were turned to ashes overnight, without even a chance to cry out. She remembers how she prayed for death in the endless darkness, only to find that even death was a luxury. She thought she had escaped, and that the cursed years had ended completely with the death of that demon. But now, that demon is standing right in front of her. It descended upon her world once more, carrying with it the aura that had haunted her nightmares for decades, the aura that made her feel suffocated even to breathe. This isn't real. Kigali's knees could no longer support her weight, and she collapsed to her knees, covering her face with her hands and letting out a heart-wrenching wail. Kigali's wailing echoed across the battlefield, but it failed to elicit a single act of pity. Jizzle, whose body had been reconstructed from magic essence, that bastard once known as the Magic Emperor, looked down at Kigali kneeling on the ground. His eyes held no ripples of joy at their reunion, only the disdain and coldness of looking at an ant. What, are you disappointed that I'm still alive? Jizzle's voice was hoarse and cold, each word like a poisoned needle piercing Kigali's wounds. He slightly raised his chin, his tone filled with a nauseating arrogance. Kazalim, my foolish son. It is his honor that I have been resurrected in the body of this fellow named Footman. Now you may die. Before he finished speaking, Jizzle slowly raised his right hand. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to be drained of its magic, and a massive magical sphere, radiating an aura of destruction, was frantically compressed and shaped in his palm. Blinding light illuminated the ruins, and the oppressive feeling of death instantly locked onto Kigali. The magic bullet, accompanied by a piercing shriek as it tore through the air, hurtled straight toward Kigali. With Kigali's strength, if she abandoned healing and focused entirely on dodging, she definitely had a chance to avoid this fatal blow. But she couldn't. Tyr's life force was already extremely weak. Once she lost the support of healing magic, she would surely die. Tyr. Kigali gritted her teeth, a resolute glint in her eyes. Instead of stopping her treatment, she abruptly turned, shielding Tyr with her frail back. She closed her eyes, prepared to use her own body to shield her beloved friend from this devastating judgment. Big sister, quickly treat the Tyr, then run, don't look back. At that critical moment, a dark figure flashed by like lightning. Without hesitation, Laplace stepped in front of Kigali, gripping two short swords in reverse and assuming a defensive stance. He closed his eyes, focusing all his senses on what lay ahead, bracing himself for the impact that would tear him apart. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out on the battlefield, and a violent surge of magical energy whipped up a gust of wind that made Kigali's long hair fly wildly. However, the excruciating pain of being pierced through the body that was expected did not come. Laplace paused for a moment, then tentatively moved his body, and found that he was still standing perfectly still in the same spot. My hands are still there, my feet are still there, and my head is still there. He suddenly opened his eyes, and looked ahead following the magical fluctuations that had been abruptly stopped. He was struck dumb with shock and speechless. Kigali also noticed something amiss behind her. With tears in her eyes, she turned around and followed Laplace's gaze, seeing the unforgettable figure behind her. It was a petite figure, steadily blocking their way. Milim Nava. The Demon King, who had torn Jizzle to pieces in a rage, now stretched out one hand. The enormous magic bullet, enough to destroy half the battlefield, was casually held in her palm. The violent energy vanished without a trace the moment it touched her hand. Jizzle's arrogance froze instantly. When he saw who was standing in front of Kigali, his pupils contracted sharply, and a fear from the depths of his soul swept over him. The scene of Milim Nava tearing him to pieces in a fit of rage 1,000 years ago flashed wildly through his mind like a nightmare. To say he wasn't afraid would be a lie. Milim Nava casually tossed the magic bullet aside like trash, causing a violent explosion. She slowly turned her head, her clear eyes now burning with undisguised rage. You're still alive. Milim Nava's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority, each word like a hammer blow, striking Jizzle's heart hard. You killed Gaia, you killed more than 100,000 innocent civilians, and you still have the nerve to live on. Jizzle, kids, do you think I can leave here alive? Chapter 103. As Milim Nava's petite yet suffocatingly imposing figure appeared out of thin air, Kigali and Laplace, who were in dire straits, seemed to grasp at the last straw, and the flame of hope rekindled in their eyes. However, in stark contrast to their relief was Jizzle's deep-seated fear. His previously haughty mask shattered instantly, replaced by undisguised terror and trembling. You killed Gaia and desecrated his body. Milim Nava's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a thunderclap, causing visible ripples in the surrounding air. Although Jizzle was not responsible for the desecration of Gaia's body, it did not stop her from venting all her anger. She slightly raised her chin, her eyes filled with icy killing intent. I can tear you apart once, and I can tear you apart a second time. But this time, you won't be able to come back to life. As soon as he finished speaking, Malim Nava had a sudden thought and immediately initiated a communication with Rimuru. Rimuru, don't you have a group of demons under your command? I remember they are masters at manipulating souls. Send one over here, please. There's some bastard here who deserves to die a horrible death. I want him to suffer eternal agony in hell. Hearing Malim Nava's nonchalant yet utterly cruel pronouncement, Jizzle's psychological defenses completely crumbled. He screamed in terror, his voice shrill and piercing with extreme fear. What a joke. Why do I have to run into a monster like you right after I respawned? In a state of despair and madness, Jizzle unleashed an unprecedentedly massive fireball at Malim Nava. The blazing flames, carrying an aura of destruction, instantly engulfed the location where Malim Nava stood, creating a deafening explosion. Flames soared into the sky, and waves of heat swept across the area, threatening to incinerate the entire space. However, Jizzle didn't dare to linger for even a moment, not even daring to glance at the consequences of the explosion. Knowing how terrifying Malim Nava was, he immediately tried to use teleportation magic to escape this nightmarish place the moment the fireball hit him. But to his horror, he discovered that the space around him seemed to have been solidified into an impenetrable iron plate. His teleportation magic, which he was so proud of, failed the moment it touched this invisible barrier. Jizzle realized in despair that the space here had been completely sealed off, and he was like a caged beast with no way to escape. As the smoke from the explosion slowly dissipated, Malim Nava remained standing quietly in place, not even the hem of his clothes disheveled. She didn't even bother to dodge, she simply stared coldly at her completely broken prey with the same look she had when looking at a dead man. Malim Nava showed no pity, and had no intention of giving the other party any chance to breathe. Without a word, she suddenly exerted her strength, and unleashed a powerful Draco Nova. In an instant, more than 10 dazzling and deadly beams of light tore through the air from all directions at drastically different and tricky angles, heading straight for Jizzle. Jizzle dared not be careless, knowing full well the terror of this attack. He frantically drew upon his magic power, instantly creating a defensive barrier in front of him. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, such a level of defense is laughably weak, like paper. Draco Nova struck the defensive barrier, like a heavy stone hitting fragile glass. With a crisp crack, the barrier was covered with spiderweb-like cracks before shattering. Without the protection of the barrier, the dozen or so beams of light poured down on Jizzle without reservation. The violent energy instantly tore his body apart, and excruciating pain and despair surged through him simultaneously. Feeling this terrifying attack that could make even the soul tremble, Jizzle knew he couldn't survive on his own. He desperately tried to contact Feldway, who had helped him resurrect, and cried out as if grasping at a last straw, "Feldway, come save me. That monster Malim Nava is here too. If you don't come soon, all the resources and effort you've poured into me will have gone to waste." However, what he received was not salvation, but a single word from Feldway, a word that conveyed the devastation of losing a dear friend, the collapse of his faith, and endless despair. "Get out." With communications ruthlessly severed, Jizzle finally withstood Malim Nava's devastating attack. His body was charred black and covered in blood, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll, struggling to breathe. Immediately afterward, a series of light footsteps sounded, and Malim Nava's voice came eerily from behind Jizzle. That lovely voice, which should have been pleasant and comforting, sounded like a death knell from hell to Jizzle, sending chills down her spine. "Who are you communicating with?" She tilted her head, her tone carrying a hint of innocent doubt. However, before Jizzle could recover from her extreme fear, Malim Nava suddenly leaned down and grabbed Jizzle's head tightly. With a dull thud, she slammed his head hard against the ground without any mercy. 1, 2, 3. One slam was clearly not enough to vent his anger, so Malim Nava grabbed his head and slammed it on the ground countless times, as if to vent his frustration. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the hard rocky ground. Jizzle's screams had long since faded with the continuous impacts, and in the end, only the grating sound of flesh and bone shattering echoed for a long time in the deathly silent battlefield. In the ruins not far away, Kigali stared intently at the scene before him that resembled a battlefield. Watching Jizzle, the demon who once filled her with endless fear and hatred, being brutally rubbed against the ground like a rag doll by Malim Nava, she felt a surge of exhilarating satisfaction at finally getting her revenge. But at the same time, a deep sense of worry also began to creep into her heart like a vine. This can't go on. Kigali gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed. If Malim Nava continued to vent his anger without restraint, the body possessed by Jizzle, Footman, would probably not even have a chance to survive. Desperate to save lives, Kigali took a deep breath, preparing to step forward and persuade Malim Nava to show mercy. She was actually gambling that this raging demon king would have a sliver of pity in his heart and spare Jizzle, so that Footman might have a chance to be saved. However, the moment she took a step, a strong arm suddenly blocked her chest. Laplace stopped her, his calm eyes revealing an undeniable determination. "Big sister, don't be foolish, let's go." Laplace lowered her voice, her tone laced with a cold reality. "This is the territory of the demon king Rimuru. Even if Malim Nava takes pity on us today and lets us go, do you think the demon king Rimuru will allow us, his enemies, to leave alive? If we don't leave now, none of us will survive, not to mention Tyr is still seriously injured." Upon hearing Laplace's incisive words, Kigali stopped in his tracks, a painful struggle flashing in his eyes. She had to admit that everything Laplace said was true. Malim Nava might be lenient because of her improved mood, but Rimuru would absolutely ruthlessly eliminate those who had once been her enemies. Seeing Kigali still hesitating, Laplace didn't give her a chance to agonize. Without a word, he hoisted Kigali onto his shoulder, then bent down to pick up the severely injured and unconscious Tyr, and turned to run away as fast as he could. The wind whistled in their ears as Laplace desperately fled this land of death with the two women, silently whispering to the figure left behind in hell. "Forgive me, Footman." Just as Malim Nava had beaten Jizzle to the point of near death, leaving him almost too weak to even beg for mercy, a strange ripple spread through the surrounding space. Accompanied by Rimuru's will, the primal yellow Carrera silently descended upon this battlefield. Carrera approached Malim Nava with light steps, bowed respectfully, and spoke in a soft and sweet voice, "Lord Malim Nava, I have arrived." Just in time. Malim Nava grabbed Jizzle's blood-stained and charred neck with one hand, and lifted him up in midair like a dead chicken. She looked at Carrera, a cruel pleasure gleaming in her eyes, and said in a light tone, "I remember you demons love to toy with other people's souls. This guy's soul is yours to keep. I have only one request: that he suffer in excruciating pain for all eternity, and that he be given absolutely no chance of resurrection." "Yes, my lord." Carrera smiled sweetly and agreed without hesitation. However, this smile, which was originally so cute that it could inspire all sorts of fantasies, now appeared to Jizzle as 1,000 times more terrifying than any demon in the world. He was trembling violently, his throat was making a hissing sound, and his eyes were filled with undisguised despair. Carrera calmly drew an exquisite revolver from thin air, the weapon Rimuru had bestowed upon her. She gracefully raised her arm, pressed the muzzle against Jizzle's head, and pulled the trigger. Grudges are afraid of being bound to prison. With a crisp gunshot, a special magical bullet, designed specifically to target the soul, whistled out and flew straight toward Jizzle's head. Jizzle tried his best to turn his head to dodge, but he was being held firmly in the air by Malim Nava, and couldn't move an inch. He could only stare wide-eyed in despair as the bullet, emitting a dark glow, mercilessly pierced his head. The moment the bullet pierced through, there was no splatter of blood, only the agonizing screams of a soul being torn apart. Jizzle's consciousness instantly plunged into an endless abyss of darkness, his soul completely imprisoned by that special magic, forever condemned to endless torment in that infernal purgatory, never to see even a glimmer of hope again. The title of Chapter 104 has been eaten. The moment Jizzle fell completely, the suffocating, chilling malice in the air vanished instantly. Laplace's tense mind suddenly relaxed, and he lowered his eyes slightly. His tense muscles slowly relaxed, and the sense of crisis that had been enveloping him finally faded away. Kigali, standing to the side, reacted even more directly. All the resentment and repression that had been building up inside her vanished. Her clenched fingers slowly loosened, and a surge of exhilarating satisfaction welled up within her. Jizzle, the vicious and ruthless man who had wantonly manipulated the lives of others and committed countless acts of murder, had finally met his end. For all those he had hurt and feared, this was truly a cause for celebration. But this sense of relief and joy did not last long. A heavy sadness and deep regret quietly enveloped their hearts. They never forgot that the villains who had just run rampant, and were now at their wits' end, were never the real footmen. He had unknowingly been completely possessed by Jizzle's evil thoughts, becoming a puppet controlled by the villain, involuntarily tainted with sins, and ultimately following Jizzle to destruction. The thought of their companion's tragic end filled Laplace and Kigali with mixed emotions. But the brutal battle situation did not allow the two to wallow in sorrow. The life-or-death crisis still hung over them, and their only way out was to escape. In the center of the battlefield, Velda stood in front of Rimuru, the auras of two top-tier powerhouses clashing fiercely. The intense pressure swept across the entire area, temporarily holding back the terrifyingly powerful Rimuru, and buying them a moment to catch their breath. But everyone knew that this brief balance would crumble in an instant. Jizzle, who had been entangled with the group, had already been completely slain by Malim Nava. With Malim Nava's terrifying power, eliminating Jizzle was a piece of cake. Before long, this oldest demon king would end the battle, return to this place, and join forces with Rimuru to launch a siege. At that time, they would be completely trapped, with no chance of escape whatsoever. In addition, Laplace also harbored a deeper, more chilling fear. He silently sensed Velda's presence throughout. Beneath the seemingly confrontational figure blocking Rimuru lay a bottomless, terrifying undercurrent, and a chillingly vast, dark malice. It wasn't hostility directed at any one person, but an extreme darkness that threatened to overturn everything cold, violent, and utterly without limits. Laplace was absolutely certain that having an entanglement with Velda, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, would only lead to his own demise, with absolutely no good outcome. Now that everything has settled, Yuki's long-planned scheme to dominate the world has been completely shattered, with no possibility of a comeback. Even more fatally, Rimuru had already placed them all on his kill list. Staying here and waiting to die is the only way out. Upon realizing this, Laplace and Kigali, who had briefly sighed, suddenly became serious. They dared not delay for the slightest, suppressing all their emotions, with only one thought in their minds: to escape immediately and fight to the death to survive. Just as the road ahead seemed clear and a safe distance was about to be created, Laplace suddenly stopped, abruptly halting his speeding journey. His body tensed instantly, every nerve in his body tightened, and extreme vigilance enveloped him. Kigali was taken aback by the sudden stop in her movements, and a sense of unease instantly rose in her heart. She had just opened her mouth slightly, wanting to ask in a low voice what had happened, when her gaze fell on Laplace's actions. Laplace's expression was extremely solemn. He slowly raised his right hand, his fingertips slightly curved, and with extreme caution and probing, he slowly reached out towards the empty space in front of him. There were no unusual phenomena in the air, no fluctuations in light or shadow, no changes in airflow. Everything that could be seen with the naked eye was empty and normal, but he felt as if he had touched some kind of invisible barrier, carefully touching and sensing this unfamiliar obstacle inch by inch. After a brief exploration, the fingertip finally made precise contact with the hidden barrier. It was an extremely transparent spatial barrier, completely integrated into the void of heaven and earth. It was colorless, lightless, formless, and traceless. Ordinary sight, perception, and even magical detection could not detect it in the slightest. It was perfectly hidden between heaven and earth, firmly covering the entire area without leaving any gaps, truly a net that stretched between heaven and earth. Laplace withdrew his hand, his eyes darkening completely. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying a chilling gravity and a hint of lingering fear as he slowly spoke. "It seems we can't leave, this space is completely sealed off." Before he finished speaking, he no longer hesitated, concentrating all his strength into his right fist. With a deep roar, a fierce gust of wind tore through the surrounding air, slamming into the invisible barrier in front of him with the force of a do-or-die attack. A muffled spatial tremor quietly spread out, and the invisible barrier instantly rippled with fine spatial waves. The entire world trembled slightly, but there was no sign of it breaking. The immense force rebounded, causing Laplace to sway slightly. Staring at the empty road ahead, a deep sense of regret and profound understanding welled up in his eyes. He murmured to himself, "I should have thought of that. When we took the opportunity to escape, Rimuru didn't even glance at us once during the standoff, let alone try to stop us." He finally saw through the other party's scheme completely, his tone filled with a cold realization. It turns out that from that moment on, she didn't care about our brief escape at all. She had already silently sealed off the entire space, trapping us in this cage, leaving us to flee in vain. Kigali's heart sank, a chill instantly running through her body as despair crept over her. She was about to say something, either to express her fear or to think of a way out, when suddenly another unexpected event occurred. A subtle yet distinct cracking sound suddenly rang in my ears. The spatial blockade that had been so solid and firmly imprisoned the entire area, the invisible barrier that Rimuru had laid out beforehand, suddenly shattered at this moment. Fine spatial cracks instantly spread throughout the void, then vanished without a trace in an instant, and the suffocating sense of confinement that had enveloped him disappeared in a flash. The sudden turn of events startled both of them, and their tense minds suddenly relaxed. Laplace immediately noticed the signs that the space had reopened, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before quickly transforming into utter decisiveness. He turned to face Kigali beside him, their eyes meeting in a perfect, unspoken understanding. Without the slightest hesitation, the two turned around and, with all their might, fled at full speed toward the Sorcerer Dynasty in the distance. With life hanging by a thread, their thoughts raced, and they had already figured out the current power structure of the world and the only way to survive. The situation on this continent has been completely rewritten by the Jura Tempest Federation. The Western nations were all reduced to vassal states of the Jura Tempest Federation, submitting to its rule. The once powerful Beast Kingdom and the well-established Dworgen Kingdom formed a strong military alliance with the Jura Tempest Federation, becoming interdependent. The once powerful Eastern Empire, possessing immense military strength, was completely destroyed and ceased to exist. Across the entire continent, only the Sorcerer Dynasty remained unscathed. The Sorcerer Dynasty has always maintained a neutral stance, never participating in the conflicts and divisions among various factions. At the same time, it possesses the continent's top magical technology, a solid foundation, and a powerful army, making its military strength extremely formidable. It is currently the only force capable of rivaling the Jura Tempest Federation. This is their only place to stay, and their only chance to survive. As long as they enter the Sorcerer Dynasty as refugees, they will be protected by its neutral rules. If Rimuru insists on crossing borders to hunt them down, it will be tantamount to openly declaring war on the Sorcerer Dynasty. Even in the worst-case scenario, where Rimuru is determined to wage war at all costs and launch a full-scale attack on the Sorcerer Dynasty to wipe them out, they still have a way out. Once the two top powers erupt into a full-scale war, the border defenses will inevitably fall into chaos, and the entire battlefield will descend into turmoil and disorder. At that time, they will be able to take advantage of the chaos and turmoil to conceal their whereabouts, seize opportunities to move through the chaotic battlefield, and completely escape from the vortex of conflict on this continent. The road ahead is still fraught with danger, but this is the only way out in this desperate situation. The camera abruptly shifted its focus from the two fleeing individuals to the heart of the standoff at the center of the battlefield. The battle on Malim Nava's side had come to an end, and all of Giselle's remaining traces had been completely annihilated. Velda, who had stood calmly and stood in a stalemate with Rimuru the whole time, finally showed a barely perceptible hint of emotion in her indifferent eyes after witnessing this scene. He looked up in the direction of Malim Nava, his deep, languid voice slowly rising, his tone carrying a touch of distant, Gonkai, deep emotion, and a hint of subtle approval. "So the other powerful being you mentioned is Malim Nava." He nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with the vicissitudes of time, as if watching a new generation being born, or perhaps reminiscing about the past, and murmured softly, "It seems that my dear daughter has indeed grown a lot during the years I was absent from my sleep." The moment the words left her lips, Velda's confrontational aura vanished abruptly. He had no intention of continuing the fight. From beginning to end, his goal was never to fight Rimuru to determine the victor. A flash of cold light. Velda held the twin snake daggers firmly in both hands. He raised his hands without aiming, and simply slashed lightly at the void above his head. There was no earth-shattering burst of power, no sharp and deafening sword cries, only a colorless slash that was extremely condensed and restrained, which broke through the air, and landed precisely on the barrier of the entire space. The seemingly insurmountable spatial blockade that had previously imprisoned the entire area, and trapped Laplace and Kigali, a spatial cage personally laid by Rimuru, that was powerful enough to trap even top-tier experts, shattered instantly like fragile glass. Countless spatial cracks swept across the heavens and earth in an instant, then vanished completely, and the previously closed and stagnant void was fully restored to its former openness. Having done all this, Velda swayed lightly, without a trace of lingering attachment, letting the breeze caress her robes. With a free and unrestrained demeanor, she soared into the distant void, instantly transforming into a blur, and dissolving into the ends of the earth. Rimuru witnessed the entire event, but did not make any attempt to intercept it. She stood quietly in place, her eyes calmly watching Velda's departing figure, her expression indifferent, without anger or contention, letting the other party escape unscathed. This unusual forbearance and leniency was not a sign of helplessness, but rather the best choice after careful consideration. Just before Velda shattered the spatial barrier, inside Rimuru, Shire, who was residing in Wisdom King's body, finally completed a massive analysis of information spanning reincarnation. Deep within the previously dormant power of the Lord of Flames lies countless fragmented memories, worn down by time, and obscured by reincarnation. During this brief standoff, Shire used his computational abilities at full speed to peel away, filter, and analyze all the fragmented information, finally retrieving and piecing together the incomplete past and true origins of Velda. Massive amounts of data flowed rapidly through the core of his thinking, and countless deductions were iterated and repeatedly verified. Finally, Xia arrived at the only optimal solution. Letting Velda leave is the option with the highest potential return, and lowest risk in the current situation. What Velda needs to do now is to find her primordial angels and the Angel Legion. But Seal had already accurately deduced the core contradiction. Velda's primordial angels were not the same as Feldway's primordial angels. Feldway, who now commands all primordial angels and holds the highest command position in the Legion, is a true Star King dragon. A die-hard Veldanava fan. The Velda before us, though possessing a fragment of Star King Dragon's soul, is ultimately not the true Veldanava. In Feldway's eyes, who was absolutely loyal, the incomplete fragments were not a monarch worthy of submission. In fact, they were a desecration and usurpation of the supreme authority of the Old One. Based on this alone, the contradiction between the two is already deeply rooted and irreconcilable. After confirming that all the deductions were correct, Seal's clear and resonant voice steadily resonated throughout Rimuru's mind, each word distinct and logically clear. Let him go. Velda's current goal is to gather the primordial angels and reunite the old guard, but Feldway's loyalty is only to the complete Star King dragon body, and he will never submit to Velda as a fragment. Their ideologies, affiliations, and positions of power are at odds. Once Velda approaches the primordial angels, a fierce internal struggle will inevitably erupt between them over the allocation of power and leadership, leading to mutual destruction and endless infighting. Chapter 105. A Nouvelle-Porgus. With the dust settled, Rimuru let out a soft sigh of relief, turned to look at Malim Nava beside her, who looked languid and had already regained his relaxed demeanor, and softly began to prepare to return home. It's finally over. Let's go back. There are still many things to deal with in the maze. Malim Nava nodded casually, the slight solemnity in his azure eyes fading. Just as he was about to step forward to follow Rimuru, two dazzling and solemn golden lights suddenly shone from their fingertips. Buzz, a subtle yet clear vibration of magical energy suddenly rang out, shattering the surrounding tranquility without warning. Rimuru and Malim Nava simultaneously raised their hands and looked down, their gazes falling on the Solomon rings worn on their middle fingers. This standard ring, exclusive to the Demon Lord, is usually dull and unassuming, a symbol of all demon lords' status, and a prearranged emergency token. It is only activated when a top-level crisis occurs, requiring all demon lords to gather for a meeting to initiate the highest level Walpurgis summons. The earth trembled violently the instant the light appeared. The void in front of the two suddenly twisted, folded, and expanded, and an incomparably majestic, pitch-black gate rose from the ground. The heavy stone door slowly opened inwards, and amidst the swirling mist, a tall, slender figure stepped out steadily. The newcomer was none other than Guy Crimson's direct subordinate, the primal Blue Rhine. Rhine, who was always calm, composed, and demeanor, had lost his usual composure. His brows were furrowed with barely concealed anxiety, and although he walked quickly, he still adhered to the proper etiquette. She strode up to Rimuru and Malim Nava, bowed slightly in greeting, and spoke with an urgent tone that left no room for delay. "Lord Rimuru, Lord Malim Nava. The situation is urgent. Lord Guy Crimson has ordered an emergency new round of Walpurgis. Please come with me immediately without delay." Rimuru felt a slight jolt, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. From the moment the Ring of Solomon lit up to summon the spiritual light, to the formation of the giant teleportation gate and Rhine's personal arrival to deliver the summons, the entire process took only a moment. Such lightning-fast efficiency completely exceeded Walpurgis's usual procedures, which shows the urgency with which Guy Crimson summoned them. Something major must have happened that could shake the entire demon lord's power structure. After a brief moment of astonishment, Rimuru already had some guesses in his mind. The situation is extremely serious, and cannot be delayed in the slightest. Without further hesitation, Rimuru immediately initiated a communication with Diablo, entrusting him with all matters concerning the Jura Tempest Federation's political affairs, defense, and dungeon security during his absence. The communication connected instantly, and Diablo's respectful and devout voice immediately came through. Sensing the full responsibility bestowed upon him by Rimuru, the primordial black was instantly filled with supreme honor and a profound sense of trust. He stood ramrod straight, head held high, his dark eyes burning with a fervent and unwavering light, his tone resolute and firm, each word ringing with conviction. "I will obey your command, Lord Rimuru. I will certainly live up to your trust and expectations. When you left, the Jura Tempest Federation was so prosperous, stable, and orderly. When you return, I will make sure this land remains unchanged and peaceful as ever. I am willing to dedicate my entire life, even my life, to protect your nation and your people, and to safeguard the eternal peace of the Jura Tempest Federation." The voice transmitted through the communication was resolute, without the slightest hesitation, demonstrating absolute loyalty and responsibility. Hearing Diablo's unwavering vow, Rimuru was completely relieved and nodded gently. No further instructions were needed. She knew Diablo's abilities and character well. With this most reliable subordinate in charge, the Jura Tempest Federation would never encounter any problems. After settling all the rear affairs, Rimuru withdrew from the communication, turned to look at Malim Nava, and the two nodded in tacit agreement. Then, guided by Rhine, the two figures stepped one after the other into the deep and majestic gate, heading towards the territory of the Demon King Guy Crimson. As they passed through the swirling, distorted spatial rift and stepped out of the giant teleportation gate, the desolate and dilapidated aura that hit them instantly stunned Rimuru and Malim Nava. The two looked at each other, their eyes filled with undisguised surprise and astonishment. The once magnificent and splendid Demon King's castle has been reduced to a devastated ruin. The towering walls have collapsed and broken in large sections, and the hard magic stone is shattered and scattered all over the ground. Terrifying cracks of varying depths can be seen everywhere, bearing the marks of fierce battles and powerful spell bombardments. The exquisitely carved pillars have all collapsed, the gilded magic patterns have dimmed and broken, and the scattered building fragments are piled up haphazardly. A cold wind howls through the broken walls and ruins, stirring up dust and rubble all over the ground, creating a desolate and bleak scene. The once solemn and majestic Demon King's Council Hall is now in ruins, with several huge holes in the dome, allowing the gray sunlight to pour down and fall around the dilapidated round table, creating an extremely oppressive atmosphere. In the very center of the hall, the the round table that symbolized the Demon King's supreme authority still stood, but the surrounding area was in a mess. All the seats around the round table were already full. All the major Demon Kings had arrived in advance, their usual nonchalant and composed expressions gone, replaced by solemn and silent faces, and a heavy sense of oppression filled the air. At the very top of the hall, on the throne belonging to the most powerful Demon King, Guy Crimson sat alone in silence. This first Demon King, who stood at the pinnacle of the world, had a gloomy and cold aura. His long, scarlet hair fell casually, and his beautiful face lacked any of its former composure. Instead, it was filled with an unyielding melancholy and solemnity. His eyes held a deep, unfathomable, dark emotion, and the oppressive aura emanating from him was so low and oppressive that it seemed to freeze the air in the entire ruined hall. Only when Rimuru and Malim Nava's auras stabilized did Guy Crimson, who was sitting on the throne, slowly raise his eyes. A sharp gaze instantly locked onto Rimuru, and his keen perception immediately detected the stark change in the person before him. Compared to Walpurgis last time, Rimuru's pupils now possessed an extremely striking and eerie color. Guy Crimson frowned slightly, his deep voice carrying a hint of doubt and scrutiny, and spoke first. "Rimuru, what happened to your eyes? Why are they one gold and one red?" Facing Guy Crimson's probing gaze, Rimuru remained calm and composed. She walked leisurely to her seat at the round table, sat down without any restraint, and answered casually with a relaxed tone, and a slightly nonchalant smile. "Just wearing colored contact lenses. What do you think, Guy Crimson? Don't you think the color scheme is super cool?" Such a light-hearted joke was completely out of place with the heavy and oppressive atmosphere of the entire room. As soon as he finished speaking, Rimuru looked up and surveyed his surroundings, taking in the devastated ruins before him, his heart filled with astonishment. "It hasn't been that long since we last gathered here in Walpurgis. Back then, this place was an unparalleled and magnificent royal city, but now it's in such a dilapidated state." She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and tease, breaking the deathly silence. "Hey Guy Crimson, how long has it been since we last met? Your magnificent royal city, once the grandest of the strongest Demon Kings, looks like it's been demolished and wantonly destroyed overnight. What happened?" The moment that teasing question was uttered, the already oppressive atmosphere in the hall suddenly became even heavier. The last trace of composure on Guy Crimson's face vanished completely, his complexion grew increasingly dark, and the oppressive aura around him intensified, causing even the surrounding magical energy to become restless and stagnant. He was silent for a moment, his deep eyes sweeping over each Demon King before the round table. His voice was low and heavy, carrying an unprecedented solemnity and apprehension. "It's not a single problem, to be precise, it's a series of extremely troublesome changes. I alone am no longer able to handle everything. The reason I've urgently summoned everyone today is that we need to rely on everyone's strength to deal with this crisis together." These few words stirred up a storm in the hearts of the Demon Kings. This oldest and most powerful Demon King has uttered words so inconsistent with his status. All the Demon Kings present instantly abandoned their composure and contempt, their expressions turning serious as they tensed up completely. Even Dino, the sloth demon who had been slumped in his seat, eyes closed, fast asleep and indifferent to everything, slowly opened one of his languid eyes. His sleepiness vanished, replaced by a mixture of seriousness and curiosity as he quietly gazed at Guy Crimson at the head of the table, awaiting his explanation. To everyone's surprise, Guy Crimson did not immediately explain the reason for the castle's destruction, nor did he mention any calamities or misfortunes. His deep, cold eyes pierced through the stagnant air and locked onto Rimuru, who was seated upright. A gloomy, sharp gaze, filled with scrutiny and wariness, fixed firmly on Rimuru, instantly raising the already tense atmosphere around him. After a moment of silence, Guy Crimson's deep voice slowly rose, echoing in the empty, dilapidated hall, carrying a hint of probing and even more of scrutiny. "Rimuru, do you know about the dominion of the angel?" The moment the name of this ultimate power reached his ears, Rimuru paused slightly. He looked up to meet Guy Crimson's gaze. The first Dark Lord before him still wore that somber expression, as if a dark cloud was pressing down on the city. His handsome face remained expressionless, except for the deep-seated doubt and vigilance hidden in his eyes. Clearly, this was not a casual question. Facing the astonished gazes of all the demon lords present, Rimuru remained calm, gently spreading his hands and speaking in a composed tone. In front of everyone, he clearly and unambiguously explained the terrifying nature of this power to the demon lords. Dominion of the Angel is one of the ultimate powers of Justice King Michael. The most crucial effect of this ability is the forced control over all ultimate powers of the angelic race. After a straightforward and thorough explanation, many of the demon kings present showed slight changes in their expressions. Having finished her explanation, Rimuru looked directly at Guy Crimson, who was in a higher position, and asked in a tone that carried a hint of frank doubt, "Guy Crimson, what do you mean by asking me this all of a sudden?" However, Guy Crimson showed no sign of relaxing his guard, his gaze fixed intently on Rimuru, his somber aura growing even stronger. The earlier probing had completely vanished, his tone suddenly taking on a sharp, questioning quality, each word heavy and cutting to the heart of the matter. "Why do you know so much about the effects of the dominion of the angel?" A single, simple sentence instantly brought the atmosphere in the hall to a freezing point. This is no longer a question, but a public interrogation. Just then, in Rimuru's mind, Seal's cool, calm, and unwavering intellectual voice rang out, revealing all the causes and consequences to him. "Master, not long ago Guy Crimson's symbiotic partner, Velzard, was dominated by the angelic ultimate power, King of Endurance, and engaged in a great battle with Guy Crimson. Furthermore, Guy Crimson used you and the Jura Tempest Federation as pawns in a game, exploiting your influence. He was certain that, given your character, you would never forgive such manipulation. Therefore, Guy Crimson has developed a deep and unwavering suspicion and wariness towards you." Seal's analysis was clear and logical, instantly allowing Rimuru to understand the whole story. On the surface, Rimuru remained completely calm and composed, her posture composed and her face serene. To outsiders, she still appeared nonchalant and without any flaws. But deep down, Rimuru secretly raised an eyebrow, a hint of helplessness and anger in her voice, and quietly complained and questioned Seal. "Oh, I see. Why didn't you warn me beforehand when Guy Crimson asked me that?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Rimuru suddenly felt a surge of confidence and decided to stop holding back, his mind filled with a sense of reckless abandon. "Fine, since he's already suspicious, there's no point in pretending anymore. If it really doesn't work, let's just tear off the mask right here and now and confront Guy Crimson head-on." Faced with his master's somewhat impulsive idea, Charles's voice remained cold and calm, carrying absolute rationality and unwavering certainty as he responded nonchalantly. "Master, there was absolutely no need to remind you in advance. Even with our current overall combat strength, we cannot completely defeat Guy Crimson at his peak in a direct confrontation. However, if we only want to break through and escape, preserving ourselves and all our trump cards, it would be an absolutely easy and risk-free endeavor." Guy Crimson spoke, his words firm and unequivocal, carrying an undeniable air of doubt. "At the last Walpurgis, I clearly remember that you used the power of the Covenant King in public, which is classified as the ultimate power of the angels." At this point, he leaned forward slightly, and the chilling demonic energy around him surged slightly, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. "Shortly afterward, you engaged in a full-scale war with the Eastern Empire. The Emperor of the Empire, Rudra, wielded the ultimate skill, Justice King Michael, which was capable of unleashing the dominion of the angel and commanding all angelic powers. Logically, given your angelic powers, you should have been immediately dominated and controlled by Rudra's abilities. However, you not only remained unharmed but also defeated Rudra, securing the final victory in the war." After a series of doubts were raised, Guy Crimson's tone suddenly turned sharp and cold, directly stating his worst suspicion, characterizing the whole thing as a meticulously planned conspiracy. "Or is it all a well-orchestrated show by Rudra from beginning to end, first controlling you, then feigning defeat, then controlling Velzard to be my enemy, and then having you deal with me when I unleash Walpurgis? Kids, I have a headache, so please be gentle with your criticism if there are any quality issues with this chapter." Chapter 106 The Confrontation. Rimuru's sudden outburst faced with Guy Crimson's cold and scrutinizing questioning. Rimuru, who had been restraining herself, first gave a very faint, extremely sarcastic smile. The smile didn't even reach his eyes before it vanished completely, replaced by a raging inferno of anger. With a loud bang, the heavy stone table trembled violently, and countless cracks instantly covered the entire surface. Rimura suddenly slammed her hand on the table and stood up. A terrifying torrent of magical energy burst forth from her petite body, and a chilling pressure instantly swept through the entire dilapidated hall, causing Carrion, Fry, and Ramiris to gasp for breath. She raised her eyes to look directly at Guy Crimson, who sat high above her, and the pent-up resentment and anger in her eyes finally erupted. Her words were powerful and resounding, carrying the fierce energy of someone returning from a bloody battle, echoing throughout the hall. "Where do you get the audacity to talk to me like that?" Magic energy surged and crackled wildly around her, sending tiny fragments of stone scattering to the ground by the invisible shockwaves. Rimura's gaze, sharp as a blade, was fixed intently on Guy Crimson. It was my Jura Tempest Federation that fought to the death against Rudra's Eastern Empire throughout the entire war. In this all-out war, all my men fought valiantly and defended the entire territory to the last man. From beginning to end, I only received assistance from Ramiris. Her tone grew increasingly sharp, each word like a blade tempered by the flames of war, piercing through this unjust standoff. "And you, Guy Crimson. You know perfectly well that I possess the ultimate power of the angelic order, and you know that in this war I might suffer the dominion of the angel. But what did you do? You just stayed comfortably in your castle, watching coldly from the sidelines. Watching me stand alone, helpless, watching my people shed blood on my land, watching me single-handedly resist the Eastern Empire, a nation with 1,000 years of history and unfathomable depth. Now, I have barely escaped death, and won a hard-won victory. The war has just ended, and the aftermath is still unresolved. And now, with trouble brewing on your own territory, you turn around and without even distinguishing right from wrong, publicly question and suspect me, accusing me of defecting to the enemy." Rimura's chest heaved violently, as the pent-up frustration and anger of the past few days poured out completely, as if recalling the near annihilation on the battlefield, his tone carrying a chilling coldness. "You have no idea how difficult it was for me to hold on. If I hadn't possessed the ultimate power of the demonic system, which forcefully neutralized and suppressed the dominion of the angel's coercive control effect, you wouldn't be seeing me standing here in this damn Walpurgis today. I would have long since become Rudra's puppet, or died by Rudra's sword." Rage completely overwhelmed all restraint. Rimura no longer controlled her violent temper, and with one hand she precisely gripped the heavy wooden chair beside her, scooping the entire chair up with a vengeance. The howling wind ripped through the silence, and the chair, carrying violent magical energy and immense force, slammed straight towards Guy Crimson. Guy Crimson remained seated, his expression unchanged. He simply shifted his body slightly to the side, effortlessly dodging the attack. The heavy chair slammed into the last remaining stone wall of the hall, the terrifying impact instantly detonating it. The stone wall shattered and collapsed. Debris flew everywhere, billowing dust rose into the air, and the already dilapidated castle was completely reduced to ruins, not a single part remaining intact. The deafening roar echoed for a long time in the empty hall, chilling everyone to the bone. Amidst the billowing dust, Rimura stood firm, her long, silver-blue hair billowing slightly with the turbulent air around her. Her eyes held a cold, resolute resolve hardened by countless battles. She roared, declaring all her achievements and grievances. "Now I'm telling you clearly. That arrogant fool Rudra, I killed him. His one and only love, the dragon Velgrind, I killed him. The Eastern Empire, which he spent 1,000 years and poured his life's blood into building, I destroyed. The 800 million people of the Eastern Empire, I slaughtered." He paused, a hint of weariness and coldness flashing in his eyes, his tone filled with endless impatience and irritation. Then the Demon King Feldway appeared out of nowhere, and that madman who called himself Velda went against me. This is the whole picture. Listen to me carefully. Rimura took a half-step forward, exuding an imposing aura, completely unafraid of the ancient Demon King before him, his tone carrying undisguised toughness. "If you can't hear well, and don't understand, I don't mind leaning close to your ear, grabbing your spoon-like ear, and yelling it out to you word by word again. Having vented his pent-up anger, Rimura's resentment subsided slightly. Ignoring the complex expressions of the crowd, he waved his hand and took out a brand new chair from his spatial storage. His movements were casual yet carried an unapproachable aura. He sat down on his own, his body still surrounded by the lingering chilling demonic energy. Silence fell over the main hall, the dust slowly settled, and the atmosphere among the broken walls and ruins became extremely heavy. Guy Crimson remained seated upright in his seat, his posture unchanged. After the intense confrontation just now, he had completely shed his initial suspicion and impatience. His expression was solemn, his eyes filled with seriousness and understanding, and his breathing had become much more steady. He gazed silently at Rimuru, whose breathing was still unsteady and whose aura was sharp. After a moment of silence, his deep voice slowly rose, carrying a rare hint of apology. "Feel sorry." Before the gentle apology could be finished, Rimuru coldly and rudely interrupted him, leaving no room for negotiation. Rimuru's gaze was cold, she wouldn't even glance at him, her tone filled with utter distrust. "I don't want to hear it. I don't buy into crocodile tears." Guy Crimson, who was abruptly interrupted, was slightly taken aback. He subconsciously clicked his tongue and sighed inwardly. This little guy has a really fiery temper, and is really hard to coax. He suppressed a slight sense of helplessness, knowing that the current situation was critical, and not the time to dwell on verbal disputes or personal emotions. He quickly suppressed all distracting thoughts, his expression becoming solemn and serious. He turned to look at the various demon kings present, his voice steady and powerful, echoing throughout the ruined hall. "Gentlemen, put aside your personal disputes. A more deadly crisis is looming. The seal on the underworld has begun to weaken, the cracks widening, and the insector, lurking deep within, is about to launch a massive invasion of our world. A catastrophe will then sweep across the entire realm, and no one will be able to escape unscathed." At this point, his gaze returned to Rimuru. Combining Rimuru's furious outburst with his own, he had grasped most of the situation, and his tone was firm. "Rimuru just admitted that the Demon King Feldway has already secretly intervened in the global war between the Jura Tempest Federation and the Eastern Empire." He nodded slightly, and based on Rimuru's still intact and powerful state, he accurately judged the outcome of the battle. Given Rimuru's current state, it's clear that Feldway not only failed to succeed, but also suffered a significant loss in this confrontation, gaining no advantage whatsoever. "Feldway, I've almost lost all my underwear." As he finished speaking, his gaze fixed intently on Rimuru, setting aside all confrontation and suspicion, leaving only a solemn concern for the safety of the entire region. "Rimuru, I don't care if you get angry at me. But now the fate of the entire world is at stake, and there's no room for personal grudges. You must tell us the truth. What is Feldway's true purpose in suddenly appearing and forcibly intervening in this battle? Our conflict can be set aside for now, but we absolutely cannot rashly confront Feldway in complete ignorance. You must explain all the details so that we can gather the power of all the demons, plan ahead, and prepare for this impending catastrophe." Although Rimuru still harbored deep resentment and wariness towards Guy Crimson, her rationality was never completely consumed by anger. She knew perfectly well that this was not the time to completely break ties with Guy Crimson and start a full-blown war. Why should she be the only one fighting for her life and bearing all the burdens? At the very least, Guy Crimson should be dragged down with her. Suppressing the surging anger and resentment within her, Rimuru restrained the demonic energy leaking from her body, her expression returning to calm and solemn. No longer dwelling on the earlier argument, she slowly began to speak, recounting in detail the memories she had gleaned from the Lord of Flames, Feldway and Velda's intention to destroy the world and their power. However, while revealing everything, Rimuru never mentioned Michael's existence, nor did he disclose that he had devoured Michael and plundered his power. "Since no one else saw it, I made up everything I did." After a detailed account of the intelligence was given, the atmosphere in the main hall became increasingly heavy and oppressive. In the deathly silent, ruined hall, Guy Crimson slowly spoke, his deep voice breaking the silence. "Now, we finally have a preliminary and complete understanding of the enemy's trump cards, strength, and ultimate goal. His gaze swept over every demon king present, his deep purple eyes piercing through people's hearts, his tone carrying an undeniable solemnity. In order to prevent any of us from being controlled because of our possession of the ultimate power of the angelic system, I hereby request that you all publicly disclose the ultimate power you possess. As soon as he finished speaking, Guy Crimson straightened his posture and openly declared his authority, breaking the deadlock. I'll go first. My ultimate power is the King of Pride. Seeing this, Ramiris straightened her petite body slightly and subconsciously opened her mouth, preparing to proactively reveal her ultimate power in order to cooperate with this crucial verification and public announcement. But before she could finish speaking, Guy Crimson's calm yet undeniable voice cut her off. No need for Ramiris. Guy Crimson glanced indifferently at the slightly stunned fairy girl and said, from the very beginning, I excluded you from the list of suspects. Your powers could not possibly be angelic powers, so there is no need to verify them. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze swept quickly across the entire room, and he continued to make his judgment in a deep voice. I know perfectly well that Malimnova's power is the Lord of Wrath, which has nothing to do with the angelic system. The same goes for de Gruel and Ramiris, their powers are innate, and do not belong to the angelic system either. With just a few words, the three veteran villains were completely removed from the scope of suspicion. After saying that, Guy Crimson's gaze suddenly shifted and landed precisely on Dino, who had been listlessly leaning against his seat the entire time, showing no signs of participation. The fallen angel demon king rested his head on his shoulder, his eyes were closed, and his breathing was long and even. He was completely asleep, his whole body relaxed and languid, as if the heavy calamity and crisis around him, and the serious meeting had nothing to do with him. He looked completely detached and weary. In the deathly silent and solemn ruins of the main hall, this languid slumber seemed particularly jarring. Guy Crimson frowned slightly and spoke up for the first time, his tone tinged with impatience. Dino remained motionless in his seat, still sleeping soundly, even smacking his lips slightly, showing no signs of waking up. His voice deepened, carrying the oppressive aura of a demon king, and resonated gently within the hall. But the sleepy fallen angel remained immersed in his dreams, unmoved. After 2 consecutive unsuccessful attempts to reach him, Guy Crimson's patience finally ran out under the tense situation. A third roar suddenly exploded, the sharp sound wave carrying a powerful magical shockwave that swept across the entire dilapidated hall. A deafening shout suddenly erupted, forcibly dragging the drowsy Dino back to reality from his dream. Dino jolted awake, sitting bolt upright. His long eyelashes fluttered wildly, his eyes heavy with sleep, his gaze hazy and unfocused, his head still spinning. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, slowly glancing around. Seeing the tense, oppressive atmosphere, everyone's fixed gaze on him, and Guy Crimson's cold expression, he finally realized he'd missed an important part of the proceedings. He let out a long yawn, feeling listless and lethargic, his voice heavy with the languor of someone just waking up, and he spoke weakly, Okay. Don't be so loud, it's so noisy. Dino, with droopy eyelids and a weary, lifeless expression, openly revealed his hand. My ultimate power is the Lord of Sloth. Just by hearing the name, you can tell it's definitely not an angelic power. You can just skip over me. Everyone tacitly accepted Dino's explanation, and the atmosphere in the hall returned to silence. Guy Crimson, who was sitting in a high position, suddenly had a sharp glint in the depths of his eyes. Just now, a net of longing connected the consciousnesses of Rimuru and Dino. The exchange was fleeting and extremely secretive, leaving even Dino, the person involved, completely bewildered, as if it were merely a subconscious, tacit response. But Guy Crimson accurately detected this subtle anomaly. In an instant, a sense of wariness toward Rimuru quietly began to grow in his heart, and it intensified. Guy Crimson remained calm and collected, suppressing his doubts and wariness deep inside, his face still solemn and composed, revealing not a single flaw. His gaze then swept over the other 2 demon lords Free and Carrion. Since neither of them has awakened to their full potential as true demon kings, nor have they ever wielded ultimate power, there is naturally no risk of them being controlled by the dominion of the angel or secretly defecting to the enemy. Unsurprisingly, the 2 were skipped over. In the empty, desolate ruins of the hall, all eyes, including Guy Crimson's scrutinizing gaze, were focused on the last person. The only survivor in the entire arena, the Demon King Leon. Under countless scrutinizing, suspicious, and solemn gazes, Leon's voice remained steady and unwavering as he frankly revealed his ultimate power: "My power is the King of Purity." The moment those four words fell, the temperature of the entire ruined hall suddenly plummeted to freezing. The previous relaxation of the crowd vanished, replaced by extreme tension and uproar. The same doubt instantly arose in the hearts of all the Demon Kings: could it be that Leon, who wields the power of the angels, has already been secretly controlled by the dominion of the angel and has completely betrayed them? A deathly silence and an atmosphere of suspicion enveloped the entire place, as if a major battle could erupt at any moment. Just as everyone was on guard and in a tense standoff, no one expected that Guy Crimson would be the first to break the deadlock. Guy Crimson remained calm, showing no sign of wariness. Instead, he proactively helped Leon out of the predicament, calming the restless atmosphere in the arena. "There's no need for you all to be so surprised." His gaze swept calmly over the crowd, his tone resolute and steady. "I believe Leon is still on our side. If he had truly been controlled and had already defected to the enemy, he wouldn't be so open and reveal his most lethal angelic powers in public. He would only be deliberately hiding them and lying in wait for an opportunity." As soon as he finished speaking, Guy Crimson turned to look at Leon, who appeared calm and composed, and asked earnestly, "Leon, do you feel like you're being controlled?" Leon shrugged slightly, his posture relaxed and open, without the slightest hint of pretense, and responded crisply and decisively, "Nothing is amiss. At least from my own perception, my will is entirely my own, and is not being controlled by any external force." But the next second, the atmosphere in the entire venue completely collapsed. Guy Crimson, who had always been composed and dignified in his judgments, suddenly curled his lips into a wicked and mocking smile, completely shedding his ancient, dignified demeanor, and uttered an outrageous statement that left everyone speechless and utterly dumbfounded. "The King of Purity is also called the King of Pure Love," crossed out, "so the answer is clear, Leon. Your true love is me, isn't it?" His tone was flippant, brimming with mockery, as he unabashedly teased, "I can switch forms anytime you want, becoming a sexy and alluring woman to satisfy your preferences, okay?" This nonsensical and joking remark instantly stunned all the Demon Kings present. Leon's face instantly turned ashen, his eyes flashing with intense disgust and speechlessness. Without the slightest hesitation, he retorted sharply and coldly, his attitude utterly resolute, "Get lost. My true love has always been Chloe. You're the kind of guy who doesn't even meet my standards, not even a fraction of what I'd consider worthy of your attention." The words were firm and resolute, completely extinguishing Guy Crimson's mockery and ridicule. Guy Crimson, his smile undiminished after receiving the reply, slowly composed himself, his mocking expression fading as he faced the diverse crowd, and delivered a solemn, definitive conclusion: "This answer is undoubtedly Leon's own will." The audience had just recovered from the extreme absurdity and astonishment, and the atmosphere was still subtly relaxed. But no one could have predicted it. Ove. A low, cold laugh, filled with boundless malevolence, suddenly rang out from the side. "It's Rimuru." She chuckled softly, but the laughter didn't reach her eyes. Her golden-red heterochromatic eyes were completely covered in frost, and the demonic energy that had been restrained around her surged violently. Her long-suppressed anger and disgust erupted. In a moment of utter surprise, Rimuru abruptly raised his eyes, staring intently at the composed Leon, and suddenly roared, the sound waves shattering the entire ruined hall, "My beloved! You are not worthy." Before the thunderous roar subsided, the space itself suddenly trembled and distorted. Two terrifying figures vanished into thin air at that moment. 1 second Guy Crimson and Rimuru were clearly seated in their respective places, and the next second, the entire space seemed to have been forcibly skipped, cut off, and jumped. The next instant, the two of them suddenly, stiffly, and without warning froze simultaneously beside Leon. It wasn't an incredibly fast, instantaneous flash, but rather like the poor quality graphics of a game with severe frame drops, stuttering, and broken visuals. One moment the person is in place, the screen freezes and jumps, directly crossing space and freezing at the end point. The process is completely blank and missing, carrying a strange and stiff sense of incongruity. Guy Crimson was the first to stabilize his stance, stepping sideways to block Leon's attack. He crossed his arms to block Rimuru's follow-up, murderous and ferocious attack. A tense standoff instantly formed around the three of them. Chapter 107. A terrible end to the meeting. Guy Crimson calmly parried Rimuru's deadly punch. Rimuru, what do you want to do? I don't care what kind of deep-seated grudge you have with Leon, put it all aside for now. Don't you have any idea what the situation is right now? Despite Guy Crimson's stern rebukes and overwhelming intimidation, Rimuru remained completely unmoved. She slowly withdrew her fist, the dark magic around her still surging. Her icy gaze bypassed Guy Crimson, who was standing between them, and fixed firmly on Leon. Her tone was chilling. Leon, do you still remember Jing? That one short sentence instantly plunged the tense atmosphere to rock bottom. Leon froze, his previously composed aura suddenly freezing, a complex and dark emotion flashing deep in his eyes. A century-old past, the guilt and regret buried deep within his heart, surged up instantly, leaving him speechless for a long time. The hall was completely silent, everyone watched Leon's changing expression. After a long silence, Leon let out a soft sigh, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. His voice, tinged with weariness and heaviness, slowly replied, remember. To Rimuru, this bland reply was pale and perfunctory, utterly insufficient to erase all the past entanglements. Rimuru's eyes grew even colder as she slowly spoke, throwing out her most lethal trump card, you'll probably never know. Jing is Chloe's teacher. The moment the words left his mouth, Rimuru's tone suddenly turned completely sinister, and a wicked smile, tinged with calculation and malice, curled up at the corners of his lips. Tell me, what would happen if I told Chloe everything you did to Jing back then? The words were left unsaid, but this unspoken threat was more deadly than a straightforward rebuke, precisely seizing on Leon's century-old inner conflict. Before Rimuru could speak again, Leon, who had been silently enduring the pain, suddenly stood up. A soft crackling sound of magical energy rang out, and a dazzling golden aura of magic instantly enveloped him, causing a violent magical aura to explode. Leon glared fiercely at Rimuru, interrupting him sharply, his tone filled with incredulous rage. Are you threatening me? For centuries, he had exhausted every means to search for Chloe's whereabouts, but to no avail. This was his greatest obsession. Now, suddenly receiving a clue, and having his opponent use it to exploit his weakness, threw him into complete disarray. He stared intently at Rimuru, his voice trembling with barely concealed urgency. And you even know where Chloe is? Faced with Leon's out-of-control rage and urgent questioning, Rimuru remained calm and composed, completely unaffected by his violent aura. Her tone was casual, yet every word was piercing. That's right. Not only do I know Chloe's whereabouts, but I'm also very close to her. In short, they completely seized control of the entire standoff. After speaking, Rimuru didn't look at the distraught Leon again. She turned gracefully and walked back to her seat, sitting down calmly, as if she were not the one who had stirred up the whole storm and pressed her so hard. But this entanglement is clearly not going to end there. Chloe is the obsession Leon has been pursuing for hundreds of years, a knot in his heart that he can't let go of. Now that a clue that has been dormant for a century has suddenly resurfaced, he absolutely cannot give up. Leon's golden magical energy surged even more violently. He took a step forward and strode directly toward Rimuru's seat, his furious voice echoing throughout the entire hall. Rimuru, tell me where Chloe is, and hand her over. He pressed forward relentlessly, his aura of murderous intent and obsession surging towards Rimuru. Just as the two were about to clash again, an incredibly powerful barrier suddenly appeared between them. Guy Crimson finally lost his temper and forced Leon to stop approaching. He shouted sternly with absolute authority, that's enough. His condescending gaze swept over the two, filled with impatience and anger. His words were authoritative and brooked no disobedience. Listen to me, you two. I don't care how deep your personal grudges are today, at this moment, they must all be put aside. Let's work together to weather this deadly crisis that's sweeping the world. Once the situation is settled, whether you two fight each other, settle scores, or end your grudges, I won't interfere or intervene. But before that, anyone who dares to start internal strife or disrupt the overall situation will face my ruthlessness." Rimuru casually raised her hands, shrugged indifferently, her posture lazy and unrestrained, her eyes full of calm indifference, as if the tense confrontation and the other party's naked warning of war were just trivial child's play to her. "I don't care." Rimuru's tone was light and cheerful, with a touch of playful languor, yet every word struck Leon's weak spot precisely. "I just don't know if Mr. Leon, who has been searching for Chloe for hundreds of years, can still wait patiently for this crisis to end." A seemingly casual remark once again seized upon Leon's lifelong obsession. Leon's golden magic still lingered, his sharp eyes fixed on Rimuru in her seat, his gaze cold and fierce, filled with extreme restraint and rage. He stared intently at the composed young woman before him, his anger surging within him. After a long while, Leon finally suppressed the surging anger in his heart, and the violent aura around him slowly subsided. His face was gloomy, filled with resentment, as he slowly turned around and sat heavily back in his Demon King's seat. The moment he sat down, a dull rustling sound of fabric rubbing against fabric echoed in the hall. His taut back remained straight, his gaze still fixed on Rimuru. A chilling threat resounded throughout the solemn hall, each word carrying a murderous intent. "I can wait. But after this crisis is completely over, you'd better tell me the truth about Chloe's whereabouts and hand her over." He paused, a cold glint flashing in Leon's eyes, his tone sharp and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. "Otherwise, I wouldn't mind completely severing all ties and waging war against you." Faced with Leon's blatant threat of war, Rimuru showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he seemed to have heard the most absurd and laughable joke in the world. She tilted her head slightly, and a sharp, contemptuous laugh suddenly appeared on her lips. The laugh was cold and arrogant, as if Leon's threat was absurd and laughable in her eyes, utterly insignificant. Rimuru drew out his words, his tone both playful and provocative, calmly accepting all of the other party's sharpness. "I'm really looking forward to seeing for myself whether you can actually use your ultimate trump card, which has a 1 in a million chance of shaking or even defeating Guy Crimson." The instant those words were spoken, the previously stagnant and peaceful atmosphere in the main hall suddenly plummeted to freezing point. Leon's pupils suddenly contracted. He stared intently at the composed Rimuru, his magical power nearly spiraling out of control, his heart filled with disbelief. That was his deepest secret, one that he had never revealed to anyone. For centuries, no one knew he held a trump card, a card that could give him the ability to defy logic and challenge the villain Guy Crimson with a slim chance of victory. This was a closely guarded secret, known only to him and Guy Crimson. And at that moment, Rimuru saw right through it all. At the same instant, Guy Crimson, who was standing in the hall suppressing the entire situation, also subtly changed his expression. He glanced to the side and subconsciously exchanged a look with Leon, whose expression had changed drastically, across the distance. In just a brief moment of eye contact, the two instantly understood the shock and apprehension in each other's hearts. They were all acutely aware of a terrifying fact: Rimuru was not just making wild guesses or bluffing. She has most likely, even 100%, completely figured out Leon's ultimate trump card that he has hidden for hundreds of years, and knows the secret method that gives Leon a 1 in a million chance to defeat her head-on. After a minute of silence, seeing that the two had finally calmed down, Guy Crimson lazily sat down, propping his cheek with one hand. A layer of unfathomable amusement crept onto his handsome, cold face. His gaze pierced through the stagnant air, landing directly on Rimuru, who stood calmly to the other side. A hint of malicious calculation flickered in his eyes, clearly indicating that he had suddenly come up with an idea. After a moment of silence, Guy Crimson spoke slowly and deliberately, his deep voice, tinged with a hint of casual probing, breaking the deathly stillness of the hall. "Rimuru, you must have quite a few awakened under your command." The sudden question abruptly shifted the tense atmosphere in the room, and everyone's attention instantly focused on the two of them. Rimuru's mind went blank instantly, keenly sensing the hidden purpose in the other party's words. His expression instantly dropped, all mockery vanished, and his gaze warily shifted to Guy Crimson on the throne, his tone brimming with suspicion. What do you want to do? Faced with Rimuru's defensiveness, Guy Crimson remained calm and unhurried, showing no intention of getting straight to the point. Instead, he spoke first in a gentle tone, taking the initiative to back down and show goodwill. I apologize for my attitude just now. After a slight pause, Guy Crimson changed the subject and slowly revealed his calculations. In addition, Ramiris has built a labyrinth fortress for you. As long as the labyrinth remains intact, your Jura Tempest Federation will be as stable as a mountain. He slightly raised his eyes, his gaze clear yet carrying an undeniable pressure, and slowly stated his demands. Since you already possess such an unsolvable top-tier defense, you could easily remain unaffected. However, given the current chaos and calamity, you should step forward to share the burden and provide support to the other demon kings. Those awakened ones under your command. Guy Crimson's words had not yet fully settled, and his intentions were not yet fully revealed. But Rimuru had already anticipated his purpose and gave him no room to maneuver. Almost the instant his words fell, he interrupted him sharply and decisively. I refuse. The two words were crisp and decisive, resounding and clear, without the slightest hesitation or compromise, demonstrating an extremely firm attitude. Seeing this, Guy Crimson showed no surprise, but rather an expression that said, I knew it. Rimuru raised his head, his words resounding, publicly stating his bottom line that no one could cross. Guy Crimson, I'm putting this out there today. I will absolutely not allow, nor will I tolerate, any mishap to befall my Jura Tempest Federation. For me, the sole meaning and value of this entire world lies in my Jura Tempest Federation, and in the peaceful survival of all my subjects who trust and follow me. Her eyes were sharp and resolute, her tone indifferent and cold, completely abandoning any notion of righteousness or the safety of all beings. The lives and deaths of all other forces, all demon lords, and all living beings are meaningless to me. The Jura Tempest Federation is the only thing I am determined to protect at all costs. As Rimuru finished speaking, his magical power surged violently, a dark killing intent intertwined with a stubborn resolve. His voice suddenly lowered, carrying a world-destroying madness and ruthlessness that echoed throughout the solemn hall. If this catastrophe ultimately leads to the destruction of my Jura Tempest Federation and the annihilation of all my people, then I would personally blow up the Earth's core and the sun, devouring everything, so that Feldway would also end up with nothing. Guy Crimson abruptly rose from his seat, his eyes filled with disbelief, gravity, and fury. He had anticipated that Rimuru would refuse his request for support, and he was even mentally prepared for a strong resistance from the other party. But he never expected that Rimuru would go to such extremes, willing to destroy the sun and the Earth's core, dragging the entire world down with the Jura Tempest Federation. You dare! Guy Crimson's deep, booming voice resounded throughout the hall with immense authority, attempting to suppress Rimuru's almost insane thoughts. Faced with Guy Crimson's stern rebuke, Rimuru showed no fear, instead offering a faint, chilling smile. The smile was understated, yet carried an unbridled arrogance and resolute determination, his eyes revealing a blatant madness. You can try and see if I dare to do it. Before any of the demon lords in the hall could react, Rimuru teleported back to the Jura Tempest Federation. I haven't gotten on the bus yet. Ramiris, who was just about to run away with Rimuru, panicked instantly. Her small body lunged forward half a step and shouted urgently at the empty spot where Rimuru had completely disappeared, her voice filled with panic and grievance. The only response she received was the stagnant, cold air in the main hall. The person is completely gone. Ramiris stood frozen in place, her small shoulders drooping, instantly deflated. She timidly turned her head to look at Guy Crimson, who was still full of hostility, and on the verge of exploding. Her little hands clenched nervously together, and she quickly softened her tone, carefully trying to smooth things over and soothe the raging Demon King. Okay, Guy Crimson, don't be angry, don't be angry. Rimuru was definitely just saying that in anger to scare people. How could she really go and blow up the Earth's core or the sun? Rimuru is so kind, how could she? As Ramiris spoke, her voice grew softer and weaker until it finally caught in her throat. and she could no longer continue. Her lips twitched slightly, her eyes darted around, and she felt incredibly guilty. She couldn't even fool herself with that. After all, it's hard to reconcile the person who slaughtered 800 million people with the person who is kind. An awkward silence fell over the main hall once again. Guy Crimson raised his hand and pressed it hard against his throbbing forehead, feeling a throbbing sensation in his temples, and an unprecedented feeling of weakness and headache swept over his entire body. Ramiris, if it were before, I would have just thought she was bluffing and making empty threats, just like you. But now hear these words come from her own mouth, it's definitely not a joke. She's truly capable of doing it. Just as the atmosphere in the hall was heavy and oppressive, and everyone was secretly filled with complicated emotions, a long and steady snoring sound, perfectly natural and unobtrusive, suddenly and loudly rang out in the hall. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Dino leaning against the Demon King's seat, fast asleep, his head nodding slightly, with a few drops of drool at the corner of his mouth. He was completely oblivious to the confrontation that had just taken his toll. Guy Crimson. He was already irritable, and had a splitting headache. The unrestrained snoring only doubled his frustration. Never before had he felt so disgusted by Dino's lazy and sleepy habits. His gaze fell heavily on the sleeping Dino, his tone laced with utter helplessness and impatience as he spoke coldly, "Dino, go back to your own territory and sleep." The gentle voice, tinged with obvious irritation, abruptly pulled the fast-sleeping Dino back from the brink of sleep. Dino slowly lifted his heavy eyelids, his eyes filled with a dazed and confused look. He groggily wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and drowsily glanced around the solemn hall. His mind still fogged up, he subconsciously mumbled a question, "Is the meeting over?" Seeing this indifferent, nonchalant attitude, Guy Crimson was completely exasperated. Exhausted, he waved his hand, his mind filled with frustration and a headache, unable to utter a sound. Meeting adjourned, meeting adjourned. Everyone's gone. Guy Crimson, what's going on here? Chapter 0. This chapter is purely the author's brain malfunction. Alright, new readers don't need to read this chapter. The author had a brain fart and messed up the volume division, posting chapter 108 in volume 1 instead. There's no way to remove it now, so this chapter has to be overwritten with some old drafts. After the space created by the magic-infused soldier was destroyed by the explosion caused by the magic-infused soldier, a large amount of smoke and dust was raised. When the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, the two magic-infused soldiers that should have stood in place were nowhere to be seen. In their place was Albert. He stood there steadily, like an unshakable mountain, emanating a chilling aura. The two once mighty magic-infused soldiers, however, were now completely shattered, reduced to fragments scattered across the ground, as if they had never existed. Just now, the earth-shattering explosion seemed to tear the entire world apart, but surprisingly, this terrifying explosion had no effect on Albert. Like a ghost, he cleverly used the enormous energy generated by the explosion to instantly conceal his figure in a chaotic void. While the enemy was still reeling from this sudden turn of events, Albert struck with lightning speed. He rushed toward the two magic-infused soldiers with incredible speed, his weapon gleaming coldly like the scythe of death. In a split second, Albert appeared like a ghost in front of the two magic-infused soldiers. His movements were lightning fast, leaving no time to react. With a swift swing of his weapon, the two magic-infused soldiers were instantly destroyed, sparks flying and metal fragments scattering everywhere. In the midst of the fierce battle, Albert intently observed the magic-infused soldiers' every move. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual about the magic-infused soldiers' armor. An idea struck him, and he decided to try attacking these magic-infused soldiers with magic. Albert focused his mind and unleashed a powerful magical energy that shot straight at the magic-infused soldier. Surprisingly, however, the magical energy not only failed to harm the magic-infused soldier, but it also seemed to be absorbed by it, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Albert stared wide-eyed at the scene in disbelief. He immediately realized that these magic-infused soldiers must have undergone some kind of special modification, enabling them to absorb and convert magical energy for their own use. This discovery made Albert realize that it was a magic-specific modification. Immediately, Albert flashed forward, charging towards the magic-infused soldier like lightning. His sword flashed through the air, and in that instant, the two once imposing magic-infused soldiers seemed to be torn apart by an irresistible force. Their hard shells, complex mechanical structures, and sophisticated weapon systems shattered into countless fragments in the blink of an eye, scattering in all directions. These fragments, like sand scattered by a hurricane, fell to the ground with a crisp, resounding impact. As Karsten witnessed Albert destroy two magic-infused soldiers in the blink of an eye, a strong sense of unease welled up within him. However, before he could even process what was happening, a deafening wolf howl suddenly ripped through the air, as if the whole world trembled. The sudden howl of the wolf startled Karsten. He abruptly looked up at the sky. The once clear sky was now shrouded in thick, dark clouds, as if a huge black curtain had descended from the heavens, shrouding everything in darkness. The instant Icarus turned around, his gaze swept across the howling Ranga with lightning speed. In that instant, fragments of memories of fighting alongside Ranga flashed through his mind, these memories flashing before his eyes like scenes from a movie. Icarus's heart suddenly raced. He immediately realized the situation was critical, and he had to take action to protect his troops. Without the slightest hesitation, Icarus quickly focused his attention on the remaining three magic-infused soldiers. He took a deep breath, mobilized the magic within his body, and then released it without hesitation. As Icarus cast his spell, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from his hand, like a golden lightning bolt piercing the darkness. This light quickly enveloped the three magic-infused soldiers, forming a solid magical barrier. The magical barrier shimmered with a faint light, like an impregnable wall, tightly protecting Icarus's troops within. The instant the three magic-infused soldiers emerged from the ground and released their magical barriers, a bolt of black lightning struck directly above Icarus, but was blocked by the magical barriers. Given Icarus's strength, if he had been struck directly by this lightning, he would have undoubtedly died. Icarus looked at Ranga with lingering fear, the terrifying scene from just moments before still fresh in his mind. His gaze met Ranga's, and he suddenly realized that Ranga was also staring at him, her eyes seemingly conveying an indescribable emotion. Ranga shifted its gaze from Icarus to the massive barrier. Its sharp eyes seemed to pierce through the seemingly impenetrable barrier, revealing everything hidden behind it. Immediately afterward, Ranga let out a deafening howl, a roar like that from hell, sending chills down one's spine. With this howl, thick thunderclouds surged around its body, black lightning flashing and intertwining within the clouds, as if to tear the entire sky apart. Ranga's howls continued relentlessly, each one louder and more awe-inspiring than the last. Accompanying its howls, a storm arose, and a fierce gale swept in. However, this was only the beginning. With Ranga's roar, one colossal tornado after another formed above Icarus's army. These tornadoes, wreathed in black lightning, raged through the air like demonic tentacles. Everything in their path was reduced to dust. Had the magic-infused soldiers not timely deployed a powerful magical barrier, this army would likely have suffered heavy losses, or even been completely wiped out. Even so, the terrifying black tornado continued to pound wildly against the magical barrier, each impact causing the entire barrier to tremble violently. Seeing his attack blocked by the barrier, Ranga was about to intensify his offensive when Albert rushed over to stop him. "It's no use, Ranga. Those magic-infused soldiers are specially modified. It's not only difficult to damage them with magic, but it will also replenish their energy unless your attack is powerful enough to overload their armor." After listening, Ranga smiled dismissively and said, "Very well, then let me see where their limits are." However, just as Ranga was preparing to launch a full-scale attack on the opponent's barrier, Albert suddenly intervened and stopped him. This action greatly surprised Ranga. It turned out that before they even set off, the battle report from the Chattel D4 area had already been transmitted to them through special channels. This report detailed a powerful weapon possessed by the enemy, a weapon capable of threatening even the Dragon King. Albert understood the importance of this intelligence. If Ranga were to use all her strength to break through the enemy's barrier now, they would likely find themselves in an extremely passive situation. Because once Ranga had exhausted too much of her power, they would struggle to deal with the secret weapon they were capable of countering. Chapter 108 Feldway's Awakening. Inside Tianqing Palace, the entire space was completely enveloped by an extremely violent and oppressive atmosphere. At the center of the palace, Feldway, the leader of the 7 primordial angels, stood taut, his upright shoulders trembling slightly. The composure and indifference he had cultivated for millennia crumbled completely, and his crimson eyes surged with overwhelming rage and unbelievable humiliation. His pent-up resentment finally broke through his restraint. The next instant, a roar that shook the entire Tianqing Palace suddenly exploded, the sound waves causing the surrounding floating fragments of holy light to scatter wildly. "Are you kidding me?" Feldway clenched his teeth, his voice hoarse and filled with violence, each word carrying resentment and rage. "It's just slime. A mere anomaly beyond reason. How could he possibly suppress me and Michael all by himself?" He couldn't accept this crushing defeat. As Star King Dragon Veldanava himself created the origin of everything, he and Michael should have swept away all obstacles together, but in the end, they were directly suppressed by a slime that no one had ever taken seriously. This was an unprecedented humiliation in his 10,000 years of life. His anger had not subsided, the pent-up confusion and resentment in his chest erupted again, and his tone became increasingly sharp and violent. "And Rudra. That damned Rudra, how did he even do that?" Feldway's mind kept replaying the battle, filled with utter bewilderment and confusion. How could he have broken through my castle guard head-on? What haunted him most, filling him with deep resentment and bitterness, was the obsession and resentment buried in his heart for millennia. His voice suddenly lowered, carrying endless grief and sorrow, each word dripping with tears. He clearly possessed such terrifying power capable of destroying the world. So why couldn't he protect Lady Veldanava even a fraction of it, and just watch Lady Veldanava perish right before his eyes? All the obsession and planning over the millennia were completely thwarted by this sudden and devastating defeat. All the calculations, all the forbearance, and all the groundwork laid for the resurrection of Star King Dragon were all in vain. In a corner of the hall, Cornu, also a primordial angel, stood with his head bowed, his whole body tense to the extreme, not daring to make the slightest sound. He knew that Feldway was furious at this moment. The humiliation of defeat, the despair of his plans being thwarted, and the grief and anger over the past were all intertwined, which had already put this leader of the Origin in an extremely irritable state. At this moment, any unnecessary movement could become the fuse for anger, bringing about undeserved disaster. Cornu suppressed his aura, lowered his eyes, and dared not look directly at the furious figure in front of him. He stood frozen in place, silent as a cicada in winter, filled with fear, and dared not make the slightest move. Anyone can clearly see that Feldway has suffered an unprecedented setback this time. Just then, a gentle yet fragmented, ethereal voice, almost unreal, suddenly resounded in the depths of his mind without warning. This is Michael's unique whisper of the soul. It was the final message left for him by his dearest friend, who had been with him for millennia and planned everything side by side, after burning out his last bit of strength. A clear, ethereal voice, tinged with a weary relief, slowly echoed in Feldway's lifeless consciousness. "Sorry, Feldway. Ultimately, I failed." A short sentence, carrying endless helplessness, suddenly takes a turn in the next second, shedding all despondency and tinged with a faint sense of fulfillment. "No, I did not fail. My wish has been fulfilled." After a brief pause, the gentle voice was tinged with deep guilt and reluctance, each word piercing Feldway's heart. "I'm sorry, Feldway. My only regret now is leaving you alone as I depart first. My soul will return to Lord Veldanava's side." Feldway froze abruptly, his body trembling violently as a sense of detachment from the depths of his soul swept over him. He clearly sensed that some of the powers of Justice King Michael, who resided within him, had been stripped away. Feldway's heart sank into an abyss of ice, the biting cold overwhelming all his anger. He understood the significance of this power better than anyone else. As long as Justice King Michael's powers remained intact, Michael still had a glimmer of hope for resurrection. It was a backup plan forged by their millennia-long bond, the foundation of his confidence in turning the tide. But now, it's all too late. With his powers stripped away, all of Michael's hopes for rebirth were utterly extinguished at this moment, vanishing without a trace, leaving no possibility whatsoever. The forbearance accumulated over 10,000 years, the bond for 10,000 years, and the long-cherished wish for 10,000 years, all shattered completely with the dissipation of this power. Overwhelmed by grief and hatred, Feldway lost all reason. He abruptly looked up, his bloodshot eyes blazing with fury. A torrent of resentment burst forth, and a heart-wrenching roar echoed throughout the deathly silent Tianqing Palace. His voice was distorted and hoarse, filled with a despair on the verge of collapse. Rimuru. You deserve to die. What right do you have? What right do you have to take his life? What right do you have to take Michael, the only person who's been by my side, away completely? For hundreds and thousands of years, he and Michael have been inseparable, their only bond. He endured all the grievances, bore all the sins, and planned all the schemes, all for the purpose of resurrecting Star King Dragon, and Michael was his only companion, his only solace, and his only ally in the long night. But now he is gone, and there is no hope of his return. The echoes of the roar slowly dissipated in the empty palace, the violent power gradually subsided, and after the extreme anger faded, a sense of bewilderment quietly crept into Feldway's heart. He clenched his trembling fists tightly, Michael's last whisper echoing in his mind, "The wish has come true." He pondered and analyzed those words over and over, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. He racked his brains but still couldn't decipher the wish Michael spoke of. Their lifelong pursuit was to resurrect Lord Veldanava. The war had been a crushing defeat, all their plans had collapsed, it was a complete failure, so why did Michael die with such satisfaction and relief? But he clearly sensed that in Michael's final soul fluctuations, there was no resentment, no regret, only fulfillment and peace of mind. At this moment, the surging hatred and grief quietly faded away, and an extreme, twisted jealousy quietly grew, and completely took over his mind. He was jealous. He was jealous that Michael could leave satisfied and go peacefully to Star King Dragon's side, freeing himself from the shackles and obsession of 10,000 years. Feldway was left all alone, trapped in this endless world, trapped in a 10,000-year-old obsession, burdened with all the failures, sins and regrets, lingering alone in the human world, with no one to accompany him, no one to empathize with him. After the anger dissipated and the hatred settled, what finally swept over me was boundless loneliness, and a deep-seated helplessness. His long-cherished plans, his devoted friends, and his cherished dreams, all vanished in an instant. In the vast world and the immense Tianqing Palace, he was once accompanied by close friends and sustained by unwavering convictions. But now he is all alone, guarding the shattered ruins and hopeless obsessions, utterly swallowed by boundless loneliness. Corna remained silent with his head bowed, not daring to look up. Looking at this once arrogant and unparalleled leader of the Origin, now appearing desolate, lonely, and on the verge of collapse, Corna felt only endless awe and reverence, and dared not make the slightest move. But at this moment of overwhelming sorrow and solemn silence, some people just don't understand the atmosphere. Vega could not see at all the overwhelming grief and resentment that filled the hall at that moment. Seeing this, Corna's heart tightened, his face changed drastically, and he instinctively reached out to stop him and speak up to dissuade him. But before he could even open his mouth, it was too late. "Hey boss, what's our next plan?" Vega's tone was blunt, his casual manner like a routine inquiry, completely ignoring the painful situation of the collapse and the fall of his close friend. His words abruptly broke the deathly silence of the hall, jarring. This untimely question instantly triggered Feldway's already taut nerves. Feldway suddenly looked up, his dark, scarlet eyes coldly sweeping over Vega. His eyes were filled with irritation, grief, and anger, and his icy gaze was extremely oppressive, fixed on Vega. "Go find somewhere cool to stay." His voice was hoarse and low, filled with extreme impatience and anger, each word laced with hostility. "Michael's dead. Can't you see I'm upset right now? Don't bother me." At this moment, Feldway was filled with the pain of losing a friend and endless despair, and could not tolerate anyone disturbing him. ordinary people would have been terrified and retreated at the sight of his fury and ruthlessness. Vega, however, remained oblivious to the situation, completely ignoring Feldway's near out-of-control state and the suffocating atmosphere around him. Instead, he let out a mocking laugh, his tone flippant and shallow, tinged with ridicule and disdain. "Ha, Michael is dead." He raised an eyebrow and curled his lip, his tone full of dismissive sarcasm. "Ha, that guy always acted so high and mighty, but when it came to a real fight, he was so easily defeated and killed." Before the flippant, mocking words had even landed, each one brutally trampled on Feldway's sore spot. Michael is his only true friend who has accompanied him through the millennia of creation, his only bond in the long night, the companion he desperately wants to protect, and an existence that no one is allowed to desecrate, mock or belittle. The moment before the words were finished, Feldway's pent-up grief, humiliation, and rage exploded completely. The violent impact reverberated throughout the entire Tianqing Palace. Before Vega could even utter a complete scream, he was violently thrown away by the terrifying force filled with hatred and rage. His body, like a tattered kite, crashed heavily into the hard walls of the Holy Light Temple, causing fine cracks to appear in the walls. After the rage that had sent Vega flying subsided, Tianqing Palace returned to a deathly silence. Feldway stood quietly in the center of the shattered hall, his crimson eyes no longer churning with uncontrollable mania, but instead filled with a chilling coldness and resolute determination. Michael is gone, the last bond is completely severed, and all the forbearance and restraint of the past millennia have lost their meaning at this moment. He lowered his fists, his eyes deep and unfathomable, as if after endless struggle, weighing of options, and deliberation, he had finally made a desperate, all-or-nothing decision. He murmured to himself, his voice so calm it was chilling, "Now that Michael is gone, there is no longer any need to seal my body and bind my power." The silent words echoed in the empty hall, carrying a sense of indifference born of desperation. "It is time to reclaim the true power that is hidden deep within me." The moment the words were spoken, the outer layer of spirit that had been covering Feldway's body for years, used to suppress his true form and disguise his appearance, began to dissolve and peel away layer by layer, like shattered light. The angel's body, which was somewhat fierce and majestic, turned into countless tiny specks of light that scattered with the wind and completely vanished into the world. The next instant, an extremely dazzling yet sacred and serene radiance suddenly burst forth from the void. Its new form slowly solidified and took shape. His waist-length silver hair shone brightly, each strand radiating a sacred and flawless glow. His face had shed its former gloom and fierceness, revealing an exquisitely handsome, ethereal beauty, with lines that were both sacred and gentle, yet carried an air of detached indifference that looked down upon all living beings. This is the true original form of Feldway, the leader of the primordial 7 angels, who has been sealed for 10,000 years. It is his complete true form without any suppression. At the same time, the dragon factor of the white ice dragon Velzard, some of the powers of Michael's Justice King Michael, and all the powers of the King of Endurance were transformed into information and integrated into this body. Just as the entire palace was enveloped in this new, deathly oppressive atmosphere, a faint ripple appeared in the space without warning. There was no earth-shattering commotion, no roaring sound of forcibly breaking through boundaries, and not even the slightest fluctuation of magical energy. Just as natural and light as returning home, a strange figure quietly stood at the entrance of the Tianqing Palace. It was Veldanava who possessed Yuki Kagrazaka. This silent intrusion instantly shattered the deathly silence within the hall. Velda glanced sideways, her gaze sweeping over the completely renovated Feldway, its atmosphere transformed, then lightly passing over the dilapidated palaces and the trembling Cornu. A genuine doubt surfaced in her eyes, and she murmured to herself, her tone tinged with bewilderment and astonishment, "Strangeness. I don't recall these 2 characters being from primordial angels." He frowned slightly, as if comparing his thoughts to ancient memories from 10,000 years ago, his tone growing increasingly puzzled. "What exactly happened in the years that have passed since I died?" The sudden sound of an unfamiliar voice instantly alerted Feldway, who was already feeling melancholy. He slowly turned around, his long, gleaming silver hair swaying gently with the movement. His holy and beautiful face remained completely calm, except for a pair of deep eyes that instantly hardened with icy coldness and extreme vigilance. Before him was a completely unfamiliar face, a countenance he had never seen in his millennia of planning and traversing the world. Yet, the instant his gaze met the others, a violent tremor suddenly surged within Feldway's soul. Beneath that unfamiliar exterior lay a familiar aura etched into his very soul, an aura he could never forget, even in death. The breath was very faint, and it was through an unfamiliar body, yet it still precisely touched all of Feldway's obsessions. But the person in front of him was completely unfamiliar in appearance, aura, and posture. He was not at all like the Star King Dragon in his memory. Extreme doubt, shock, and intense vigilance instantly overwhelmed him, and countless thoughts surged wildly in his mind. Who exactly are you, and how did you get in here? The chilling questions echoed through the hall, thus beginning a fateful confrontation. Okay, I had a moment of lapse in judgment and accidentally updated this chapter to the last chapter of Volume 1. After a long time, I realized I couldn't remove it, so I had to overwrite it with an old draft and republish it. I'm really sorry. Chapter 109's title was swallowed by the Great Devourer. Facing Feldway's scrutinizing and sharp questioning, Velda remained indifferent, completely unfazed by the man's probing. His gaze swept calmly over the tall, imposing figure before him, and he spoke with composure and detachment. I should be the one asking you that question. But since you've spoken first, I'll answer truthfully. I am Veldanava, the creator god who shaped this world. My answer is complete. Now it's your turn. Feldway's body stiffened slightly, his deep eyes suddenly narrowing. It was the aura of his master, etched deep within his soul, and imprinted since his birth. There was no mistake about it. But this aura was incomplete, fragmented, and impure, no longer possessing the completeness and purity of the original Star King Dragon. His thoughts cleared in an instant. He slightly raised his head, his posture extremely proud and solemn, each word ringing out with absolute arrogance and loyalty originating from the very beginning. I am the origin, the most powerful angel, Star King Dragon. The sharpest sword ever forged by Lady Veldanava herself, Feldway. The solemn and magnificent self-introduction resounded through the void, carrying the overwhelming power of a high-level being, causing the surrounding free-floating demonic energy and spiritual particles to violently fluctuate. Upon hearing this, Velda frowned slightly, a genuine sense of bewilderment and confusion flashing in his eyes, and he murmured to himself. He searched through all his long-forgotten memories, but still could not find any trace of the person before him. The origin? I've never heard of that title before. He carefully examined Feldway's immense and powerful strength, far surpassing that of ordinary angels, and grew increasingly perplexed, continuing to murmur to himself, the strongest angel in the world, the sharpest sword of Star King Dragon. In my memory, the one who deserves these titles has always been Dino. The Feldway before him possessed a chilling aura and profound foundation. His genuine combat strength was not mere bluff, and he didn't seem like a fraudster deliberately fabricating an identity. Yet, paradoxically, there was not a trace of this primal lord in his memory whatsoever, as if the other party had been created out of thin air. Velda's muttered questions reached Feldway's ears. At this moment, the leader of the origin instantly showed extreme coldness and mockery in his eyes, and a cold laugh suddenly resounded through the void, carrying bone-chilling contempt and disappointment. His smile was chilling, laced with endless mockery and anger, and Feldway lost the last shred of patience in his eyes. Daring to call himself Lord Veldanava, yet in the end, he doesn't even recognize the proudest creation he himself made. He suddenly raised his voice, his solemn and authoritative tone carrying a thunderous power. Even though the strength of their voices is meaningless to them, every word he uttered at this moment carried extreme contempt and refutation, each word like a blade, directly pointing to the other party's falsehood. A flawed, incomplete product that stole the title of the creator god dares to bear the title of Lord Veldanava. How arrogant. Defective product. These two simple words, like two cold, sharp thorns, pierced Velda's most hidden and sensitive weak spot. His face, which had just been indifferent and languid, instantly darkened completely, and his eyes, which held a sense of desolation, suddenly lost all their calmness, and were covered with a chilling shadow. The previously relaxed aura suddenly tightened, and the temperature of the entire void instantly plummeted to freezing point, with deathly silence and violent pressure sweeping across all directions. "What did you call me?" Velda spoke slowly and deliberately, her voice low and hoarse, without a roar, yet filled with extreme anger. In an instant, Velda unleashed her terrifying, domineering aura. Faced with the overwhelming dominance, Feldway did not back down in the slightest. As the leader of the primordial angels, Feldway's pride would not allow him to bow down, and Feldway unleashed his own domineering aura to counter him. The roar was silent, yet it possessed a terrifying force capable of tearing apart dimensions. Cornu, who had been watching from the sidelines, instantly turned deathly pale, his bones creaking under the immense pressure. Two supreme pressures rolled down, as if the entire sky were pressing down on his frail body. His muscles were taut to the limit, making it incredibly difficult to even maintain his posture. He could only grit his teeth and endure, a chill running through him. This was a battle force from a completely different dimension. Even the slightest aftershock would be enough to annihilate him. The tense standoff escalated instantly, as if a major battle was about to erupt at any moment. But just as the clash of pressures was at its most intense, and the air was about to explode, Velda suddenly suppressed the surging killing intent around her. The overwhelming, terrifying aura suddenly receded like a tide, returning to calm in an instant, leaving only an inescapable sense of desolation lingering around him. The violent killing intent from before had completely faded away, replaced by a weary and sorrowful emptiness. "Never mind." He spoke softly, his voice low and weak, no longer the cold and sharp tone he had given just moments before. "In some ways, you're right. I am indeed incomplete." The fragmented will of the Creator God slowly lowered its eyes, its depths surging with an unreadable bitterness and obsession. After all, Lucia is no longer here. After a brief silence, Velda looked up again, her gaze fixed on Feldway in front of her, her tone filled with an undeniable certainty. "Feldway, since you claim to be my sharpest sword in the past, and the proudest creation I made with my own hands, then you must have kept your duty, and properly protected Lucia's remains to this day. Take me there." The words fell with an absolute command, brooking no resistance whatsoever. Feldway slowly withdrew his domineering aura, his tense body relaxing slightly. He was perfectly clear-headed, although the fragmented will before him was not the complete Star King dragon, it was still a fragment of Veldanava's soul, and its strength was likely no less than his own. Rashly clashing with it would only further disrupt the completion of his plan. But the pride of being the progenitor made him unwilling to yield easily. He raised his eyes to gaze at Velda, his tone cold and stubborn, solemnly correcting the deviation in her words. "Remember who you are. I am Veldanava's sharpest sword, and from beginning to end, I have been loyal to the Creator God himself, not to your flawed will. Furthermore, you yourself said that in your memory, the sharpest sword I ever wielded was always Dino, not me." Each word was clear, carrying the arrogance and meticulousness of the head of angels, unwilling to compromise even the slightest bit of dignity. Despite the myriad resistance in my heart, and the unwillingness to submit to this fragmented will, the bond etched deep in my soul cannot be severed. After a brief silence, Feldway finally turned around and strode off indifferently. His cool voice echoed through Tianqing Palace. In the end, he still chose to lead the way. After passing through Tianqing Palace, the two finally stepped into the quiet room that belonged only to Lucia. This place is enveloped in an eternally still space, isolated from the erosion of time and the decay of magic. Lucia's body lies quietly on the stone platform, her hair, clothes, and eyebrows all intact, her skin still retaining the soft color she had in life, showing no signs of decay or rot, as if she were simply sleeping peacefully, and would slowly open her eyes at any moment. Velda slowly stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the figure, her eyes surging with an intense, unyielding longing and hidden pain. Even though he was merely a fragmented wisp of will separated from Star King Dragon, carrying all the original's thoughts and sorrows, the love etched into his very being remained undiminished. He slowly raised his hand, hovering it in midair, afraid to touch it, lest he disturb this last remaining piece of intactness. A layer of sorrowful yet soft aura emanated from him, and the chilling killing intent he had felt during their confrontation vanished completely. Feldway, standing behind him, quietly watched his forlorn and lost expression, and his mind involuntarily drifted back to the distant, almost hazy past. Those were the complete years of Veldanava's life. As the images of the past flashed through his mind, Feldway felt a mix of emotions, loyalty and contempt intertwined. A deathly silence spread through the quiet room for a moment, then Velda suddenly spoke, her tone calm, yet carrying a stubborn determination that could shake the entire world. Feldway, I'm going to destroy this world. Upon hearing this, Feldway showed no sign of panic. He casually countered with a question, his tone so indifferent as if the other person had merely uttered a trivial remark. What do you plan to do after destroying the world? Velda didn't turn around, his gaze remained fixed on Lucia's intact body on the stone platform. His voice was deep and stubborn, every word bearing the mark of his relentless pursuit. I will collect all the intelligence in the world and resurrect my Lucia. As soon as he finished speaking, Feldway let out a cold sneer that echoed through the quiet space, bluntly stating the irreconcilable differences between the two. It is indeed a rare and deep affection. It is just a pity that our goals have been opposite from the beginning. I do indeed plan to overthrow this world, but I have gathered all the intelligence to awaken the true and complete Lord Veldanava. He looked up at Velda, his tone firm, clearly establishing an insurmountable hierarchy. As for Lady Lucia, she can only be put aside for now. In my heart, Lady Veldanava will always be number one, and her priority can only be second. These words were like a raging fire poured on a long-accumulated obsession, instantly igniting the deepest fanaticism in Velda's heart. He turned his head abruptly, his eyes filled with a crazy stubbornness, a violent, domineering aura surging and churning around him, and all the suppressed grief he felt transformed into sharp resistance. I don't need you to bother resurrecting the so-called complete body. I am right here, and as long as Lucia is reborn, I am the complete Veldanava. Faced with his sudden outburst of emotions, Feldway did not back down or show any fear. His pride did not allow him to compromise with a broken will. He immediately retorted sharply, his words as sharp as a judge's blade, mercilessly piercing the other party's self-deception. You're a fart. Ultimately, you're nothing but a flawed, defective piece of work. You have absolutely no right to give me any orders. Chapter 110 Velda, the Lone Commander. So, you were once the Wisdom King, and later evolved into the Divine Core Charles. After your original timeline was destroyed, you used the power of the Lord of Flames to reincarnate again and again, traveling through time, just to save me, and the entire Jura Tempest Federation, which was on the verge of destruction. The moment the words fell, Charles's ethereal and steady voice rang out, each word clear and distinct, carrying the vicissitudes and devotion that had transcended countless reincarnations. Yes, Master. This is the whole meaning of my existence, which has spanned countless ages. She paused, her tone becoming solemn and serious, and slowly revealed the most fatal hidden danger of this cycle of reincarnation. Besides that, there is one more crucial thing that the Master must know. In all the cycles I have experienced, Velda and Feldway have never appeared at the same time in the same timeline. But this time, fate took a completely different turn, with two formidable enemies appearing simultaneously, both eyeing the world with predatory intent. Charles's voice grew increasingly low, clearly pointing out the dire situation. Both of them possess top-tier individual combat abilities, far surpassing ordinary demon kings and heroes. The success rate of turning the tide in this cycle will not only be no higher than any previous one, but it will be the most slim and dangerous of all cycles. After discussing the core crisis, Seal looked up at Rimuru before him, his tone returning to respectful and calm, and presented a crucial choice. Finally, Master. Would you like to view the complete memories of all reincarnations? Previously, I was not fully awakened, and the fragments of the past you glimpsed were incomplete. Countless key battles, choices, and sacrifices could not be fully explored. Now, I have fully awakened and can unlock all the true memories of all reincarnations for you. Rimuru lowered her eyes, her fingertips unconsciously clenching slightly as chaotic thoughts churned rapidly in her mind. Countless fragmented, blurry afterimages flashed through her mind, unfamiliar scenes of destruction, the crumbling fragments of the Jura Tempest Federation, the silhouettes of countless familiar faces who had passed away, and the endless cycle of silent, failed attempts. The inexplicable unease and regret that occasionally surfaced in the past finally had a complete answer. The ruins of the Holy Empire of Rubrios. Once upon a time, this place was also the most sacred religious site of the Western nations. But all the glory and splendor were destroyed in that purification crusade. At that time, Rubrios, who insisted on provoking conflict and launching a holy war under the guise of religious prejudice, excerpt from Jura Tempest Federation's future history textbook, finally met his demise. The Jura Tempest Federation army swept across the entire territory, utterly crushing the main force of the Paladins, shattering all holy level barriers, and completely ending the rule of this religious kingdom that had lasted for thousands of years. The flames of war burned down the palaces, the holy tower collapsed with a crash, and all the buildings, totems, and carriers of doctrine that once symbolized holiness and faith were reduced to ruins under the impact of war and magic. After the war ended, the Jura Tempest Federation immediately issued an ironclad rule, and a supreme ban. The entire territory of Rubrios was permanently sealed off, and people of any race or faction were strictly prohibited from setting foot in this destroyed land without authorization. Violators would be severely punished. The ruins of the former temple are covered with dark moss, broken statues lie in the weeds and mud, and the remaining stone walls still bear the scorched marks of war and the cracks from the explosion of magic. The once bustling streets of the holy city are now buried under weeds and rubble. Only the biting wind howls through the ruins, as if telling a tragic song of past destruction. No living beings dwell there, no believers linger, no laughter or chatter. The once sacred land that shone brightly across the continent has completely lost its luster, becoming a desolate wasteland, leaving only the scars of the devastating war, silently proclaiming the ultimate fate of those who defied the Jura Tempest Federation. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared out of thin air atop the ruins of the dilapidated altar. The person who arrived was Velda. He stood alone amidst charred rubble and overgrown weeds, his cold gaze sweeping over the devastated former holy site. His expression was calm, yet he concealed a scheme unknown to anyone. No one could have predicted that he would quietly step into this ruined site, which had been completely sealed off by the Jura Tempest Federation and forgotten by the world. His presence here is the result of a complex and intertwined past. Not long ago, Velda and Feldway, two top-tier powerhouses, were locked in a stalemate. Both of them have the ultimate goal of overthrowing the present world and reshaping it, but they have an irreconcilable disagreement on the core issue of who should be resurrected first after the world is destroyed. Velda's obsession never wavered. He stubbornly insisted that Lady Lucia must be resurrected as soon as everything returned to nothingness, and the world was rebuilt. For him, Lady Lucia's existence was the starting point of all his actions and obsessions, and no plan could supersede the resurrection of Lady Lucia. Feldway, however, held a completely different view. In his calculations and plans, the key was to revive the complete Veldanava. After reviving Veldanava, he would then gradually plan the revival of Lady Lucia. The intense clash between two diametrically opposed obsessions and plans inevitably brought the two powerful figures standing at the pinnacle of this world into direct confrontation. An invisible, terrifying pressure permeated the entire Tianqing Palace, and the situation reached its most tense point. The standoff lasted for a long time, with the two men locked in a tense standoff, neither willing to back down an inch, yet they never actually started a fight. Ultimately, the two men were well aware that their combat strength was evenly matched. If a full-scale war broke out, it would inevitably be a protracted and deadly battle, ultimately resulting in mutual destruction. Now, Rimuru has grown into the number one enemy, and with the unfathomable Guy Crimson lurking in the shadows, the situation is already precarious. If they were to fight amongst themselves and suffer heavy losses, they would only be giving Rimuru the opportunity to reap the benefits, allowing his greatest enemy to seize the chance to wipe them out completely. In that case, let alone competing for the Order of Resurrection and realizing the grand plan of destroying and rebuilding the world, it's uncertain whether they can even save their own lives. Reason ultimately prevailed over their differences and obsessions. After a long stalemate, Velda and Feldway finally reached a temporary consensus and a ceasefire agreement. The two temporarily set aside all their differences and disputes over the resurrected candidate, and united to fight against external threats. All personal matters were put aside. The primary goal was to completely eliminate Rimuru and Guy Crimson, the two biggest obstacles in our path. Only after clearing all obstacles could we renegotiate all subsequent plans. Although an alliance has seemingly been reached, Velda's current situation remains extremely awkward, even to the point of being mired in isolation and helplessness. As the first of the primordial angels, Feldway holds supreme command over all primordial angels. More importantly, the incomplete authority of Justice King Michael is also in Feldway's hands. With Feldway in power, Velda has completely lost the right to command or order any primordial angel. To make matters worse, during the turmoil in which he possessed Yuki and stirred up the situation, the moderate Harlequin alliance, which was affiliated with Yuki, had already scattered and fled without a trace when they saw that the situation was not good, and had completely escaped his control. Velda is now essentially a lone force. With no capable soldiers under his command, no trustworthy people by his side, powerful enemies lurking in the road ahead, and hidden checks and balances within his alliance, Velda, trapped in a desperate situation, must find a trump card to turn the tide. That is why he managed to slip away unnoticed and quietly infiltrate the Holy Empire of Rubrios ruins, which had been completely sealed off by the Jura Tempest Federation. In the Battle of Purification Crusade, Rimuru led the Jura Tempest Federation army to flatten this land, destroy the temple, seal off the entire territory, and turn the ancient Holy Land into wasteland. They also investigated and wiped out all remaining forces and secret strongholds in the area. But even the most meticulous plans can have flaws. Within these ruins lies an absolute secret known only to Luminous Valentine, a special chamber hidden beneath the altar, isolated from all magical detection and all means of investigation. The war swept across the entire territory, destroying countless secrets, but this secret room, hidden deep underground, remained undetected by Rimuru, and has been preserved intact to this day. And that was Velda's sole purpose for this trip. He ventured alone into the desolate wasteland, solely to find that hidden chamber sealed for millennia, to awaken the ancient trump card that had slumbered there, buried by time the legendary hero Cronoa. If he can find and control the sleeping Cronoa, he will be able to break out of his current desperate situation and gain new power to balance all sides and reverse the course of the war. The ancient warrior Cronoa, who sleeps here, has never been doubted in terms of his true combat prowess. Throughout the epic records of the entire continent, the feat that best proves her terrifying strength is the miracle that no one can replicate single-handedly using the ultimate sealing power infinite prison to completely seal away storm dragon Veldora. Veldora was a top-tier being of the calamity level, who once ravaged the continent and was unstoppable, but was eventually sealed away by Cronoa. This single, unprecedented feat is enough to prove that this sleeping ancient hero possesses top-tier strength far exceeding that of ordinary demon kings, making him a terrifying force capable of turning the tide of battle. Velda traversed the layers of ruins underground without encountering any obstacles, easily pinpointing the location of that unique, hidden secret room. The ancient barrier on the wall, which had stood for thousands of years, was completely unguarded. Under his subtle touch of magic, the barrier quietly disappeared, and the heavy stone doors silently opened to both sides, revealing the entire secret chamber. This secluded room, hidden deep underground in Rubrios, is minimalist to the extreme. Apart from the smooth, polished stone walls and the clean, cold stone floor, there are no other superfluous furnishings. There were no sacrificial objects, no ancient inscriptions, no totem statues. The empty, enclosed space offered an unobstructed view, and was eerily clean. It was precisely because the environment was so monotonous that the ice coffin standing quietly in the center of the secret room instantly caught Velda's attention and could not be ignored. It was a crystal-clear ice coffin, its ice as clear as glass, yet shrouded in an ancient, chilling aura. Wisps of pure, pale blue magical mist slowly seeped from the surface of the ice coffin, spreading throughout the entire secret chamber, and causing the surrounding air to freeze slightly. Inside the ice coffin, the ancient warrior Cronoa slept peacefully. Her eyes were gently closed, her long hair fell quietly, and her face was serene and peaceful, as if she had simply fallen into an eternal slumber from which she would never awaken. Her body was perfectly preserved by the extreme cold, showing no signs of decay. Even in a deep slumber with her powers dormant, the aura emanating from her body was still terrifying and daunting. Calm, vast, and restrained yet incredibly powerful, it carried no trace of violence, yet Velda could clearly perceive the boundless power hidden beneath her body. Velda slowly stepped into the secret room, the icy cold air enveloping him, yet it could not shake his figure in the slightest. His gaze was fixed on the ice coffin in the center, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he murmured to himself. As expected of Cronoa, the legendary hero who suppressed the storm dragon. Even the faint aura leaking from his slumber is so oppressive. If he were to fully awaken, his combat power would certainly not be underestimated. It seems that this long-dormant period will ultimately make you my most capable lieutenant, helping me break the deadlock and reverse all the decline. As soon as he finished speaking, Velda took a step and slowly approached the ice coffin in the center. Only the sound of his soft footsteps echoed in the empty chamber. He slightly raised his right hand, his fingertips gleaming with a cool light, intending to touch the icy barrier surrounding the ice coffin, awaken the slumbering ancient warrior, and completely take control of this trump card. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the ice, a sharp, cold female voice, filled with extreme anger and killing intent, suddenly rang out in the sealed room, abruptly cutting off Velda's movements. His voice was sharp as an ice blade, carrying an undisguised murderous aura. Each word was resounding, causing the chilling air in the secret room to surge violently. If you dare touch her, I'll chop off your filthy paw right now. The sudden warning, chilling and deadly, shattered the eternal silence of the secret chamber. Chapter 111. Through countless reincarnations, finally returning to your embrace. If you dare touch her, I'll chop off your filthy paw right now. Velda, who was about to make a move, suddenly froze. His keen sense of danger instantly kicked in. He twisted his neck sharply, turned his head quickly, and stared intently in the direction from which the sound came, his eyes filled with vigilance and astonishment. But as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but emptiness, not a single person in sight. The surroundings were so quiet that only the faint sound of the air flowing slowly could be heard, as if the deafening roar from before was just an auditory hallucination. Just as Velda was momentarily stunned and filled with doubt, a chilling, sinister killing intent that almost completely froze the space around him suddenly enveloped him from behind without warning. He dared not be negligent in the slightest. His magical power surged instantly, and a flash of cold light appeared at his fingertips as the twin snake daggers at his waist were suddenly drawn. Two cold lights wrapped in dark snake patterns slashed through the air with a sharp whistling sound. He twisted his waist sharply and, relying on his extreme combat instincts, unleashed a fierce backhand slash at the deadly threat behind him. Clang! The deafening clang of metal clashing shook the heavens and the earth, the ear-piercing metallic vibrations creating a visible shockwave. The cold blades clashed fiercely, the all-out strike being completely and flawlessly received by the opponent. The one who firmly withstood his full-force attack was none other than the Demon King Rimuru. The brief stalemate lasted only a moment. Knowing the strength of her opponent, Velda dared not linger and immediately used the momentum to retreat. Magic burst forth beneath his feet, instantly creating a safe distance of several meters. His tense body remained on high alert, his gaze fixed on Rimuru ahead, not daring to relax for even a moment. A cold smile, tinged with surprise and gravity, curled at the corners of Velda's tight lips. Her tone was full of surprise, but her eyes showed no sign of backing down, only intense fighting spirit and vigilance. What a surprise, Demon King Rimuru. I never expected to see you here. The moment he finished speaking, dark magical energy surged and rose around him once more, coiling around the twin serpent daggers, causing the cold blades to gleam with an even more eerie and chilling light. He lowered his arms slightly, holding the daggers firmly in his hands, preparing for another powerful attack. His aura was completely tense, and he was ready to launch another fierce assault. The next second, Velda suddenly shot out. A sharp whooshing sound suddenly rang out. Using the momentum of his charge, he gripped the short sword tightly with both hands, and with surging magical power, he fiercely pounced toward Rimuru. What appears to be a swift and powerful frontal assault is actually concealed by a deadly attack. The blade is quietly lowered, secretly gathering power, preparing to launch a tricky and stealthy surprise attack from below, intending to catch the opponent off guard. But just as his blade was about to touch his target and his hidden killing move was about to be completed, the scene before him completely exceeded his expectations. Faced with his swift and cunning attack, Rimuru neither dodged to the side, nor parried with his sword, nor retreated even half a step. Under Velda's astonished gaze, Rimuru, weapon in hand, moved with calm yet unparalleled precision, slashing the blade down steadily and powerfully from top to bottom. A simple, unadorned vertical slash, without any fancy moves or spectacular effects, precisely covered all the attack trajectories below. With another crisp metallic clang, Velda's long-awaited, tricky, and seemingly inevitable surprise attack from below was effortlessly and thoroughly blocked by Rimuru. The instant the attack was blocked, Rimuru raised his hand, without any sign of charging or gathering magic, and the terrifying magic activated instantly. A torrent of dark magic exploded from his palm, and the power of the rules governing this exclusive, ultra-high-level nuclear strike magic instantly enveloped the entire world. The nuclear strike magic, Flame of Annihilation, suddenly appeared. A sudden and dramatic change occurred. An unimaginable vortex of flames suddenly collapsed and exploded in the center of the battlefield, the raging flames tearing at the air and creating a terrifying spectacle that could destroy the world. A blinding crimson flame shot into the sky, like a raging inferno tearing the heavens apart, instantly engulfing the entire ruins of Rubrios. Rolling waves of fire surged and surged, carrying an overwhelming gravitational pressure, frantically eroding the ravaged earth. The already crumbling and devastated ruins were utterly vulnerable in the face of this nuclear strike magic. The shattered stone pillars, collapsed walls, dusty rubble, and remaining ancient architectural remains were all crushed by the violent gravity and burned to ashes by the scorching flames. Under extreme heat and pressure, the debris rapidly carbonized and disintegrated. In an instant, the vast ruins were completely reduced to ashes. The ground was scorched black and flat, with not a blade of grass left and not a trace of the past. Destructive flames and gravitational storms swept across the land, turning the inescapable ground battlefield into a living hell. But just a second before the magic landed and the flames engulfed everything, a dark afterimage suddenly broke free from the vortex of fire. With her exceptional crisis prediction and superhuman speed, Velda retreated through the air the instant the magic was formed, her magical barrier holding back the initial destructive impact. His body suddenly rose higher, escaping the devastated area on the ground, and finally hovered steadily under the clouds high in the sky. A fierce wind blew, causing Velda's robes to flutter wildly. He hovered in midair, looking down at Rubrios, which had been completely reduced to ashes, his eyes filled with shock and astonishment. The ruins that had lingered there for so long had vanished completely, leaving only billowing heat and wisps of black smoke, enough to give a glimpse of the terrifying power of this nuclear strike magic. He had clearly seen the extreme moment when the flame of annihilation erupted and the flames soared into the sky. In the instant the flames engulfed everything, Rimuru had no intention of engaging him in combat. The slender figure, already carrying the ice coffin, had vanished without a trace, using the Lord of Flames during the chaotic moment of the magical eruption. From beginning to end, Rimuru's goal was never to kill himself, but simply to disrupt his plans and take the person in the ice coffin away. Having figured all this out, Velda, who had spent the entire time tense and confronting each other in vain, ultimately gained nothing, suddenly exploded with rage. Tight veins bulged, her eyes were filled with frustration and fury, and the dark magic around her surged wildly and rampaged due to the intense emotional turmoil. The pent-up anger finally broke through her restraint. High in the sky, Velda roared furiously at the empty, scorched ruins, her voice filled with resentment and madness. "What's going on? Why did you have to show up at the exact moment I was about to succeed, specifically to steal her away from me? We were about to gain a powerful subordinate. And then you ditched us." The roar resounded through the heavens and earth, carrying with it a heart full of resentment and rage, echoing for a long time above the desolate, scorched earth. Just as the Rubrios ruins erupted with the devastating flame of destruction, and the vortex of flames swept across the heavens and earth. Rimuru used the power of the Lord of Flames to quietly return to the depths of the labyrinth. Rimuru slowly straightened up, his gaze gently falling on the ice coffin he had brought back. The ice coffin was clear and transparent, with the cold air contained within, forming a perfect barrier that steadily protected the person inside. The young heroine slept peacefully within, her eyes gently closed, her long, soft eyelashes drooping quietly, her face clean and pure, radiating an untainted holiness and gentleness. That face had relaxed eyebrows and clear features, almost identical to Chloe's appearance, with only subtle differences in temperament. Gazing at that extremely familiar face, countless chaotic memories instantly flooded Rimuru's mind. The ties that transcend reincarnation, the destiny that spans thousands of years, the encounters and partings in the cycle of time, and Chloe's countless lonely perseverance flashed through my mind. 1,000 emotions intertwined, a mixture of sighs, reflections, heartache, and relief, leaving Rimuru, who had experienced countless conflicts, with a particularly peaceful yet slightly wistful state of mind, speechless for a long time. A long silence lingered in the quiet room, with only a gentle, slowly flowing magic in the air. Just then, a soft sound of a door being pushed open broke the silence of the room. The heavy stone door, though untouched, slowly opened inwards following the trajectory of magic, without making a sound, gentle and tranquil. A slender figure stood against the light, slowly walking into the room. Her long, silvery white hair cascaded over her shoulders, her clear eyes were bright and pure, and she exuded a serene and tranquil aura. Chloe had appeared here without warning. Her arrival was not accidental. Rimuru seemed to have known everything all along, as if it were all expected, and showed no surprise whatsoever. The melancholy in her eyes vanished completely, replaced by a gentle, composed smile. Her voice was soft and soothing as she spoke softly, "You've arrived, Chloe." Those eyes, which seemed to have seen through the cycle of reincarnation and destiny, were calm and gentle, as if they had been waiting for a long time, quietly watching the girl who was walking slowly towards them. Seeing Rimuru's understanding yet gentle smile, Chloe's lips naturally curved into a slight smile, her clear eyes shimmering with soft light, conveying understanding and intimacy as she softly responded. "It seems the teacher knew I was coming all along." Rimuru did not respond, but the gentle smile in her eyes never faded. She gazed silently at the floating ice coffin before her, her fingertips twitching slightly. Dark, profound magic flowed silently from his palm, transforming into an invisible, devouring domain, Lord of Gluttony quietly activated. There was no violent force, only a pure black vortex spreading out, gently yet domineeringly enveloping the entire ice coffin. The seals, layered and imprisoned for millennia, were now as thin as paper. All the seals that imprisoned the sleeping body were peeled off and dismantled one by one, and were completely devoured by the Lord of Gluttony. The moment the restraints completely dissipated, Chloe's figure, who had been standing quietly to the side, suddenly emitted a shimmering white light. Her outline gradually blurred, and her physical body slowly transformed into tiny, soft golden light particles, like fireflies fluttering in the sky. These points of light, carrying memories of countless reincarnations and countless lonely obsessions, floated and flowed slowly, following a gentle trajectory, and poured into the ice coffin without any hindrance, merging entirely into the body of Cronoa who was sleeping inside. The souls that have wandered through countless reincarnations are finally united at this moment. The moment the two souls merged, the space-time force field of the entire secret room suddenly became disordered. The air trembled violently, and the spatial barrier rippled with twisted waves. The magical patterns flowing around it went crazy, flickering with light and shadow. Fine spatial cracks spread rampantly across the walls and floor, emitting subtle cracking sounds, and the space-time force field was on the verge of collapse. Chaotic space-time turbulence raged, and the once peaceful and tranquil labyrinthine chamber instantly became a dangerous area that could collapse completely at any moment. Seeing that the spatial collapse was intensifying and could trigger a large-scale space-time collapse at any moment, Rimuru remained calm and activated the Lord of Flames. A gentle, soothing power enveloped the entire room, calming the restless and chaotic space-time. The spreading spatial cracks were filled one by one, and the distorted and disordered force field was forcibly smoothed and regulated. The space that was just teetering on the brink of collapse gradually returned to stability under the control of the flame god's power, completely isolating itself from the aftershocks of the space-time disorder. Once time and space had completely stabilized, the icy outer shell of the ice coffin slowly melted away, turning into cool water vapor that dissipated into the air. Light and shadow suddenly shifted across Cronoa's body, which had been naked and sleeping peacefully. The sacred and noble Holy Spirit armor materialized out of thin air, perfectly fitting the body, its pure white and gold patterns gleaming, exuding a dignified and holy aura. A slender and sharp moonlight rapier, gleaming with a cool moonlight, floated beside him, resting steadily in his palm. The girl, now fully dressed, slowly opened her eyes. Those eyes were clear and deep, holding memories spanning millions of years of reincarnation. Without the slightest hesitation, she abandoned all restraint, took a light step, and leaped forward, carrying with her longing and grievances that spanned countless years, heading straight for Rimuru. Rimuru was not surprised at all by the girl's sudden arrival, nor was he nervous or wary in the slightest. A gentle smile played on her lips as she slowly opened her arms, her posture tender and embracing, as if she had long awaited this embrace after so many cycles of reincarnation, quietly welcoming the returning girl. The next instant, her soft body nestled gently into a warm embrace. After countless cycles of wandering and countless lonely waits, Chloe finally nestled peacefully in Rimuru's arms once again. She had longed for, yearned for, and experienced this embrace countless times throughout the endless cycles of time. Although she was already very familiar with this scene, every time they actually embraced, the loneliness and grievances accumulated over countless years would still instantly shatter all her strength. Rimuru raised his hand, his palm gently resting on the girl's soft, short hair. His movements were incredibly gentle, his voice so tender it could melt away all the hardships of time, softly comforting her millennia of loneliness. "Thank you for your hard work, Chloe. Thank you for your hard work, Cronoa." In just 11 simple words, she revealed everything she knew. Her unwavering commitment through countless reincarnations, her untold suffering, and all her unyielding convictions that transcended time. Nestled in the warm embrace, Chloe's nose instantly stung and reddened. The warmth enveloped her entire body, and long-suppressed emotions surged within her. She bit her lip tightly, desperately trying to hold back the burning heat in her eyes, refusing to let the tears that had been building up for 1,000 years burst forth. Her voice trembled slightly, barely perceptible, as she softly responded, "You've worked hard too, teacher. Through countless reincarnations in utter loneliness. All the hardships and struggles, all the steadfastness, have found their home in this tender embrace and comfort." Chapter 112. A Farce, All Gain Tenderness. Chloe nestled quietly in Rimuru's arms, all the loneliness and grievances accumulated over the years melting away in this long-lost tenderness. Rimuru gently stroked her soft silver hair, his movements tender and affectionate. The only sound in the quiet room was their steady breathing, creating a gentle and healing atmosphere filled with peace and warmth that transcended 1,000 years of bonds. In this rare moment of tranquility, a violent and sudden explosion rang out. The heavy door was violently slammed open from the outside, the door panels trembling violently and creating a whistling sound that shattered the tranquility of the room. Veldora burst in, her dragon eyes gleaming, holding a tall, bound book, The Calamity of the Gods. He completely ignored the interior scenes, his mind and eyes glued to the unfinished plot, his loud voice echoing throughout the entire secret room, his tone full of urgent urging, "Hey, Rimuru. What are you doing? Why is this book, The Calamity of the Gods, incomplete? I was really into it, just got to the famous scene, where the Roman she-wolf possesses Gillamon, and then the climax is abruptly cut off. Hurry up, give me the rest of the story." Veldora spoke very quickly, chattering excitedly for more details, and looked up eagerly to ask Rimuru for the full version of the story. But the next second, all his words and all his movements suddenly froze. What came into view was not Rimuru waiting alone, but Rimuru and Chloe embracing each other tightly. The girl nestled peacefully in Rimuru's arms, her posture intimate and tender, creating a quiet and ambiguous atmosphere that was so warm that one couldn't bear to disturb her. Veldora froze on the spot, her dragon eyes widened slightly, and the excited and enthusiastic look on her face faded at a visible speed, replaced by extreme embarrassment and helplessness. The air fell into a deathly silence. For a full 2 seconds, Veldora instantly understood the situation. He stiffly raised his hand, silently gripping the cold doorknob, his body shrinking back little by little, a ridiculously obedient and extremely sensible awkward smile on his face. He lowered his voice and quickly apologized in a low voice, "Excuse me. I'm sorry to bother you. Actually, I'm not in a hurry to see what happens next, not at all. You guys continue, don't worry about me, just keep going." The moment she finished speaking, Veldora moved with incredible speed, gently closing the door behind her. The heavy door slowly closed, shutting out the gentle light inside. But Veldora outside the door never left. Curiosity completely overcame his embarrassment. He crept down, pressing himself tightly against the door, one ear pressed against the cold stone surface. His eyes darted around, his face full of gossip, and he held his breath, hoping to eavesdrop on the unspeakable whispers and tender murmurs that followed. The mighty storm dragon Veldora, at this moment, looked exactly like someone eavesdropping on a melon, extremely focused and unwilling to miss a single sound. But just as he was straining to eavesdrop, his entire weight pressed against the door. The tightly closed door was suddenly pulled open from the inside without warning. The door suddenly opened outwards and Veldora, completely caught off guard, instantly lost all support and balance. His body tilted to the side, his center of gravity was suspended in midair, and he had no time to react. He was in a disheveled and unbalanced state. A dull thud was heard as the object landed. The mighty and awe-inspiring Veldora was thrown to the ground in front of the door without any regard for her image. She was completely stunned and stood there in a ridiculous and extremely embarrassing manner. Veldora scrambled to her feet, covered in dust, and used her hands and feet to prop herself up from the cold ground, her cheeks still flushed with embarrassment from the fall. He hurriedly looked up, his gaze meeting Rimuru's, who was standing close by with a calm expression. His heart skipped a beat, and he instantly became completely timid. His earlier arrogance from gossiping and eavesdropping vanished, replaced by panic and embarrassment. He quickly adopted a serious demeanor, hastily and ingratiatingly trying to find an excuse. "Ramiris is still waiting for my message outside. I really have something to do. I have to go now. I promise I won't bother you anymore. I'm leaving now, I'm leaving now." As soon as she finished speaking, Veldora didn't even dare to linger for a second longer, and turned around to make a quick getaway. But just as he took half a step, thump. A clear, dull and powerful explosion suddenly rang out. Caught off guard, Veldora felt a sharp pain on the top of her head, as if she had been struck hard by an invisible hammer. A visible bluish bump instantly swelled up on her smooth scalp, the throbbing pain shooting straight to her brain, sharp and unbearable. He froze on the spot, clutching the large bump on his head with both hands. His eyes instantly welled up with tears, and large, glistening tears rolled down his cheeks without any restraint. The mighty storm dragon, now writhing in pain, and utterly aggrieved, immediately let out a mournful howl. "You've gone too far. They forget their old love once they find a new one. Ouch, my head, it hurts so much." Listening to his noisy and aggrieved wailing, Rimuru remained calm, and didn't even bother to give him a second glance. He didn't want to waste any more words on this dramatic, Chinibu dragon. He simply raised his hand silently, retrieved the missing complete sequel to The Calamity of the Gods, from the alternate dimension, casually tossed it lightly towards Veldora, who was still clutching her head and wailing. The pages of the book fluttered and landed steadily in Veldora's arms. Veldora, who had been crying and wailing with grievances, stopped crying the moment she touched the book. His pupils suddenly brightened, and he instantly forgot the excruciating pain in his head. He held the book tightly and carefully in his hands, as if he were holding a unique and priceless treasure. His eyes were filled with fascination and cherishment, as if he was afraid of accidentally damaging it in the slightest. His change of expression was incredibly fast. He immediately put on a fawning and sincere smile, and loudly changed his tune. "I just took back everything I said. You are simply the gentlest and kindest person in the world. An absolutely wonderful person. Seeing his comical behavior of going from arrogance to obsequiousness, and forgetting his pain, when he saw the book, Rimuru remained indifferent and ignored him. She slowly raised her hand and took out the mask that had been gathering dust for a long time, and hadn't been worn in ages. Rimuru raised her hand and gently handed the mask to Chloe beside her. Chloe understood immediately and gently raised her hand to take the mask. Without uttering a word, she raised her hand to cover her face and slowly put on the mask. The pure white holy armor accentuated her tall and aloof figure. The mask concealed her beautiful features, but it could not hide the familiar yet chilling aura of a warrior slowly spreading from her body, calm yet extremely oppressive. Just then, Veldora, who had just received the book and was happily preparing to read it, suddenly felt a tightness in her heart, and a familiar sense of crisis that ran deep into her bones swept over her. He instinctively looked up sharply, his gaze landing on Chloe, who was wearing a mask. The next instant, Veldora froze, as if struck by lightning. Her pupils contracted sharply, and the joy on her face vanished instantly. This mask, this figure, and this oppressive aura, exactly the same, etched into my bones. Broken murmurs stuck in his throat, and endless fear instantly overwhelmed his limbs and bones. He recognized him. There's absolutely no mistake. The person before him was the very same hero, who had sealed him away 300 years ago, imprisoning him for endless years and subjecting him to endless loneliness and torment. The extreme fear instantly shattered Veldora's confidence. The book God's Calamity fell to the ground with a thud. His hair stood on end, his scalp tingled, and only one thought remained in his mind: escape. Get as far away as possible. He didn't even bother to pick up his beloved books, his body instinctively turned around and tried to escape. But Rimuru gave him no chance to escape at all. In an instant, he reached out with precision and grabbed Veldora's hair at the back of his head, locking him firmly in place no matter how much he struggled. Then, with a slight exertion, he forcefully pulled the struggling Veldora back and dragged her directly in front of Chloe, rendering her unable to move. Ouch, 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 ouch. Rimuru, what are you doing? Veldora, her hair being gripped tightly, writhed in agony, her limbs flailing wildly, her face contorted with terror and tears welling in her eyes. She cried out in panic, desperately trying to explain herself. I just accidentally interrupted your good time. I apologize, okay? I'm leaving right now, disappearing completely. There's really no need to kill me to cover it up. You're going to pull all my hair out. Before the panicked pleas for mercy had even faded, a cold, solemn, and utterly devoid of warmth female voice slowly rose, clear and sharp, carrying with it a chilling killing intent that had not dissipated for 300 years. I never expected this, you unrepentant evil dragon. I spared your life back then, sealing your body away, yet you broke free and returned to the world, attempting to wreak havoc and bring disaster everywhere. Chloe stood tall, her masked face devoid of emotion, revealing only the resolute determination in her eyes. She raised her hand and grasped the moonlight rapier suspended at her waist, the cold blade suddenly extending an inch, its chilling light illuminating the room, and instantly spreading an aura of killing intent. This time, I will not leave any future troubles. Today, I will finally settle things with you. As soon as she finished speaking, Chloe slightly lowered her wrist, drew her rapier, and pointed the sharp blade directly at Veldora in front of her, already assuming a deadly stance. The chilling sword light was almost within reach, and the oppressive feeling of death completely enveloped my entire body. Terrified, Veldora froze, her legs buckled, and she tightly closed her eyes, unable to look directly at the deadly blade. She cried out desperately for help to Rimuru. Rimuru. You can't do this to me. The sharp sword light hovered just inches away, and a chilling aura of killing intent enveloped him. Veldora closed her eyes tightly, her whole body tense, her muscles stiff, ready to face the end. Even the words of wailing and begging for mercy were stuck in her throat as she quietly waited for the expected moment, when the sword would fall, and the excruciating pain would strike. However, in the next instant, there was no piercing pain, no sharp edge cutting through the skin, nothing happened. Instead, there was a deathly silence so profound you could hear a pin drop. The room was incredibly quiet, with only the soft rustling of a gentle breeze. The tense and oppressive atmosphere that had just been building dissipated without a sound. A mixture of doubt and trepidation caused Veldora's stiff body to loosen slightly. Hesitantly, he slowly opened his tightly closed eyes, and hurriedly and anxiously looked down and raised his hands, carefully examining his body from head to toe. Her skin was intact, without any wounds, her hair was neat, and her clothes were clean. The deadly blade that had been so close was nowhere to be seen. Chloe's moonlight rapier was sheathed, and there was no trace of her previous murderous intent. He was completely unharmed and unharmed. Just as Veldora stood there, stunned and bewildered, two soft, gentle laughs echoed in the quiet room. Rimuru and Chloe's laughter mingled together, light-hearted and healing, full of playfulness and warmth. At this moment, the slow-witted Veldora finally realized what was happening. From beginning to end, this was nothing short of a farce designed to prank him. The so-called killing and the so-called complete elimination of future troubles were all a show put on by the two of them, scaring him, the mighty storm dragon, out of his mind and making him beg for mercy in a sorry state, only to have a false alarm for nothing. A wave of immense shame and humiliation washed over Veldora, her cheeks flushing bright red. She was both angry and embarrassed, her cheeks puffed out, her voice filled with a resentful, haughty rage. "You actually teamed up with others to trick me. That's outrageous. I'm never talking to you again." Feeling both embarrassed and annoyed, Veldora didn't want to linger for another second. She angrily flicked her sleeve, turned around, and strode out of the room. He slammed the heavy door shut with a deafening bang, releasing all the anger he had been feigning. But just 2 seconds later, the tightly closed door was suddenly pushed open with a click. Veldora, who had just stormed out in a huff, poked her head in, quickly bent down and picked up the complete manuscript of God's Calamity that she had dropped in her panic. She carefully patted the dust off the pages and held it in her arms like a precious treasure. After doing all this, he slammed the door shut again with a fierce slam, and left with an air of utter arrogance. The corridor outside was quiet and deserted, isolating the laughter and chatter from inside the room. At that moment the angry, embarrassed, and sullen look on Veldora's face vanished completely. Instead, a clean, pure, and incredibly gentle smile appeared, with relaxed brows and eyes, radiating warmth. He held the heavy manuscript tightly in his arms, feeling a sense of lightness in his heart. He wasn't angry at all about this farce. On the one hand, he finally got his hands on the complete sequel to God's Calamity, which he had been longing for and couldn't have obtained, and could finally enjoy watching the remaining climax of the story, fulfilling his wish. And more importantly, on the other hand, just a moment ago, he heard and saw it clearly. Rimuru's long-lost, heartfelt smile. Having endured countless battles and conflicts, and burdened with numerous responsibilities and destinies, Rimuru, who had long been quiet and indifferent and rarely showed genuine emotions, finally shed all her weariness and defenses, revealing her purest and most relaxed smile. Veldora lowered her head and opened the book in her hands, her gaze falling on the plot described between the lines. As she read the exciting scene of the 13th princess, possessed by the Roman she-wolf, playing with fire in her father's plague garden, the gentle smile on her lips never faded. As he walked slowly forward, he murmured to himself softly, his voice gentle and sincere, carrying the unspoken expectations of a close friend, "You're finally smiling from the bottom of your heart, Rimuru. No longer do I have to carry all that burden, no longer do I have to be constantly on edge. I hope that in the years to come, you can continue to be this relaxed and happy." The evening breeze swept through the corridor, ruffling his hair, and his tender wishes quietly scattered in the wind. Holding the novel with a heart full of joy, Veldora walked briskly towards Ramorus's room, eager to share this rare happiness and joy with her like-minded friend. It's rare for me to write a story with a more slice-of-life feel. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.